Welcome, one and all, to the Nexus 616. Today's enchanting tale is what if Harry found an ancient time-turner in the Potter Vault and trained for 100 years before year one. If you enjoy our storytelling, please like, subscribe, and share. Every bit of support helps us grow. Now, prepare yourself for the journey ahead. Chapter 1, The Weight of a Century. The spider had been building its web in the corner of the cupboard for 3 days. Harry watched it work. Watched the precise, patient geometry of it, the radial threads laid first like spokes of a wheel, then the spiral capture silk woven between them with mechanical devotion. The spider didn't rush. It didn't second-guess the architecture. It simply built, thread by thread, because building was what it was. He could appreciate that. From the kitchen above came the sounds of Aunt Petunia frying bacon and the heavier percussion of Dudley thundering down the stairs, each step sending a fine rain of dust through the cracks in the cupboard ceiling. Harry breathed evenly through it, the way he'd learned to breathe through far worse. Dust was nothing. Hunger was nothing. The cramped dimensions of a cupboard under the stairs were almost comfortably familiar after decades spent in rooms that had no dimensions at all. Get up. Now. Petunia's knuckles rapped against the cupboard door with the practiced viciousness of someone who'd made cruelty a morning ritual. Harry opened his eyes. He'd been awake for 2 hours already, old habits, but he'd kept them closed because the darkness behind his eyelids was a comfortable place to think, and he'd had a great deal to think about. Today was July 31st. His 11th birthday. Today, everything would begin. He dressed in Dudley's hand-me-downs without complaint, moving with an economy of motion that would have seemed strange in a child if anyone had been watching closely enough to notice. His body was small, thin, marked by years of neglect, but he inhabited it the way a master swordsman inhabits a blade that's slightly too short. Compensating automatically. Working within the constraints. In the kitchen, Vernon Dursley sat behind his newspaper like a walrus sheltering behind a particularly inadequate rock. Dudley occupied 2 chairs and the general attention of his mother. Nobody looked at Harry when he entered. Nobody ever did. He cooked the bacon. He served it. He took his smaller portion and ate standing by the counter, because the table had no place set for him and asking for one would cost more energy than it was worth. The bacon was good. Simple pleasures had become important to him over the years, the taste of food, the warmth of morning light through a window, the sound of another person breathing in the same room. Things most people took for granted. Things you learned to treasure when you'd gone long enough without them. The mail slot clattered. "Get the post, Dudley," said Vernon. "Make Harry get it." "Get the post, Harry." Harry set down his plate and walked to the front door. The letters lay scattered on the mat, a postcard from Vernon's sister Marge, a bill, and a thick envelope of heavy parchment, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He picked it up. Looked at the Hogwarts crest pressed into the wax seal. Ran his thumb across the parchment with something that wasn't quite nostalgia and wasn't quite anticipation. Somewhere between the two. He'd read this letter before. Not this specific one, but the same words, copied into the journals his mother had kept, which he'd found in the vault alongside everything else. She'd pressed her own acceptance letter between the pages of her first diary, the ink slightly faded, the parchment still carrying the faintest trace of whatever perfume an 11-year-old Lily Evans had been experimenting with in 1971. Harry tucked the letter into the waistband of his oversized jeans and walked back to the kitchen. He didn't mention it. There was no need. What was coming would come regardless. The week that followed was, from the Dursleys' perspective, inexplicable. Letters arrived by the dozen, then the 100. Vernon boarded up the mail slot. Letters came down the chimney. He sealed the fireplace. They came through cracks in the windows, under the doors, tucked inside the egg carton delivered by a very confused milkman. Vernon's face progressed through several shades of purple that Harry privately catalogued as plum, eggplant, and cardiac event. Harry watched it all with patient amusement. He could have ended it at any point, A simple response owl would have sufficed, but there was something almost theatrical about the escalation, and after a century of solitude, he found he had an appetite for theater. On the night of July 31st, in the storm-lashed shack on the rock in the sea where Vernon had dragged them in a final desperate bid to outrun the wizarding postal service, Harry lay on the floor and counted down the seconds to midnight. The door exploded inward. Hagrid filled the doorframe like a mountain deciding to visit, rain streaming off his moleskin overcoat, beetle-black eyes bright with purpose and poorly concealed excitement. He was exactly as the journals had described, enormous, wild-haired, fundamentally kind in a way that radiated off him like heat from a furnace. "Sorry 'bout that," Hagrid said, picking up the door and fitting it roughly back into its frame. His eyes found Harry immediately, passed over the blanket-covered form of Dudley on the couch, and his whole face crumpled into an expression of such naked emotion that Harry felt something tighten in his chest. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby," Hagrid said, his voice rough. "Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Harry stood. Looked up, considerably up, at the half-giant who had carried him from the ruins of his parents' house on a flying motorcycle, who had wept while doing it, who had been the last person to hold him before a decade of cupboards and locked doors and desultory hospitality. "Hello, Hagrid," Harry said. "Thank you for coming." Something in the way he said it made Hagrid blink. Not the words themselves but the quality of them, the steadiness, the warmth, the sense of genuine gratitude that went deeper than politeness. As if Harry understood exactly what it had cost Hagrid to leave him on that doorstep 10 years ago, and was forgiving him for it in 3 words. "Well," Hagrid managed, pulling himself together. "Well. Right then. Happy birthday, Harry." He produced a cake from inside his coat. It was slightly squashed. The icing read "Happy Birthday Harry" in green letters. Harry took it. Looked at it. Smiled, a real smile, the kind that starts slow and means something. "Nobody's ever made me a birthday cake before," he said. This was true. In 111 years of life, no one had ever baked him a cake. The fact of it settled into the room like something heavy falling. Hagrid's eyes went dangerously bright. Vernon chose this moment to bluster into the conversation with all the tactical awareness of a rhinoceros charging a landmine, and things proceeded more or less as expected from there. Threats, revelations, Dudley acquiring a pig's tail, and the Dursleys retreating into the corner of the shack like people who had just realized they'd been keeping a lion in their cupboard. Through it all, Harry watched and listened and played his part. The amazed orphan. The bewildered child learning he was a wizard. Wide eyes, right questions, appropriate wonder. It wasn't entirely an act. A century of study couldn't replicate the experience of standing in front of another person who cared about you, and Hagrid cared about Harry with a simplicity and fierceness that was almost overwhelming. So the wonder was real, just not about magic. Diagon Alley hit him like a fist made of color and noise and life. He'd read about it. He'd imagined it. He'd spent decades studying the theory behind every enchantment in every shop window, could have lectured on the history of Ollivanders or the architectural wards of Gringotts or the precise alchemical composition of the ice cream at Fortescue's. None of that prepared him for the smell. Roasting chestnuts and owl droppings and potion fumes and old parchment and 100 kinds of magic all tangled together in the summer air. People. Real people, moving and talking and laughing and arguing, brushing past him in the crowd, alive and present and occupying the same moment in time. He stopped walking for 3 full seconds in the middle of the street, just breathing it in, and Hagrid had to put a massive hand on his shoulder to guide him forward. "Yeah, all right there, Harry." "Yes," Harry said. "Just, taking it in. Gringotts first." The goblin-run bank rose from the street like a crooked tooth made of white marble, and the goblins themselves regarded Harry with the sharp-eyed assessment of creatures who measured worth in quantities more tangible than fame. The cart ride down to the vaults was a screaming, rattling descent into the earth that Hagrid endured with visible nausea and Harry endured with the calm of someone who had experienced far more disorienting forms of travel. The goblin, Griphook, watched Harry in the flickering torchlight with an expression that suggested he, too, found the boy's composure unusual. Vault 687. The door opened, and Hagrid beamed at the mountains of gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts heaped inside. "Your parents left a fair bit," Hagrid said. Harry looked at the gold. Then he looked past it. The vault was larger than it appeared. The piles of currency occupied perhaps a third of the space, but behind them, barely visible in the torchlight, the walls were lined with shelves. And on those shelves, books, journals, artifacts wrapped in cloth and sealed with wax, a trunk with the Potter crest. And further back, where the shadows thickened, a second door, smaller, older, set into the living rock and marked with symbols that predated modern magical notation by several thousand years. "Hagrid," Harry said, "could I have a moment? I'd like to look around." "Course, Harry. Take your time." Hagrid turned green as the cart shifted slightly. "I'll just wait out here." Griphook's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. A vault holder had the right to examine their own vault. Harry stepped inside. Filled his money pouch with gold, enough for supplies and considerably more. Then he moved toward the back of the vault, past the currency, past the shelves of books and family records, to the second door. It recognized him. The Peveril symbols flared once, warm and golden, and the door swung open at his touch. The chamber beyond was small. Circular. The walls were covered in runic inscriptions so old that the language had been dead for a millennium before the founders of Hogwarts were born. In the center of the room, on a pedestal of black stone, sat an object. It looked like a time-turner, superficially. An hourglass suspended in a framework of concentric rings. But where Ministry time-turners were delicate, golden, mass-produced, this was something else entirely. The rings were made of a metal that seemed to shift between silver and shadow depending on the angle. The hourglass contained not sand but a substance that moved like liquid starlight, flowing upward as often as down. And the whole thing hummed with a resonance that Harry could feel in his teeth, in his bones, in the scar on his forehead. The loom of hours. He'd been here before. In another sense, in the only sense that mattered, this was where his real life had begun. Harry picked it up. The metal was warm against his palm, pulsing gently, and for a moment the runic inscriptions on the walls blazed with light and the air in the chamber tasted like ozone and old storms. He slipped it into his pocket. It settled against his hip like it belonged there. Then he went back out, collected his gold, smiled at Hagrid, and rode the cart back to the surface without mentioning the second chamber at all. Walking through Diagon Alley with his supplies list in hand, Harry found himself cataloguing the differences between the world as it existed and the world as he'd understood it from a century of reading. The books were the same, he'd studied copies of most of them during his time in the pocket dimension. The ingredients for potions were as described. The cauldrons, the scales, the telescope, all familiar in theory, novel only in their physical reality. But the people. The people were entirely new. A witch arguing with her daughter about the merits of cat versus owl. Two wizards debating Quidditch statistics outside quality Quidditch supplies with the passionate intensity of theologians disputing scripture. An elderly warlock examining a display of enchanted reading glasses with the delicate attention of a jeweler. Harry watched them all with a hunger he kept carefully off his face. 100 years. 100 years of silence and solitary practice and conversations held with no one. 100 years of mastering every branch of magic he could find texts for, pushing his body and mind to limits he hadn't known existed, becoming something that no 11-year-old had any right to be. And all of it, every spell learned, every technique perfected, every hour of meditation and combat training and theoretical study, all of it had been done alone. The pocket dimension inside the loom of hours was not a kind place. It was vast, featureless, and infinitely adaptable, responding to intent, creating training grounds and libraries and living spaces as needed. But it was empty. No weather, no seasons, no day or night except what Harry imposed on it through force of will. No other living things except the enchanted training constructs he'd learned to create in his third decade. He remembered year one with painful clarity. A terrified 11-year-old, alone in an infinite gray space, surrounded by books he could barely read and magical artifacts he didn't understand. Crying until he couldn't cry anymore. Screaming into the void because there was no one to hear him. Learning, slowly and brutally, that the only way out was through, that the loom would release him when its cycle completed, and not before. He remembered year 30. The breaking point. Sitting in a room he'd created to look like the Dursleys' living room, not because he missed them, God no, but because it was the only real room he could remember clearly enough to replicate, and talking to an armchair for 6 hours because the silence had become physically painful. The edge of madness, right there, close enough to touch. He'd pulled himself back by starting a new project, translating the oldest texts in the Vault's collection, the ones written in the language of the Peverills' ancestors. It had taken him 11 years. It had saved his sanity. He remembered year 50. The loneliness had become a companion by then, not comfortable, never comfortable, but familiar. A constant presence at his shoulder, like a shadow with weight. He'd mastered occlumency, legilimency, transfiguration, charms, and potions to levels that would have qualified him as a master in any of them. He'd begun developing his own spells, his own theories, pushing into territory that the textbook said was impossible. He'd found that impossible was usually just a word people used when they hadn't tried hard enough. He remembered year 75. Standing in a training chamber of his own design, surrounded by the shattered remains of 7 combat constructs he'd programmed to fight at the level of Auror veterans, breathing hard, bleeding from a cut above his eye, and realizing that there was nothing left in the Vault's library he hadn't read. Nothing left in its collection of spells he hadn't mastered. He'd reached the end of what other people's knowledge could teach him. Everything from that point forward would have to come from within. He remembered year 100. Standing before the loom as it cycled down, the rings slowing, the liquid starlight settling. The dimensional walls thinning. Reality bleeding back in, cold Gringotts air, the smell of old stone and goblin-forged metal, torchlight after a century of conjured illumination. Stepping out. Finding that no time had passed. That the torch on the wall hadn't even finished flickering. That in the world outside, it was still the same moment of the same day, and nothing had changed except everything inside him. He'd stood there for a long time. A very long time. Feeling the weight of 100 years settle into bones that hadn't aged a day, pressing against the inside of a body that was still 11 years old, still thin, still scarred. Then he'd taken a breath, pocketed the loom, and walked out to find Hagrid. That had been an hour ago. Now he stood in Ollivander's, and the old wand maker was staring at him with an expression that walked the line between curiosity and alarm. Curious, Ollivander murmured. Very curious. He'd been saying that for the past 10 minutes, as wand after wand failed to bond. Holly, oak, willow, elm. Dragon heartstring, phoenix feather, unicorn hair. Each one tried, each one rejected, and with each failure Ollivander's silver eyes grew sharper. Try this one, he said, pulling a dusty box from a high shelf with the careful reverence of a priest handling a relic. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand. He knew what it was. He knew about the twin core, about the connection to Voldemort's wand, about the implications. He'd had a century to think about whether he wanted to use it. The wand chose the wizard. But the wizard also chose the wand. He wrapped his fingers around the holly wood and felt it, the surge of recognition, the warmth flooding up his arm, the sense of two things clicking into alignment that had been waiting for each other. Red and gold sparks erupted from the tip, dancing in the dusty air of the shop like tiny fireworks. But there was something else. Something that hadn't happened in the original timeline, whatever that meant anymore. The wand pulsed once, twice, 3 times, and then settled into a deep, resonant hum that Harry felt in his core. It was recognizing not just a magical signature but the depth of that signature. A century of accumulated power, compressed into a child's frame. Ollivander went very still. "Mr. Potter," he said softly. "The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar." "I know," Harry said. The words hung in the air. Two simple words that contained a universe of wrong, because an 11-year-old who had just learned about magic a few hours ago should not have known that. Should not have said it with that tone, not defiant, not frightened, but calm and settled, the way someone acknowledges a fact they've long since made peace with. Ollivander's pale eyes searched Harry's face. Whatever he saw there made him take a small, involuntary step backward. "What has happened to you, Mr. Potter?" he whispered. Harry looked at him. Really looked at him, with eyes that had spent 100 years staring into the depths of magic itself, that had watched reality bend and flex and reshape itself at his command, that had seen the inside of madness and come back from it with hard-won wisdom. He smiled gently. "Paid for the wand." And left. Behind him, Ollivander stood motionless in his shop for several minutes, surrounded by thousands of wands, and wondered if he had just seen something wonderful or something terrible. The Hogwarts Express was a cathedral of noise and motion and the smells of packed lunches and nervous excitement. Harry found a compartment near the back, strategic positioning, good sightlines, easy access to exits, and settled in with his trunk and Hedwig, the snowy owl he'd bought from Elops. She was beautiful and fierce and had pressed her head against his hand with immediate trust, which had made him stand very still in the middle of the shop for a moment, because it had been a very long time since anything living had touched him willingly. The train pulled out of King's Cross. London slid past the windows, giving way to suburbs, then countryside, fields and hedgerows blurring into a green smear under the September sky. Harry watched it all. Real landscape. Real weather. Real clouds in a real sky, moving of their own accord, not conjured or maintained or existing only because he willed them to. He was still watching when the compartment door slid open. "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." Ron Weasley was tall for 11, with a long nose and the particular combination of eagerness and anxiety that comes from growing up with 5 older brothers and never quite finding your own shape among them. His ears were red. There was a smudge of dirt on his nose. "Go ahead," Harry said. Ron sat down. Looked at Harry. Looked at the scar, barely visible under the fringe of dark hair. Did the math. "Blimey. Are you really, are you, Harry Potter?" "Yes." Ron's ears went redder. "Sorry. You probably get that all the time. Less than you'd think." Harry gestured at the seat opposite. "What's your name?" "Ron. Ron Weasley." "Good to meet you, Ron." It was, genuinely. Ron was the first person roughly his own age, his physical age, anyway, that Harry had spoken to in over a century. The boy was transparent in his emotions, earnest in his curiosity, and so thoroughly alive in the way that only someone who had never questioned the fundamental nature of their existence could be. Harry found it refreshing. They talked. Ron described his family, 6 brothers, 1 sister, parents who loved each other loudly and frequently. Harry listened with an attention that Ron wasn't accustomed to receiving. Most people talked over Ron, or past him, or through him. Harry listened, asked questions, remembered details, treated Ron's stories about degenoming the garden and his brother Charlie's dragons with the same serious interest he'd give a lecture on advanced theoretical magic. Because to Harry, they were more interesting. He'd had theoretical magic for 100 years. He'd never had someone tell him about their family over a pile of chocolate frogs. The compartment door opened again. A round-faced boy with an expression of permanent anxiety peered in. "Sorry, have you seen a toad?" "I've lost him." "Haven't seen one," Ron said. "Sorry, mate." The boy's face fell. He looked like someone for whom lost toads were just the latest in a lifelong series of personal failures. "What's your name?" Harry asked. Neville. Neville Longbottom. Harry stood up and extended his hand. Harry Potter. Come sit with us. We'll help you find your toad. Neville blinked. Then he blinked again. Then he took Harry's hand and shook it with the stunned gratitude of someone who'd been bracing for dismissal. You don't have to, I know. Sit down, Neville. Neville sat. Harry drew his wand, casually, the way someone might uncap a pen, and murmured, Accio Neville's toad. Nothing happened for 2 seconds. Then a distant, indignant croaking sound grew rapidly louder, and a large toad rocketed through the open compartment door and landed in Neville's lap with a wet splat. Neville stared at the toad. Stared at Harry. Stared at the toad again. That's a summoning charm, he said. That's fourth-year magic. How did you, read ahead a bit, Harry said lightly. Ron was gaping. A bit? Harry shrugged. Neville clutched Trevor with both hands and looked at Harry the way desert travelers look at water, and something old and deep in Harry's chest cracked slightly, because he recognized that look. He'd seen it in the mirror, in year 1, in year 10, in year 30. The look of someone who desperately wants to believe that things might get better. Stay, Harry said to Neville. Not a command, an invitation. We've got plenty of room. The door opened again 10 minutes later, and this time a girl with bushy brown hair and an expression of determined competence filled the frame. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost, oh. She spotted Neville, who held up Trevor with a small, shy smile. You found him. Harry summoned him, Neville said. With a summoning charm. The girl's attention snapped to Harry like a compass needle finding north. She looked at him with sharp brown eyes that were already calculating, already analyzing, already assembling a mental file. A summoning charm. That's Accio, it's not taught until 4th year. I've read about it in the Standard Book of Spells, grade 4. The incantation requires precise visualization of the target and a clear intentional pathway between caster and object, yes, Harry finished. Though Bathilda Haywood's framework is slightly outdated. The visualization requirement isn't about the object, it's about the relationship between caster and target. You're not summoning the toad. You're summoning the connection to the toad, and the toad follows. Silence. The girl stared at him. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. She frowned. That's not in any textbook I've read. No, Harry agreed. It wouldn't be. Then how do you, she caught herself, visibly reorganized her thoughts, and stuck out her hand. I'm Hermione Granger. And you've just contradicted the standard theoretical framework for summoning magic. I'd like to know why. Harry took her hand. Her grip was firm, her palm slightly ink-stained, her eyes burning with the specific fire of someone who lives for knowledge and has spent her entire life being told she's too much, too intense, too smart for her own good. He recognized her instantly. Not from any text or prophecy or foreknowledge, but the way you recognize a kindred spirit. Someone whose mind moved the same way yours did, even if it hadn't yet had a century to stretch its legs. Harry Potter, he said. And I contradicted it because it's wrong. Sit down. I'll explain. Hermione sat. And for the next 40 minutes, Harry and Hermione had a conversation about magical theory that left Ron glazed-eyed and Neville quietly fascinated and Hermione so thoroughly engaged that she forgot to be self-conscious about her enthusiasm for the first time in her life. Harry had forgotten what it felt like. Not the theory, he could discuss magical theory in his sleep, and sometimes did, but the experience of talking to someone who pushed back. Who challenged his assertions, demanded evidence, offered counter-theories that were sometimes wrong but always intelligent. Hermione didn't know a fraction of what he knew. But her mind was extraordinary, quick, rigorous, fearless, and for the first time in 100 years, Harry felt the particular thrill of being surprised by another person. He liked her. The realization settled into him like warmth into cold stone. He genuinely liked her. Their conversation was interrupted by the compartment door sliding open a third time. A pale boy with a pointed face and the practiced sneer of someone who'd been rehearsing it since birth stood flanked by two much larger boys who appeared to have been selected more for mass than for intellectual contribution. "Is it true?" the boy said. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment." "So it's you, is it?" Harry looked at him. "Draco Malfoy. Son of Lucius, grandson of Abraxas, heir to a fortune built on politics and prejudice and the careful cultivation of being on the winning side of every conflict." Harry had read the Malfoy family's history. He'd read a great deal about a great many families, during the decades when reading was the only thing standing between him and complete psychological collapse. "It's me," Harry said. Malfoy introduced himself with the air of someone presenting credentials. He offered his hand. "You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." Harry looked at the extended hand. Then he looked up at Draco's face, really looked, with the patient, penetrating attention of someone who had spent a century learning to read people through books and then had to relearn it all through practice. He saw the arrogance, yes. But beneath it, he saw something else, a boy performing a role he'd been assigned before he was old enough to choose it. A child wearing his father's opinions like an ill-fitting suit, not yet aware that he could take it off. "Draco," Harry said, and the use of his first name threw the boy off balance immediately. "I appreciate the offer. But I think you should know something." "What?" Malfoy's chin lifted. "You don't believe any of that." Harry's voice was quiet, matter-of-fact, entirely without malice. "The better families, the wrong sort, those are your father's words, and you're saying them because you think you're supposed to. But I'm watching your eyes while you say them, and you don't believe them yet." "Not really. You're 11. You haven't decided who you are. I'd suggest you give yourself the chance to figure that out before you close doors you might want open later." The compartment went dead silent. Malfoy's hand was still extended. His face cycled through several emotions in rapid succession: surprise, confusion, anger, and something raw and startled that looked almost like recognition. "You don't know anything about me," Malfoy said, but his voice had lost its rehearsed edge. "Not yet," Harry agreed. "But I'd like to. When you're doing the talking, not your father." Malfoy opened his mouth. Closed it. Looked at Crabbe and Goyle as if expecting them to provide a script. They stared back blankly. He withdrew his hand. Turned on his heel. Left without another word. But in the doorway, he paused, just for a fraction of a second, barely perceptible, before walking away. Ron let out a breath. "Bloody hell, Harry. What was that?" Harry leaned back in his seat. "Honesty." Hermione was watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read, thoughtful, calculating, and something warmer beneath it. "You didn't insult him," she said. "You could have. Everyone expected you to." "I know. Why didn't you?" Harry considered the question. A century of solitude had taught him many things, but perhaps the most important was this: cruelty was easy. Understanding was hard. And the hard things were usually the ones worth doing. "Because he's 11, Harry said. And 11-year-olds deserve the chance to choose who they become." Something shifted in Hermione's expression. Her eyes softened, just slightly, and she looked at Harry as if she were seeing him clearly for the first time, not the famous scar, not the impossible magical knowledge, but the person beneath it. "That's very wise," she said quietly. "For an 11-year-old. Harry smiled. It didn't quite reach his eyes. "I've had time to think about it." The castle rose from the darkness like a dream made of stone and starlight, its towers reflecting in the black glass of the lake, its windows glowing with warm amber light that reached across the water like welcoming hands. Harry stood in the boat and stared. He'd seen descriptions. He'd read architectural analyses. He'd studied the ward schemes from texts that predated the current ministry. But none of the words or diagrams or theoretical frameworks, had prepared him for the reality of Hogwarts. It was alive. He could feel it, the way the magic breathed in the stones, the way the wards pulsed with a heartbeat slower and deeper than human, the way 1,000 years of accumulated enchantment had layered and interacted and evolved until the castle itself had become something close to sentient. It recognized him. He felt it, a gentle pressure against his magical senses, like a vast, ancient creature opening one eye, examining him, and then settling back with a low rumble of acceptance. Neville, beside him in the boat, was trembling with nervousness. Harry put a hand on his shoulder, brief, steadying, and said nothing. Neville stopped trembling. They crossed the lake. They climbed the stairs. Professor McGonagall met them in the entrance hall, tall, stern, her eyes sharp behind square spectacles, and delivered a speech about houses and points and the sorting ceremony that Harry listened to with the polite attention of someone hearing a story they already knew by heart. She left to prepare. The first years huddled together, nervous and whispering. Harry felt the castle's magic moving around him, through him, examining and cataloguing. Somewhere above, in the great hall, 4 long tables waited. Staff watched. And one old man with half-moon spectacles and a talent for manipulation sat in the headmaster's chair and waited to see what kind of boy Harry Potter had become. The doors opened. They filed in. The great hall was a masterwork, the enchanted ceiling showing the September sky, candles floating in impossible suspension, the 4 house tables stretching into the distance, every face turned toward the line of first years with curiosity and judgment and the casual cruelty of teenagers assessing newcomers. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool at the front of the hall. Ancient, patched, battered. Harry could feel its magic from 30 feet away, a sophisticated enchantment matrix that bordered on true artificial consciousness, created by Godric Gryffindor himself 1,000 years ago. A remarkable achievement, even by Harry's standards. The hat sang its song. Students were sorted. Harry waited, watching each new student take their place, studying the dynamics of the hall, who sat where, who watched whom, the subtle territorial politics of 1,000 adolescents in an enclosed space. Potter, Harry. Whispers erupted like fire through dry grass. Potter? The Harry Potter? Heads craned. Students stood up for a better look. Harry walked to the stool. Sat down. The hall watched with held breath. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It settled over his eyes, and the noise of the great hall faded to nothing. Silence. A long, long silence. Then, in his mind, a voice, dry, ancient, slightly astonished, well. This is unprecedented. Harry said nothing. He waited. I have sorted thousands of students, Mr. Potter. Tens of thousands, over a millennium. I have examined the minds of geniuses and fools, heroes and cowards, the extraordinary and the mundane. I have never in 1,000 years, encountered anything quite like you. I'm flattered, Harry thought. You shouldn't be. I'm not sure if I'm impressed or alarmed. A pause. The hat's consciousness moved through Harry's mind with the careful, methodical attention of a librarian in an unfamiliar archive. It touched a century of memories and recoiled slightly. 100 years. You spent 100 years in a temporal pocket dimension. Alone. Yes. You were 11 when you entered. Yes. You are still 11. Physically. Yes. Another pause. The hat seemed to be processing this, adjusting its frameworks, recalibrating its assessment matrices. Your mind. Mr. Potter, your occlumency barriers alone are more sophisticated than anything I've encountered since Rowena Ravenclaw herself sat beneath me. Your knowledge spans every major magical discipline. Your emotional maturity is considerable. The hat's voice shifted, becoming less clinical, more personal. And beneath all of it, under the century of discipline and power and accumulated wisdom, you are still, at your core, a lonely child who wants to be loved. You've never stopped being that. Harry's jaw tightened. He didn't respond. Where would you like to go? The Hat asked gently. Gryffindor. May I ask why? You would excel in any house. Ravenclaw would worship you. Slytherin would be interesting. You have the cunning, certainly. Gryffindor, Harry repeated. My parents were Gryffindors. The people I need to be close to will be Gryffindors. And despite everything, despite the century and the power and the plans, what I value most is courage. Not the absence of fear, but the choice to act in spite of it. I chose that a long time ago. In year 30, the Hat said softly. When you nearly broke. When you chose to keep going. Yes. Silence. The great hall was getting restless. The Hat had been on Harry's head for nearly 4 minutes, an eternity by sorting standards. Mr. Potter. A word of caution. Yes. You carry a weight that will draw attention. From those above, an impression of Dumbledore, watching from the head table, and those below. An impression of something else entirely. Something vast and dark and patient, pressing against the edges of reality. The Hat had sensed it. Of course it had, it was connected to the castle's wards, and the wards could feel the breach. I know, Harry thought. I'll be ready. You've been ready for a century. What concerns me is whether you'll be ready for the thing you haven't prepared for. Which is being human again. The Hat's voice rang out across the great hall, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded. The Weasley twins started chanting, We got Potter. We got Potter. Percy Weasley shook Harry's hand with pompous enthusiasm. Ron whooped. Hermione, already sorted into Gryffindor, smiled at Harry and gestured to the seat she'd saved beside her. Harry sat down. The noise and warmth and chaotic energy of the Gryffindor table washed over him like a wave, and he let it. Didn't fight it. Didn't analyze it. Just felt it. Across the hall, at the head table, Albus Dumbledore watched Harry Potter take his seat among the Gryffindors. His blue eyes, usually twinkling, were very still. Something was wrong. Something was different. The boy had sat under the Hat for nearly 4 minutes, the longest sorting in living memory, and had emerged calm, collected, and entirely composed. No relief, no nervousness, no childish excitement. He'd walked to the Gryffindor table the way a general walks into a command tent, with the easy confidence of someone who knows exactly where they are and why. Dumbledore had been watching Harry all evening. Watching the way the boy moved, no wasted motion, every gesture precise and economical. Watching the way he interacted with other students, warm but measured, giving nothing away that he didn't intend to. Watching the way his eyes swept the hall when he thought no one was observing, cataloging exits and sight lines and threats with an automaticity that spoke of deeply ingrained habit. This was not the Harry Potter that Dumbledore had planned for. He picked up his golden goblet and took a slow sip of pumpkin juice, and behind his half-moon spectacles, the greatest wizard of the age began, for the first time in a very long time, to worry. The first week of classes confirmed what the sorting had suggested, something was profoundly, inexplicably different about Harry Potter. In Transfiguration, McGonagall gave the class a matchstick and told them to turn it into a needle. It was meant to take the entire class period. Most students would struggle with it for weeks. Harry turned his matchstick into a needle on the first attempt. Not just a needle, a perfect needle, gleaming silver, with a delicate eye and a point sharp enough to draw blood. McGonagall picked it up and examined it through her spectacles with an expression of carefully controlled surprise. Very good, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor. But her eyes lingered on the needle. It was too good. The transfiguration was flawless, no residual wooden grain in the metal, no imperfections in the shape, no magical instability whatsoever. It was the kind of work she'd expect from a 6th year, perhaps a 7th. Not a first attempt by an 11-year-old on his first day. She set the needle down and said nothing further. But she watched Harry for the rest of the class, and she noticed the way he helped Neville with his own attempt, not by doing it for him, but by guiding his wand movement with subtle corrections that showed a deep understanding of the spell's mechanics. In charms, Flitwick had them practicing the levitation charm. Harry performed it non-verbally. He caught himself, too late. The feather was already floating, and Flitwick, who had been walking between desks, had been close enough to notice that Harry's lips hadn't moved. "Mr. Potter," Flitwick said, his voice high and careful. "Did you just cast that non-verbally?" Every head in the room turned. Harry manufactured a sheepish expression. "Sorry, Professor. I was concentrating and forgot to say the incantation." "Lucky shot, I suppose." It was the right response, self-deprecating, plausible, non-threatening. Flitwick accepted it with a nod, though his eyes were thoughtful. Harry noted the moment and filed it away. He'd need to be more careful. But it was hard. 100 years of habit didn't switch off because he wanted it to. He'd been casting non-verbally since his 4th decade. Verbal casting felt like crawling when he'd spent a lifetime flying. The real test came in the dungeons. Snape's classroom was cold, dark, and designed to intimidate, a choice that told Harry everything he needed to know about the man's teaching philosophy and nothing about his actual capabilities. Severus Snape was brilliant. Harry knew this from a century of studying the man's published work, his contributions to potions theory, and the private journals of Lily Evans Potter, who had written about her childhood friend with a complexity of emotion that no textbook could have captured. The class filed in. Snape stood at the front like a crow surveying carrion, and when his eyes found Harry, they narrowed with an animosity that had been fermenting for 16 years. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy sniggered from the Slytherin side. A few others joined him. Harry met Snape's gaze calmly. He said nothing. Snape launched into his opening speech, the subtle science, exact art, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses, delivered with the theatrical menace of someone who had rehearsed it many times. Then he turned on Harry. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The question was designed to humiliate. A first year wasn't expected to know the answer. The exercise was about power, about establishing dominance in the first 5 minutes and never relinquishing it. "The draught of living death, sir," Harry said. "Though I'd note that modern brewing technique has moved away from powdered asphodel in favor of a sliced preparation, which allows for more even distribution during the critical stirring phase." A beat of absolute silence. Snape's face didn't change. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat." Those synthetic bezoars have been developed in the last decade that offer comparable efficacy without the variability inherent in organic specimens. Professor Jigger published on the subject in Ars Alchemica in 1988. Another beat. Snape's knuckles were white where he gripped the edge of his desk. "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, also known as aconite. Aconitum napellus. It has applications in both wolfsbane potion, which is perhaps the most sophisticated regularly brewed potion in modern practice, and in several less benign preparations that I suspect aren't appropriate to discuss in a first-year class." The dungeon was so quiet that Harry could hear the bubbling of a cauldron 3 rooms away. Snape stared at him. Not with anger, not yet. With something closer to shock, quickly suppressed, replaced by a harder, more suspicious scrutiny. This wasn't arrogance. This wasn't a child showing off memorized facts. This was mastery, deep, effortless, comprehensive mastery of a kind that Snape had encountered in perhaps 3 people in his entire life, and none of them had been 11 years old. Harry held his gaze. Then, very quietly, so that only Snape and perhaps the students in the nearest seats could hear, he said, "My mother would have known all of these too, She was brilliant at potions. A pause. You'd remember that, sir. Snape's face went white. Not angry white. Not pale with fury white. White the way paper goes when you hold it too close to a flame, all the color burned away, leaving something raw and exposed underneath. He stared at Harry for 3 full seconds. Then he turned away abruptly, his robes swirling, and began writing instructions on the blackboard with enough force to crack the chalk. Well, he snapped at the class. Why aren't you copying this down? 30 students lunged for their quills. Harry reached for his own, but his attention stayed on Snape's back, the rigid shoulders, the too controlled movements, the way his writing hand trembled almost imperceptibly. Severus Snape was many things, bitter, cruel, brilliant, haunted, but he was not, as Harry had learned from a century of studying the man's history through his mother's eyes, without depth. He had loved Lily Evans with a devotion that had outlasted death, and he was protecting her son at incalculable personal cost, and the tragedy of it was that he couldn't see past the ghost of James Potter long enough to notice that the boy he was punishing was Lily's son too. Harry intended to fix that. Not today. Not quickly. But eventually. He had time. He'd always had time. That was rather the point. The invitation came on a Tuesday evening, carried by a school owl with a small scroll of parchment tied to its leg. Harry, I wonder if you might join me for tea in my office this Thursday at 4 o'clock. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read it, folded it, and tucked it into his pocket. He'd been expecting this. Dumbledore's office was a wonder of organized chaos, instruments spinning and whirring, portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep, Fawkes the Phoenix perched on his stand regarding Harry with bright, ancient eyes. Harry gave the bird a respectful nod. Fawkes tilted his head and trilled a soft note that sounded, to Harry's trained ear, like a question. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, the picture of grandfatherly warmth, half-moon spectacles, twinkling eyes, a dish of lemon drops proffered with an open hand. Lemon drop, Harry. Thank you, sir. Harry took one. It was good. Simple pleasures. I wanted to welcome you to Hogwarts personally, Dumbledore said, settling back in his chair. And to ask how you've been finding your first week. Wonderful, Harry said, and meant it. The castle is remarkable. It is, isn't it? 1,000 years of magic, all layered together like geological strata. One could spend a lifetime studying it and never reach the bottom. He paused. Some might say the same about people. The probe was gentle. So gentle that most people wouldn't have noticed it. Harry noticed. I imagine so, sir, he said evenly. Your professors speak well of you. Professor McGonagall, in particular, was quite impressed with your transfiguration work. Dumbledore's tone was light, conversational, the twinkle in his eyes at full power. She tells me your matchstick to needle was among the finest first attempts she's ever seen. She's a very good teacher. She is. Though even good teaching can only accomplish so much in a single class period. I confess, I'm curious, where did you develop such aptitude? Reading, mostly, Harry said. The Dursleys didn't provide much in the way of entertainment. I spent a great deal of time with books. It wasn't a lie. It also wasn't the truth. Dumbledore studied him over the rim of his spectacles. The twinkle dimmed, just slightly, replaced by something sharper. Harry felt it then, the lightest possible touch against his mental barriers. Not a full legilimency probe. Something subtler, a passive scan, the mental equivalent of leaning slightly closer to hear a whispered conversation. Against an ordinary person, even an ordinary adult wizard, it would have been invisible. Against Harry, it might as well have been a brass band. He didn't react externally. Didn't narrow his eyes, didn't tense up. He simply let Dumbledore's probe touch the outermost layer of his occlumency shields and find exactly what Harry wanted him to find, the surface thoughts of a bright, slightly nervous first year having tea with the headmaster. Beneath that surface, behind walls of mental architecture that Harry had spent decades constructing and refining, walls that drew on techniques from 7 different occlumency traditions, including 3 that had been lost to history before Dumbledore was born, the real Harry Potter sat in calm, watchful silence and waited. Dumbledore withdrew. His expression didn't change, but something in his posture shifted, a subtle straightening, an almost imperceptible increase in attention. He'd found the surface thoughts exactly as expected. And he'd found, beneath them, the presence of occlumency shields. Not the shields themselves, those were too well constructed to be identified directly. But the absence they created. The too smooth surface. The way Harry's mind felt, to Dumbledore's legilimency, like a perfectly still pond, natural from a distance, but deeply wrong when you realize that real water always moves. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice had changed. Still warm. Still grandfatherly. But with a new note beneath, careful, probing, the voice of a chess grandmaster who has just noticed that his opponent knows far more about the game than expected. May I ask you something? Of course, sir. In my experience, which is considerable, children who have been raised in difficult circumstances tend to arrive at Hogwarts with a certain eagerness. A hunger for acceptance, for belonging. It is one of the qualities I value most in young witches and wizards, it speaks to resilience. He paused. The fire crackled. You do not seem hungry, Harry. Harry looked at the old man. A century of life looked back at a century and a half. 2 impossibly experienced minds regarding each other across a desk cluttered with silver instruments, and neither of them quite sure what to make of the other. Perhaps I'm just good at hiding it, sir, Harry said. Perhaps. Dumbledore's eyes searched his face. Or perhaps you have already found what most people spend a lifetime seeking, and have moved on to other questions. The silence stretched. Fawkes trilled softly. Professor, Harry said, may I be direct with you? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. I would welcome it. You're trying to understand me. That's reasonable, you're responsible for the safety of this school, and I'm an unknown quantity. I respect that. Harry leaned forward slightly. But I should tell you, I will not be a puzzle for you to solve, or a piece for you to position. I am here to learn, to grow, and to protect the people I care about. That's all. The words landed in the quiet room with the weight of stones dropping into deep water. Dumbledore sat very still. Behind his spectacles, his blue eyes were no longer twinkling. They were assessing, recalibrating, adjusting decades of carefully laid plans in real time. You are a remarkable young man, Harry, he said at last. Thank you, sir. I suspect you are more remarkable than you are currently willing to demonstrate. Harry stood. Thank you for the tea, Professor. And the lemon drop. He walked to the door. Paused with his hand on the handle. One more thing, sir. The protections on the 3rd floor corridor. The one that's out of bounds to students who don't wish to die a very painful death. Dumbledore went very still. I know what's there, Harry said quietly. And I know what's under it. I'd advise better security. What you have now wouldn't stop a motivated 7th year, let alone someone truly dangerous. He left before Dumbledore could respond. Behind him, in the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore sat motionless for a very long time. Fawkes watched him from the perch with knowing eyes. Well, Dumbledore murmured. That was unexpected. Fawkes let out a sound that, in a less noble creature, might have been called a laugh. Late that night, Harry walked the corridors alone. He didn't sleep much. Never had, even before the century in the loom. But after 100 years of existing in a timeless space where sleep was optional and consciousness was a choice rather than a necessity, he'd found that 4 hours was sufficient. The rest of the night was his. He walked without destination, letting his feet carry him through the ancient hallways, feeling the castle's magic pulse and shift around him. Hogwarts at night was a different creature than Hogwarts by day, quieter, stranger, full of shadows that moved with purpose and drafts that whispered in languages only stone could speak. He was on the 7th floor, near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, when it happened. The world stuttered. It was subtle, a fraction of a second, less than a heartbeat. The torch on the wall to his left froze mid-flicker, its flame caught in a moment of stillness that violated every law of physics and magic alike. The shadow it cast stopped moving. The air stopped circulating. The ambient sound of the castle, the groaning of old stone, the distant movement of staircases, the soft whisper of magic in the walls, cut out as cleanly as if someone had pressed a mute button. Harry stopped walking. In the silence, in the frozen moment, he heard something. A voice, not words, exactly, but the impression of language, like hearing someone speak through water. Ancient. Alien. Vast. It lasted 2 seconds. Then the torch flickered, the shadows moved, the sound returned, and the corridor was as it had been, as if nothing had happened. Harry stood perfectly still. His hand went to his pocket, where the loom of hours sat against his hip, and his fingers found it warm, warmer than body heat, warmer than it should have been, pulsing with a rhythm that didn't match his heartbeat. He'd read about this. In the oldest texts, the ones written by the Peveril's ancestors, in a language that had taken him 11 years to translate. Warnings, encoded in allegory and metaphor, about what happened when the loom was used. About the barriers between linear time and something else. About the prison that had been built before recorded history to contain an entity that existed outside the normal flow of moments. The Weaver. Harry pulled out the loom and held it up to the torchlight. The liquid starlight inside the hourglass was moving differently, not the steady flow he was accustomed to, but an agitated, churning motion, as if something were disturbing it from outside. He closed his hand around it and felt the century he'd spent inside it pulse against his palm like a second heartbeat. 100 years. 100 years of preparation. He'd mastered every spell in the vault's library. He'd pushed his magical core to limits that shouldn't have been possible. He'd developed his own theories, his own techniques, his own frameworks for understanding magic at a level that went beyond anything taught in any school in the world. He'd done all of it because he'd known that Voldemort was out there, waiting, and that someday he'd have to face a Dark Lord who had spent decades pursuing immortality. But Voldemort, for all his power, was human. Mortal in origin, if not in practice. Comprehensible. Defeatable. What Harry had just felt in the corridor was none of those things. He put the loom away and kept walking. Faster now. Not running, he hadn't run from anything in decades, but moving with purpose toward the one place in the castle where he could think clearly without walls pressing in on him. The astronomy tower was open to the night sky. Harry climbed the stairs, pushed through the door at the top, and stepped out into the wind. Scotland stretched out below him in every direction, dark hills rolling under starlight, the black lake a mirror of polished obsidian, the forbidden forest a mass of shadow that rippled and breathed with its own wild magic. The air was cold and clean and tasted like freedom. Harry stood at the railing and looked up. Stars. Real stars. Not conjured, not simulated, not the flat, lifeless facsimiles he'd created in the pocket dimension to stave off the crushing claustrophobia of a sky that wasn't really there. These were real, vast, ancient, impossibly distant, burning with light that had traveled for millennia to reach his eyes. He hadn't seen real stars in 100 years. Something tightened in his throat. Something old and heavy and human, something that a century of discipline and acclimacy and carefully constructed emotional barriers couldn't quite contain. He gripped the railing and breathed through it the way he'd learned to breathe through everything, steady, controlled, letting the feeling move through him without drowning in it. The sky was beautiful. The world was beautiful. And somewhere beneath the beauty, in the cracks between seconds, something vast and patient was stirring, something that his actions had disturbed, something that was slowly, inexorably turning its attention toward the surface of reality. He'd trained for 100 years to be ready for Voldemort. He was beginning to suspect Voldemort was the least of his problems. Harry stayed on the tower until dawn painted the horizon in shades of gold and rose and amber. Then he went down to breakfast, sat at the Gryffindor table, and ate scrambled eggs with the quiet appreciation of someone who understood, in a way that no one around him could possibly comprehend, exactly how precious an ordinary morning could be. Hermione sat down next to him with a stack of books and a look of determination. "Good morning," she said. "I've been thinking about what you said on the train. About the relationship framework for summoning charms." "Good morning, Hermione. And I have questions." Harry looked at her, bushy hair already escaping its clips, ink on her fingers before the first class of the day, eyes blazing with intellectual hunger, and felt something warm and unfamiliar settle in his chest. "I'd be disappointed if you didn't," he said. She smiled at him. He smiled back. And for a moment, just a moment, the weight of a century felt lighter. The world was changing. Something was coming. Harry could feel it in his bones, in his scar, in the loom pulsing warmth against his hip. But right now, in this moment, on this ordinary morning, with sunlight streaming through enchanted windows and the smell of toast and coffee filling the air and a brilliant girl sitting beside him asking impossible questions, right now, he was exactly where he needed to be. The century was over. The first year had begun. And Harry Potter, who had lived longer than anyone in this room suspected, who carried power that would terrify them if they knew, who had stared into the abyss of 100 years of solitude and come out the other side with his humanity intact, Harry Potter buttered his toast and listened to Hermione Granger explain why his magical theory was wrong, and thought, This is what I came back for. Chapter 2, The Art of Restraint. October came to Hogwarts like a painter working in rust and gold, and Harry settled into the rhythms of the castle the way a deep-sea creature settles into pressure, not because it was comfortable, but because he'd learned to make anything comfortable given enough time. He'd established a careful equilibrium. In classes, he performed well, top marks, clean spellwork, essays that demonstrated thorough understanding, but never so well that it couldn't be attributed to natural talent and obsessive reading habits. A gifted child, the professors decided. Exceptionally gifted, perhaps. But explicable. Within the boundaries of what an 11-year-old prodigy might achieve. It required constant vigilance, which was exhausting in a way that raw magical exertion never was. Every spell had to be modulated. Every answer had to be filtered through the question, would a very bright first year know this? Every instinct had to be checked against the performance he was maintaining. In Transfiguration, he let himself struggle for 3 attempts before succeeding. In Charms, he used verbal casting and let his wand movements be slightly imprecise, precise enough to work, imprecise enough to look like a student still learning. In Potions, he held himself to competent but not masterful, which was perhaps the hardest act of all, because potions had been his first love during the century. There was something about the discipline of it, the exactness, the consequences of carelessness, the way ingredients interacted according to rules that could be learned and mastered, that had spoken to him during those early, desperate years when he needed structure more than anything. The one class where he allowed himself to shine was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and only because the bar was so spectacularly low. Professor Quirrell was a stuttering, garlic-reeking wreck of a man who flinched at his own shadow and taught defensive theory with all the conviction of someone reading a hostage note. Harry could have sleepwalked through the class and still outperformed everyone. Of course, the stutter was a performance. Harry had known what lived under that turban since the moment he'd walked into the Great Hall on the first night and felt the scar on his forehead pulse with the dull, distant pressure of a Horcrux recognizing its creator. Voldemort was there, parasitic, patient, feeding on Quirrell's life force while plotting his route to the Philosopher's Stone. Harry monitored the situation the way a farmer monitors a storm on the horizon. Aware, prepared, but not yet ready to act. The timing had to be right. In the meantime, he had other problems. Draco Malfoy had not taken well to their encounter on the train. It wasn't the rejection that bothered Draco, Harry could see that clearly enough. Draco had been rejected before, in the small ways that children of wealth and privilege experience rejection, a desired toy denied, a request ignored by a busy father, the dawning suspicion that house elves did not actually enjoy their servitude as much as they claimed. What bothered Draco was the precision of it. Harry hadn't insulted him. Hadn't dismissed him. Had, in fact, expressed genuine interest in who Draco might become, and in doing so, had implied that who Draco currently wasn't worth engaging with. For a boy whose entire identity was built on the borrowed grandeur of the Malfoy name, this was existentially threatening. The first escalation came in the second week of October. Harry was walking to herbology with Neville, who had been gradually relaxing in Harry's presence, standing straighter, speaking more readily, occasionally venturing opinions without immediately apologizing for having them, when Malfoy and his twin shadows appeared in the corridor ahead, blocking the way. "Longbottom," Draco said, in the tone of someone identifying a species of insect. "Still carrying that toad around? My father says only the most pathetic wizards keep toads. Then again, he says the same about the Longbottom family in general." Crabbe and Goyle produced sounds that were technically laughter. Neville flushed scarlet. His hand went instinctively to his pocket, where Trevor presumably sat in amphibian oblivion. "My gran gave me Trevor," Neville said, but his voice came out thin and uncertain. "Your gran?" Draco loaded the word with contempt. "Because your parents can't give you anything, can they? Not from the permanent ward at St. Mungo's. Are they still drooling, Longbottom? Do they recognize you yet, or, Draco?" Harry said it quietly. One word, no heat in it, but something in the quality of his voice made Malfoy stop mid-sentence the way a person stops when they hear a branch crack in a dark forest. "Walk with me," Harry said. Not to Neville. To Draco. Malfoy blinked. "What? Walk with me. I want to talk to you." Harry looked at Crabbe and Goyle. "Alone." Crabbe and Goyle looked at Malfoy for instructions. Draco hesitated, his script didn't cover this scenario, then jutted his chin forward. "Fine. Wait here," he told his bodyguards, and fell into step beside Harry as they moved down a side corridor. Harry walked in silence for a few paces, letting the distance from their audience grow. Then he stopped, leaned against a windowsill, and looked at Draco with the unhurried attention of someone who had all the time in the world. "What do you actually know about the Longbottoms?" Harry asked. Draco crossed his arms. "They're a declining pureblood family. His parents were tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange and 3 other Death Eaters. The Cruciatus Curse applied for hours. Frank and Alice Longbottom were 2 of the most talented Aurors of their generation. They held out longer than anyone thought possible." Harry let the word settle. "Your aunt did that, Draco. Your mother's sister." Draco's face didn't change, but something behind his eyes flinched. What happened to the Longbottoms wasn't decline. It was atrocity. And Neville carries that weight every single day, and he still shows up, still tries, still puts himself out there knowing that people like you will use his parents' suffering as a punchline. Harry paused. That's courage. Real courage. The kind that doesn't come with a family crest. "You don't know what you're talking about," Draco said, but the rehearsed edge was missing. He sounded like a boy reciting lines he'd suddenly realized he didn't understand. "What does your father tell you about the war, Draco? The real version, not the one about Imperius curses and unfortunate misunderstandings." Draco's jaw tightened. "My father was a Death Eater. Voluntarily. He took the mark, attended the revels, and when Voldemort fell, he bought his way out of Azkaban with gold and convenient lies." Harry's voice remained steady, factual, entirely without judgment. "I'm not telling you this to hurt you. I'm telling you because someone should, and no one in your life has the courage or the motivation to do it. You're lying. You know I'm not." Silence. The corridor was empty, autumn light slanting through the windows, dust motes floating in the air between them. Draco Malfoy stood very still, and Harry watched the internal battle play out across his face, loyalty warring with doubt, identity clashing with evidence, the desperate need to believe in the world as his father had described it, struggling against the quiet, devastating certainty that Harry's words carried. "Why are you telling me this?" Draco said at last. His voice was smaller than Harry had heard it. "Younger. Because you're 11 years old, and you're standing at a crossroads, and the path your father set you on leads somewhere very dark." Harry met his eyes. "You're not a bad person, Draco. Not yet. You're a boy doing what he thinks is expected of him. But there's going to come a day when doing what's expected and doing what's right are two very different things, and I'd like you to be ready for that." Draco stared at him for a long moment. Then something shuddered behind his eyes, a defensive mechanism engaging, walls going up, and he straightened, lifted his chin, and sneered. "Save the sermon, Potter. You don't know me, and you don't know my family." He turned and walked away. His stride was stiff, his shoulders rigid, and he didn't look back. Harry watched him go and didn't push. Seeds took time. Some took years. He had those. When he returned to Neville, the other boy was standing alone in the corridor, Trevor clutched to his chest, looking at Harry with wide eyes. "You didn't hex him," Neville said, as if this were the most astonishing thing he'd ever witnessed. "No. Why not?" Harry considered the question. "Because a hex would have made him angry. What I said might make him think. And thinking is more dangerous than anger." Neville processed this slowly, thoroughly, the way he processed everything. Then he nodded once, decisively, and they walked to herbology together. The midnight duel was announced the following week, which told Harry two useful things about Draco Malfoy: 1, that the conversation had rattled him enough to need a reassertion of dominance, and 2, that his strategies for reasserting dominance were borrowed directly from his father's playbook and were therefore predictable. Ron brought the message, equal parts outraged and excited. "Malfoy challenged you. Trophy room, midnight. He said he'd bring Crabbe as his second. I told him I'd be yours." "That's very brave of you, Ron." "So we're going." "We're going." They went. Harry brought his wand and a mild sense of curiosity about how the evening would unfold. He already knew Malfoy wouldn't show, and he was reasonably sure Filch had been tipped off, but the opportunity to be legitimately wandering the castle after hours had strategic value. Ron crept through the corridors in a state of high alert, his freckled face alternating between terror and determination. Harry walked beside him with the relaxed awareness of someone who had mapped every corridor, every hidden passage, every moving staircase in the castle during his first week of late-night wandering. The trophy room was empty. No Malfoy. "The little coward," Ron hissed. "He never meant to show up." Harry held up a hand. Listened. Footsteps. Shuffling. The distinctive wheeze of a man who had spent too many years breathing dungeon air and nursing a grudge against every student who'd ever existed. "Filch," Harry said. Malfoy tipped him off. "Back door, now." They moved, Harry leading, Ron following, both of them silent on the ancient flagstones. Harry navigated the castle's nighttime geography with an ease that Ron didn't question, because he was too busy being terrified, and by the time Filch's lantern light appeared in the trophy room doorway, they were 3 corridors away and climbing. Harry let his feet carry him where instinct suggested. When they reached the 3rd-floor corridor, the forbidden one, the one Dumbledore had so helpfully announced was off-limits, Harry paused. "Harry, we shouldn't be here," Ron whispered. "This is the corridor. The one that, I know." Harry pushed open the door. The Cerberus was sleeping. 3 heads, each the size of a small car, resting on massive paws, breath coming in deep, rumbling snores that shook the dust on the floor. It was magnificent, in the way that all apex predators are magnificent, beautiful and terrible in equal measure, a creature designed by nature or magic for the singular purpose of making other things dead. Ron made a sound like a kettle reaching boil. Harry put a hand on his arm. "Breathe, Ron. It's sleeping. Look, there." He pointed to the floor beneath the creature's paws. A trapdoor. This thing is guarding something. Something that's worth risking getting eaten for. Ron's voice was an octave higher than usual. Considerably. Harry studied the setup with the clinical eye of someone evaluating a security system. The Cerberus was Layer 1, impressive against students, useless against anyone who knew the trick. Music. Orpheus and the three-headed dog. Any competent researcher would know that. Below the trapdoor, he could sense additional protections, layered enchantments, each with a different magical signature. He identified 6 distinct contributors. Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, and Dumbledore himself. Each had contributed a challenge, a test, a barrier. It was, Harry reflected, approximately as secure as a locked diary against someone with genuine intent. The protections were designed to be solvable, not impenetrable barriers, but puzzles that rewarded knowledge, skill, and courage. They were a test. A gauntlet. Designed for someone specific. Designed for him. The realization settled into his chest with a cold, precise clarity. Dumbledore had built this entire elaborate setup, the stone's presence, the protections, the theatrical, forbidden corridor, announcement that practically begged curious students to investigate, as a test for Harry Potter. A trial by fire. A way to evaluate the boy, to push him, to shape his development through carefully orchestrated challenge. It was manipulative. It was dangerous, other students could stumble in here. It was also, Harry had to admit, exactly the kind of thing he would have expected from a man who treated people as pieces on a chessboard. Harry. Ron tugged his arm. Can we go? Before it wakes up. Yes, Harry said. Let's go. They retreated. Ron was shaking with residual adrenaline, already composing the story he'd tell the others. Harry's mind was working on a different level entirely, mapping the protections he'd sensed, calculating timelines, evaluating the players. Quirrell would make his move eventually. The question was when, and the answer would depend on how quickly Voldemort could work out the Mirror of Erised, which was almost certainly the final protection, the one Dumbledore considered truly secure. Harry had time. He always had time. But the clock was ticking nonetheless. The library became their territory, Harry's and Hermione's. Not officially, of course. The library belonged to Madame Pants, who guarded it with the jealous ferocity of a dragon guarding eggs. But in the practical sense, the far corner near the restricted section, behind the shelves of outdated alchemy texts that nobody touched, became the place where Harry and Hermione met almost every evening to study, discuss, argue, and slowly, carefully, build something that neither of them had a name for yet. It started with magic. Hermione had a list. She always had a list. October 7th, she said, unrolling a piece of parchment covered in her precise, tiny handwriting. Charms class. You performed a non-verbal levitation charm. Professor Flitwick noticed. You passed it off as accidental. Harry leaned back in his chair and said nothing. October 12th. Transfiguration. You helped Neville correct his wand movement for the matchstick-to-needle spell. The correction you suggested isn't in the textbook. I checked. It's not in any textbook available in the Hogwarts library. I then checked Bathilda Bagshot supplementary materials, the Transfiguration journals going back to 1950, and the reference section. Nothing. Harry examined the ceiling. October 19th. History of Magic. You fell asleep. A pause. While sleeping, you murmured something in a language I couldn't identify. I wrote it down phonetically and cross-referenced it with every language index in the library. The closest match I could find was pre-medieval Brythonic, which has been dead for over 1,000 years. Harry looked at her. She looked back. The library was quiet around them, the scratching of distant quills and the occasional rustle of pages the only sounds. You're keeping notes on me, he said. I'm keeping notes on everything. That's what I do. She tapped the parchment. But you generate more notes than everything else combined. Harry, the things you know, the things you do, they don't add up. You're not a gifted first year. You're something else entirely, and I've been trying to figure out what for weeks, and I can't, and it's driving me mad. There was no anger in her voice. No accusation. Just the pure, burning frustration of a mind that had encountered a puzzle it couldn't solve, and Hermione Granger did not tolerate unsolved puzzles. Harry studied her face. The set of her jaw. The intensity in her brown eyes. The way her fingers gripped the parchment, tight, controlled, the fingers of someone who expresses emotion through precision rather than volume. He'd been alone for 100 years. A century of silence, of carrying every thought, every discovery, every moment of terror and triumph and despair entirely within himself. The prospect of sharing even a fraction of that weight with another person was simultaneously the most appealing and most terrifying thing he could imagine. "What would you do," he said slowly, "if I told you something that you couldn't explain? Something that would challenge everything you think you know about how magic works?" Hermione considered this with the seriousness it deserved. "I would ask questions until I understood it. And if I couldn't understand it, I would accept that my current framework was insufficient and start building a better one." "You wouldn't panic?" "I'm a Muggle-born witch who discovered magic exists 4 months ago. My current framework gets demolished on a weekly basis. I'm getting used to it." Harry almost laughed. It came out as a breath of air through his nose, but the smile was real. "I've had more time to study than most people would believe, Hermione." "How much time?" He held her gaze. "More than you're going to be comfortable with." She waited. She didn't push, didn't demand, didn't fill the silence with nervous chatter. She just sat there, patient and present, offering him the space to say as much or as little as he chose. It was the exact right response. She couldn't have known that. She was 11, she didn't have a century of experience reading people, but some things are instinctive, and Hermione Granger's instinct for emotional truth was as sharp as her intellect. "I can't tell you everything," Harry said. "Not yet. There are things in play that are bigger than either of us, and some of what I know would put you in danger if the wrong people found out you knew it." "That's not a no," Hermione said. "No. It's not. Then I'll wait." She rolled up her parchment, her list, her evidence, her months of careful observation, and tucked it into her bag. "But Harry?" "Yes. Whatever it is, whatever's happened to you, I want you to know that it doesn't change anything for me. You're my friend. That comes first." The word friend hit him somewhere deep and unprotected. He'd prepared himself for many things during his century of training: combat, politics, dark magic, temporal mechanics, but he'd had no way to prepare for the simple, devastating power of someone choosing to care about him. "Thank you, Hermione," he said, and his voice was steady because he'd spent decades learning to keep it steady, but something in his eyes must have shone through, because her expression softened and she reached across the table and briefly squeezed his hand. Her fingers were warm. Real. Present. He didn't pull away. The Slytherin boy was named Theodore Ashworth, and he was 12 years old, and he was being tortured by mail. Harry noticed because Harry noticed everything, a consequence of a century spent developing observational skills to compensate for the complete absence of other people to observe. He noticed the way Ashworth flinched when the morning owls arrived. The way his hands shook when he opened certain letters, not all of them, just the ones sealed with dark red wax and a family crest that featured a serpent eating its own tail. The way he sat slightly apart from the other Slytherins, occupying the space between group membership and isolation that marked someone who belonged nowhere. He noticed the marks, too. Not physical, nothing so crude. But there were moments when Ashworth's eyes went glassy and his movements became mechanical, puppet-like, as if something else were pulling his strings. Compulsion magic. Someone was using the letters to deliver enchantments, subtle, insidious things that bypassed Hogwarts mail screening wards because they weren't technically dark objects. They were just parchment and ink and magic woven so deeply into the words that reading them activated the spells. Harry recognized the technique. He'd studied it during year 43, during a phase of intense research into the darker applications of runic theory. It was old magic, predating the Ministry's classification system, technically legal because it had never been specifically banned. The kind of loophole that old pure-blood families kept in their back pockets for exactly this purpose. The moral calculus was straightforward. A child was being hurt. Harry could stop it. The question was how, and what stopping it would cost. Direct intervention meant exposing capabilities that he was carefully concealing. Breaking compulsion wards of that sophistication required knowledge that no first year should possess. Even a gifted prodigy would raise questions. And questions, at this stage, were dangerous. Going through channels meant telling Dumbledore, or McGonagall, or Snape. It meant trusting the system to protect a Slytherin student from his own family. Harry's faith in the system's willingness to challenge wealthy pure-blood families was, to put it charitably, limited. He chose a third path. On a Tuesday evening, he followed Ashworth to the library. The boy sat alone at a table, staring at an open textbook without reading it, his right hand occasionally twitching in a way that suggested the compulsion was active, a low-level directive, perhaps to study, to perform, to maintain the family reputation through academic excellence regardless of the psychological cost. Harry sat down across from him. Ashworth looked up with the startled, defensive expression of a small animal that had learned to expect pain from proximity. "Theodore Ashworth," Harry said. "What do you want, Potter?" "To help. If you'll let me." Ashworth's eyes narrowed. The suspicion was deep and automatic, the kind that gets burned into a person when trust has been weaponized against them repeatedly. "I don't need help. The compulsion magic in your family's letters says otherwise." Ashworth went very still. The color drained from his face in a way that confirmed everything Harry had suspected. The boy knew what was being done to him, knew it on some level, but had never heard anyone else name it aloud. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, but his voice cracked. "It's runic-based," Harry continued, keeping his voice low and even. "Embedded in the ink. The wards on the castle's mail system can't detect it because it's not classified as a dark artifact, it's a directed enchantment that activates on reading. Old technique. Very sophisticated. Probably been in your family for generations." He paused. "It's also illegal under the 1689 Statute of Personal Magical Sovereignty, but that law hasn't been enforced in 200 years, so your family probably doesn't worry about it." Ashworth stared at him. His mouth was slightly open. He was, Harry realized, on the verge of either crying or running, and either response would attract attention they didn't need. "Breathe," Harry said. "Nobody's watching. I'm not going to tell anyone about this without your permission." "How do you know?" Ashworth whispered. "How could you possibly? You're a first year, I read a lot." The familiar deflection. "Theodore. Can I see one of the letters?" A long pause. Ashworth's hands were shaking. Then, with the slow, reluctant motion of someone pulling a splinter from their own flesh, he reached into his bag and withdrew a folded piece of parchment sealed with dark red wax. Harry took it. Held it to the light. His mage sight, a skill he'd developed in year 62, painstakingly training his perception to detect magical emanations directly, showed him the enchantment layered into the ink like a second text written beneath the first. It was elegant, vicious work. Multiple compulsion threads woven together, obedience, performance anxiety, emotional suppression, and underneath it all, a deep, persistent loyalty override that would make Ashworth defend his family against any outside interference. That last thread was the cruelest. It meant Ashworth would resist help even as he desperately needed it. The enchantment was self-protecting. Harry set the letter down. Ashworth was watching him with an expression that toggled between hope and terror. "I can break these," Harry said. "All of them. It'll take about 10 minutes. If my family finds out, they won't find out from me. The compulsions will simply stop working. You'll tell your family whatever you need to tell them. If they send new letters with new enchantments, I'll break those too. Why? The question was raw. Stripped of pretense. The voice of a child who had spent his entire life in a cage and was being offered a key by a stranger. Why would you help me? Harry looked at him. Saw the hollow eyes, the hunched shoulders, the defensive hunch of a body that had learned to make itself small. Saw, beneath it, the exhaustion and the fear and the desperate, stubborn will to survive that kept the boy functioning despite everything. He thought about a cupboard under the stairs. About years of locked doors and withheld meals and the casual, grinding cruelty of people who had been given a child and treated him like an inconvenience. He thought about a different kind of cage, a pocket dimension without walls or boundaries, which was somehow worse than a cupboard because at least a cupboard had edges you could push against. Because someone should have helped you a long time ago, Harry said. And no one did. And I know what that feels like. Ashworth's eyes filled. He blinked hard, jaw clenching, fighting it. Harry drew his wand and got to work. The compulsions were complex, but he dismantled far worse during his decades of study. He worked methodically, peeling away layers of enchantment with the precision of a surgeon, careful not to trigger the self-protection mechanisms that would cause Ashworth psychological distress if the compulsions were removed too abruptly. It took 8 minutes. When the last thread dissolved, Ashworth took a sharp breath, the sudden, gulping inhalation of someone surfacing from deep water, and his eyes cleared, and for the first time since Harry had seen him, the boy's expression was entirely his own. "Oh," Ashworth whispered. "Oh, God." "Give it time," Harry said. "The echoes will fade. You might feel disoriented for a few days, that's normal. The compulsions have been shaping your emotional landscape for years. It'll take a while for your natural responses to reassert themselves." Ashworth nodded, dazed. Then he looked at Harry with an expression of such naked gratitude that Harry had to look away. "Thank you," the boy said. I can't, you don't owe me anything," Harry said. "Just do me a favor." "Anything. If you see someone else suffering the way you were, don't look away." Ashworth nodded again. Wiped his eyes. Gathered his things and left the library with a stride that was slightly less hunched, slightly more his own, the first step of a long road back to personhood. Harry sat alone at the table and stared at the letter. The enchantment was dead, just ink and parchment now, the words of a controlling family rendered impotent. He burned it with a quiet incendio and vanished the ashes. The next morning, he sent an anonymous tip to the Office of Magical Law Enforcement, a carefully worded letter, untraceable, describing the Ashworth family's use of compulsion magic and citing the relevant statutes. He didn't expect immediate action. The wheels of magical bureaucracy ground slowly, especially when pure-blood families were involved. But the complaint would be on record, and records had a way of becoming useful at opportune moments. 2 days later, he noticed Ashworth sitting slightly closer to his Slytherin housemates at lunch. Not fully integrated, that would take time, but no longer occupying the exile's perimeter. The boy caught Harry's eye across the great hall and gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Harry nodded back. Nobody else noticed the exchange. That was fine. Some things didn't need an audience. Halloween arrived draped in bat-shaped streamers and the smell of pumpkin, and the great hall was a riot of floating jack-o'-lanterns and excited chatter when Professor Quirrell burst through the doors screaming about a troll in the dungeons. Harry was on his feet before Quirrell hit the floor. Not because of the troll. A mountain troll in the dungeons was a problem, certainly, but it was a manageable problem. The professors were more than capable of handling it. What moved Harry out of his seat was the realization, crystallizing even as Dumbledore called for prefects to escort students to their dormitories, that Hermione didn't know. She wasn't at the feast. She'd been in the first-floor girls' bathroom since mid-afternoon, crying, because Ron had said something careless about her during charms. It's no wonder she hasn't got any friends, and the words had cut deeper than Ron could have imagined, because they landed on scar tissue. Hermione had spent her entire pre-Hogwarts life being the girl with no friends, and Ron's casual cruelty had ripped the scab off a wound she'd been carefully pretending was healed. Harry had planned to find her after the feast. Now he didn't have time to plan. He moved against the flow of students being herded toward dormitories. In the chaos of 400 panicking children, it wasn't difficult: a step sideways, a shadow, a corridor, and he was clear of the crowd and moving fast. Not running. Walking with the ground-eating stride of someone who knew exactly where they were going and exactly what they'd find there. The smell hit him first. Mountain trolls had a distinctive odor, a combination of old socks, open sewer, and something uniquely petrochemical that defied pleasant description. It was coming from the first floor. Harry rounded the corner and saw it. The troll was 12 feet tall and the color of concrete, with arms like tree trunks and a club the size of a small battering ram. It had already smashed through the bathroom door, the frame was splinters, the wall cracked, dust and rubble everywhere. Inside, Harry could hear water from burst pipes and a sound that sent ice through his veins: Hermione screaming. Not with fear. With effort. She'd pulled herself under the sinks, dodging falling debris, using what cover the ruined bathroom provided. Smart. Brave. But entirely inadequate against something that could reduce a stone wall to gravel with a single swing. Harry stepped through the shattered doorway. The troll had its back to him. It was raising the club for another overhead swing, aiming at the sinks where Hermione was sheltered. She was pressed against the far wall, wand in hand but eyes wide with the paralysis of someone who has never faced genuine mortal danger before and whose body has elected to stop cooperating at the worst possible moment. Harry's wand was already in his hand. He didn't remember drawing it. A century of combat training had made certain actions as automatic as breathing, threat detected, weapon drawn, response initiated, all of it happening in the space between heartbeats. He could have used a stunning spell. Standard procedure, appropriate force, defensible in any inquiry. A stunner strong enough to drop a mountain troll would be impressive for a first year, certainly, but not inexplicable. He could have levitated the club, as the textbooks would suggest. A clever application of basic charms, well within the bounds of what a quick-thinking student might attempt. He could have done many things that would have been adequate, that would have maintained his cover, that would have been enough. But the club was coming down, and Hermione was under it, and Harry Potter had spent 100 years learning how to destroy things that threatened the people he cared about, and in that moment, in the fraction of a second between seeing the danger and acting, he didn't think about cover stories or strategic restraint or the careful equilibrium he'd been maintaining for weeks. He thought about a girl with ink-stained fingers and impossible questions and the first real conversation he'd had in a century. 3 spells. Non-verbal, wandless on the first, wand directed on the second and third. Elapsed time, 1.5 seconds. The first was a spatial anchor, a fixed-point charm that froze the club in mid-descent, arresting its momentum as completely as if it had been embedded in stone. The troll's arms jerked against the sudden stop, and it grunted in bovine confusion. The second was a targeted nerve disruption hex, applied to the motor centers of the troll's brain with the precision of a scalpel. The creature's legs buckled. Its arms went limp. The club, released from its grip, remained fixed in the air where the spatial anchor held it. The third was a controlled descent charm that lowered the troll's unconscious body to the floor with almost absurd gentleness, settling it onto the wet tile like a parent lowering a child into a crib. The bathroom went quiet. Water dripped from burst pipes. Dust settled. Harry released the spatial anchor. The club clattered to the floor. Hermione was staring at him from beneath the sinks. Her robes were torn. There was a cut on her cheek from flying debris. Her eyes were enormous. She'd seen everything. The speed. The precision. The casual, devastating efficiency of it. 3 spells, 1.5 seconds, a 12-foot mountain troll reduced from mortal threat to unconscious obstacle without Harry's expression changing once. "Are you hurt?" Harry asked. Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. She started. She stopped. Recalibrated. Started over. I'm fine. I'm fine. Cut on my cheek, nothing serious. Her voice was shaking, but her mind was already working. He could see it, the gears turning behind her eyes, cataloging, analyzing, filing. Harry, that wasn't, footsteps. Voices. The professors were coming. Harry moved quickly. A wave of his wand vanished the worst of the debris. Another subtle charm cleaned the magical residue from the air, the telltale signatures that would have told any competent witch or wizard that the spells used here were far beyond first-year level. By the time McGonagall burst through the ruined doorway, followed by Snape and Quirrell, the scene looked like exactly what Harry wanted it to look like, an unconscious troll, a frightened girl, and a boy who'd gotten lucky. What on earth? McGonagall's eyes swept the scene. Miss Granger. Mr. Potter. Explain yourselves. Hermione stepped forward. And in an act of quick thinking that earned Harry's genuine admiration, she lied. It was my fault, Professor. I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them, and I thought I could handle it. Harry came to find me and, she glanced at the troll, he knocked it out. With its own club. Levitated it and dropped it on the troll's head. McGonagall looked at the troll. Looked at Harry. Looked at the club, which was indeed lying near the troll's head in a position consistent with Hermione's story. Mr. Potter managed to levitate a mountain troll's club. McGonagall said, her voice carrying the precise mixture of skepticism and reluctant admiration that Harry had been hoping for. Adrenaline, Professor, Harry said. McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. Then she awarded Gryffindor 5 points, for sheer dumb luck, and deducted 5 from Hermione for recklessness, and sent them both to Gryffindor Tower. Snape lingered. His dark eyes moved across the bathroom with the methodical attention of a crime scene investigator, and Harry saw the moment he noticed the discrepancy. The troll's body was too neatly positioned, too carefully placed, for the result of a dropped club. Snape's gaze snapped to Harry, sharp and suspicious. Harry met it. Held it. Let Snape see exactly nothing. Snape's lip curled. He turned and limped away. Harry noticed the limp, noticed the bloodstain on his trouser leg, filed both away, and the bathroom was empty except for an unconscious troll and running water. Harry and Hermione walked back to Gryffindor Tower in silence. The corridor was dark, the castle settling around them with its nighttime sounds, and Hermione was quiet for so long that Harry thought she might wait until tomorrow to say anything. She didn't. You didn't levitate the club. No. The first spell, it froze the club in midair. That's a spatial anchor. I've read about them. They're Newt level at minimum. Some classifications put them at postgraduate. Yes. The second spell hit the troll's nervous system directly. That's not a stunner works on the magical core. You targeted the physical brain. That's medical magic. Healer level precision. Yes. And you did it all non-verbally, in less than 2 seconds, against a creature that most adult wizards would need a team to subdue. Yes. Hermione stopped walking. They were in an empty corridor, moonlight streaming through a high window, the sounds of the castle distant and muffled. She turned to face him. He expected interrogation. He expected fear, or anger, or the cold withdrawal of someone who has realized they're standing next to something they don't understand and can't control. What he got was Hermione Granger looking at him with an expression of absolute clarity and saying, quietly, "When you're ready to tell me, I'll listen." Harry stood very still. The moonlight caught the edges of Hermione's face, the cut on her cheek, already clotting, the set of her jaw, the steady certainty in her eyes. She wasn't afraid. She wasn't suspicious. She was choosing, consciously, deliberately, to trust him despite every rational reason not to. Something cracked inside him. Not dramatically, there was no breakdown, no tears, no century of repressed emotion suddenly bursting free. Just a quiet, private fracture in the wall he'd built around himself, a single stone loosening in a fortification he'd spent 100 years constructing. "Hermione," he said, and his voice was rough in a way he hadn't intended. "Thank you." She smiled. Small, warm, real. Then she turned and kept walking, and Harry followed, and neither of them spoke again until they reached the portrait hole. But something had shifted between them. A door had opened, not all the way, not yet, but enough to let light through. Enough to make the weight on Harry's shoulders fractionally, immeasurably lighter. The following week, Snape struck. Not with a confrontation, that would come later, but with a test. A precise, surgical test designed to measure exactly how much Harry Potter knew about potions, and by extension, exactly how far the boy's inexplicable abilities extended. The assignment was a burn-healing paste. Standard, straightforward, first-year appropriate. But the ingredients Snape provided were subtly wrong, not contaminated, but variant. The doxy eggs were from a southern European breed with slightly different protein composition. The Bubotuber pus was aged 6 weeks rather than 4. The Ashwinder eggshell was crushed too finely. It was a trap. A student following the textbook instructions with these specific ingredients would produce a paste that functioned but poorly, thin, unstable, effective for perhaps half the normal duration. Only someone who understood the why of potion making, the underlying chemical and magical interactions, not just the rote procedure, would recognize the variations and adjust accordingly. Harry recognized the trap in the first 30 seconds. The doxy egg's altered protein structure was obvious to someone who had spent 20 years studying comparative alchemical biology. He adjusted. Reduced the Bubotuber pus by a quarter measure to compensate for the extended aging. Added a single counterclockwise stir at the midpoint to stabilize the Ashwinder component. The result was not merely acceptable. It was perfect. A burn-healing paste of such quality that it could have been sold at Slug and Jiggers without modification. He realized his mistake as he was bottling it. He looked up and found Snape standing directly across the workbench, watching him with the focused intensity of a hawk that had just spotted movement in the grass. Too late to undo it. Harry set the bottle down and met Snape's gaze. "Remain after class, Potter," Snape said softly. The other students filed out. The dungeon emptied. Harry stood beside his workbench and waited while Snape stalked the room, extinguishing flames, vanishing failed potions, performing the end-of-class rituals with mechanical precision. When the door closed behind the last student, Snape turned on him. "The doxy eggs were Iberian, not British," Snape said. "The protein chains are 17% shorter. You adjusted your preparation method to compensate." Harry said nothing. "The Bubotuber pus was overaged. You reduced the quantity. The Ashwinder shell was overprocessed. You added a stabilizing stir at the midpoint, a technique that is not in the textbook, is not in any textbook published in the last century, and is drawn from a modification methodology that I published in the Journal of Practical Potions Research in 1985 under a pseudonym." Harry still said nothing. Snape stepped closer. His black eyes were burning with an intensity that went beyond professional suspicion into something more personal, more desperate. This wasn't a teacher confronting a student. This was a man confronting a mystery that struck at the heart of everything he believed about the world. "I have taught potions for 10 years, Snape said. In that decade, I have encountered exactly one student with genuine instinctive talent for the art. One. And she," his voice caught. "Barely. A crack so small that most people wouldn't have heard it. She is gone. So I ask myself, how does an 11-year-old boy, raised by muggles, with no prior magical education, walk into my classroom and brew like a master? I told you, sir. I've read, do not," Snape said, and his voice was quiet and dangerous, "insult my intelligence." Silence. The torches flickered. Something bubbled in a cauldron at the back of the room. Harry looked at Snape, really looked, with the full weight of a century's worth of perception and empathy. He saw the anger, yes. The suspicion. But beneath it, he saw what he'd always known was there, grief. Raw, unprocessed, permanent grief for a woman he'd loved and lost and never stopped mourning. "Professor," Harry said carefully, "what do you actually want to know?" "The truth." "The truth about what?" "How I learned potions. Why I adjusted the ingredients. Or something else?" Snape's jaw worked. "Your mother," he stopped. Started again. "Lily was the most naturally gifted potions student I ever taught beside. I recognized her talent because another stop. Another restart. I have looked for that talent in every student who has passed through this classroom for 10 years. I have never found it. And then you walk in, and he broke off. Turned away. His hands were clenched at his sides, the knuckles white. Harry waited. Let the silence do its work. Then he spoke, and he chose every word with the care of someone diffusing an explosive. "Professor. I know you loved my mother." Snape's back went rigid. "I know what you've sacrificed. I know about the vow. I know about the role you play, the part you maintain, the mask you wear, the cost of it. I know that you look at me and see my father, and I know how much that hurts, because my father was cruel to you and you have every reason to despise his memory." Snape turned slowly. His face was bloodless, stripped, the mask of contempt and indifference shattered. Beneath it was something raw and human and terrified. "How?" he whispered. "How could you possibly? I found my mother's journals," Harry said. "In the Potter vault. She wrote about you. About your friendship. About losing it. About how much it grieved her." He paused. "She never stopped caring about you, Professor. Even after everything. She wrote about you until the very end." Snape made a sound. Not a word, something older than language, something that came from a place beneath speech. He gripped the edge of the workbench with both hands and his head dropped forward, and for a moment, just a moment, the formidable, bitter, armored man that Severus Snape had constructed to survive the last 16 years simply wasn't there. There was only a person in pain, hearing news from a ghost. Harry gave him the moment. Didn't look away, because looking away would have been a form of dismissal, and this man had been dismissed enough. But he kept his gaze soft, respectful, present. "I am not my father," Harry said. "And I am not your enemy. I know that doesn't undo the years of seeing his face when you look at mine. But I'm telling you now, so that you know, and so that we can start from truth instead of assumption." Snape was quiet for a long time. When he finally looked up, his eyes were red-rimmed but dry, and his expression had rearranged itself into something more controlled, not the old mask, not entirely, but a new configuration. Cautious. Evaluating. "You are not what I expected," Snape said. "No, sir. I'm not." Another silence. Then Snape straightened. Pulled his robes into order. Rebuilt the armor, piece by piece, but left a crack, a small one, barely visible, where the new information could settle and take root. "Get out of my classroom, Potter," he said. Harry turned to leave. "Potter." He stopped. Snape was looking at him with an expression that cost him something. "Your adjustment to the Ashwinder preparation. The stabilizing stir. You performed it counterclockwise." "Yes, sir. My published method specifies clockwise. A beat." "I know," Harry said. "Counterclockwise is more effective. Your original instinct was right, you changed it to clockwise before publication because the journal's reviewers would have questioned it. The counterclockwise rotation creates a brief destabilization that paradoxically produces a stronger final bond. You know this. You've always known it." Snape stared at him. Something moved behind his eyes, not warmth, not yet, perhaps never that, but something that might, with time and patience, become the foundation for respect. "Get out," Snape said again, but the edge was gone. Harry left. The second anomaly was worse. It happened on a Thursday night, 3 weeks after the troll incident. Harry was in the Gryffindor common room, ostensibly studying, actually monitoring the low-level magical fluctuations that had been growing steadily more pronounced since the start of term. Hermione sat beside him, reading an advanced transfiguration text she'd convinced Madame Pants to let her borrow from the restricted section. Ron was across the room, losing spectacularly at chess against his own brother. Neville was attempting to write an essay on the properties of Moonstone and doing better at it than he would have a month ago. The fire crackled. Conversations murmured. Rain tapped against the windows in an irregular rhythm that made the common room feel like the inside of a drum. At 11:47 p.m., time stopped. Not metaphorically. Not subjectively. Actually stopped. The fire froze mid-crackle, flames arrested in perfect stillness, each tongue of fire a sculpture of light and heat. Rain paused against the windows, each drop a tiny glass bead suspended in the act of falling. The student stopped, Ron's hand extended toward a chess piece, Percy mid-turn of a page, a pair of third-year girls frozen in mid-laugh, their mouths open, their eyes bright with whatever joke had been in progress. Everything stopped. Everything except Harry. He set down his quill. Stood up slowly. The silence was absolute, not the absence of sound, but the absence of the capacity for sound. The air itself had stopped vibrating. Nothing could make noise in frozen time because noise required movement and movement required time. Harry had experienced this before. In the corridor, weeks ago, a brief stutter, a moment's freeze. But that had lasted a fraction of a second. This was sustained. Prolonged. Something was holding time still, and doing it with a power that made Harry's considerable abilities feel like a candle next to a star. He turned slowly, scanning the room. In the corner, near the bulletin board, something was wrong with the shadows. They were moving. In the frozen room, where nothing else could move, the shadows were shifting and folding and layering over themselves in patterns that hurt to look at directly, recursive geometries, angles that didn't exist in three-dimensional space, shapes that seemed to turn inward in directions that had no name. Something was manifesting. Something vast, pressing against the membrane of reality from the other side, using the frozen moment as a foothold. Harry drew his wand. The Hollywood was warm in his grip, the phoenix feather core resonating with something, not quite alarm, not quite recognition, but something between the two. The shadow in the corner folded. There was no other word for it. It folded along axes that shouldn't have existed, and for 2 seconds, 2 frozen, eternal seconds, Harry saw something looking back at him. Not a face. Not eyes. Something more fundamental than those, a presence, an awareness, an intelligence so vast and so alien that the human concept of looking was the closest approximation Harry's mind could produce. It occupied the shadows the way a person might occupy a glove, the shape roughly correct, the scale entirely wrong. It saw him. It knew him. And in the instant of contact, Harry felt something, a transmission, not of words but of pure concept, pressed into his mind with the force of a brand. I remember you. You used the key. You opened the door. I felt you inside the spaces between. 100 years of you, burning like a signal fire in the dark. I have been following that light ever since. Then time resumed. The fire crackled. The rain fell. Ron moved his chess piece. The third-year girls finished their laugh. Everything continued as if nothing had happened, as if the world hadn't just held its breath for 2 seconds while something impossible looked through the cracks. Everyone continued. Everyone except Harry. He was staring at the corner where the shadows had been. They were normal now, just shadows, cast by firelight, behaving exactly as shadows should. But on the arm of his chair, scorched into the wood with the precision of an engraving tool, was a symbol. A circle. Bisected by an hourglass. Overlaid with a web pattern. Harry touched it. The wood was warm under his fingers, the burn fresh, the symbol perfectly rendered. He recognized it from the oldest texts in the vault, the ones written by the people who had created the Loom of Hours. He'd seen it in margins, in footnotes, in the coded references that the ancient authors used when they wrote about the order they'd founded to guard the boundaries of time. The seal of the Custodes Temporis. The guardians of time. Someone knew what he'd done. Someone who understood the loom, who knew about the Weaver, who had been watching for exactly this kind of breach. And they'd left him a calling card. Harry looked around the common room. Hermione was reading, absorbed in her text, unaware that anything had happened. Ron was arguing cheerfully about chess strategy. Neville was chewing his quill, staring at a sentence he'd crossed out twice. Normal. Safe. Alive. Blissfully unaware of the thing that had just pressed its face against the window of reality and smiled. Harry sat back down. Picked up his quill. Resumed his essay. His hand was not shaking. His breathing was steady. His expression was calm. But beneath the surface, behind the acclimacy barriers that walled off the real Harry Potter from the performance he maintained, something cold and vast had settled into his chest. The Weaver was real. He'd suspected, the texts had been clear, the theoretical framework sound, but suspicion and certainty were different countries, and he'd just crossed the border. The Weaver was real, and it was awake, and it knew him. It had been following him since the moment he'd activated the loom, following the traces of temporal displacement he'd left in the fabric of reality like footprints in snow. 100 years of signal, burning in the spaces between seconds, and the Weaver had homed in on it the way a predator homes in on wounded prey. And now someone else was watching too. The Custodes Temporis, an order he'd thought was defunct, dissolved, absorbed into the mists of history. Still active. Still vigilant. Coming for him, or coming for the Weaver, or both. Harry finished his essay. Cleaned his quill. Said goodnight to Hermione, who looked up from her book with a smile that made the cold thing in his chest warm fractionally. He climbed the stairs to his dormitory. Drew the curtains around his bed. Pulled the Loom of Hours from his pocket and held it in the darkness. It was warm. Warmer than it should have been. The liquid starlight inside the hourglass was agitated, churning, glowing with a faint, pulsing light that cast moving shadows across the inside of his curtains. Through its crystal surface, if he looked carefully, if he let his mage sight open and his perception shift and his awareness expand beyond the normal boundaries of human cognition, he could see something moving. Something vast and patient and endlessly complex, woven through the spaces between moments like a spider in a web too large to comprehend. Something that was slowly, deliberately, thread by thread, weaving its way toward the surface. Harry closed his hand around the loom and felt the century he'd spent inside it pulse against his palm like a second heartbeat. 100 years, and he still wasn't ready. Not for this. He lay in the dark and listened to the other boys sleep, Dean's even breathing, Seamus's occasional mutter, Ron's enthusiastic snoring, Neville's quiet, restful silence, and he thought about what was coming. Voldemort was a chess piece. A powerful one, dangerous and cunning, but ultimately a piece on a board that could be mapped and understood. Harry knew his moves. Knew his Horcruxes. Knew his weaknesses. Voldemort was a problem with a solution. The Weaver was not a problem with a solution. The Weaver was a fundamental force, something that existed outside the normal parameters of reality, that treated time itself as a medium to be manipulated rather than a law to be obeyed. It couldn't be hexed or outwitted or destroyed in any conventional sense. It was the thread from which the tapestry of time was woven, or perhaps the needle that did the weaving, and it had been imprisoned by people whose magic made Dumbledore look like a first year. And now its prison was cracking. Because of him. Because an 11-year-old boy had been desperate and alone and had reached for a tool he didn't understand, and the tool had worked exactly as designed, and the cost of that working was a fracture in barriers that had held for millennia. Harry pressed the loom against his forehead. Felt its warmth spread across his skin. Felt the century inside it thrumming with potential and memory and the accumulated weight of a lifetime spent in preparation. He'd trained for 100 years. He'd mastered magic that most wizards didn't know existed. He'd pushed himself past every limit he'd found, shattered every ceiling, and kept going when there was nothing left to learn and nothing left to do but refine what he already knew. And it might not be enough. Harry closed his eyes. Let the sounds of sleeping boys wash over him. Let the warmth of the loom pulse against his forehead like a heartbeat. Tomorrow. Tomorrow he'd deal with Dumbledore's chess moves and Quirrell's plotting and the careful, exhausting work of being 11 years old in a body he'd outgrown decades ago. Tonight, he'd let himself feel it. The fear. The loneliness. The weight. Just for tonight. Then he'd get up and do what he'd always done, put one foot in front of the other, and keep walking, because stopping wasn't something he knew how to do anymore. The rain had stopped. Beyond the curtains, beyond the dormitory windows, the clouds had broken, and starlight was filtering through, faint, distant, ancient. Real stars. Real light. Real world. He held on to that. And eventually, somewhere in the small hours of the morning, Harry Potter, 111 years old in a child's body, carrying the weight of a century in the knowledge of what was coming, closed his eyes, and slept. Chapter 3, Threads of the Loom. December wrapped Hogwarts in silence and snow, and Harry discovered that winter was the season he'd missed most. Not the cold, he'd created cold in the pocket dimension, simulated frost and ice and the bite of wind against skin. But simulation was a poor substitute for the real thing. Real winter had texture. The way snow crunched under boots with a sound that was slightly different every time. The way cold air tasted when you breathed it in, sharp and clean and carrying the faint mineral scent of frozen water. The way the castle changed, its stones contracting in the cold, its magic shifting to compensate, the wards taking on a deeper, slower resonance like a heartbeat settling into sleep. Harry stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower on the first morning of the Christmas holidays and watched the snow fall over the grounds and felt something so vast and simple that it took him a moment to identify it. Peace. Not the disciplined calm of occlumency. Not the hard-won equilibrium of a century's emotional management. Just peace, ordinary, fragile, human peace, at the sight of something beautiful. The common room was nearly empty. Most students had gone home for the holidays. The Weasleys had stayed, Ron, Fred, George, and Percy, because their parents were visiting Charlie in Romania. Hermione had stayed too, which had surprised Harry. She'd originally planned to go home. My parents understand, she told him the week before, with the particular tone she used when she was trying very hard to sound casual about something that mattered enormously. I told them I wanted to use the library over the break. There's a research project I'm working on. A research project, Harry had repeated. Yes. She'd met his eyes. About temporal mechanics. He'd said nothing. She'd said nothing further. They'd returned to their essays, and the silence between them had been full of things unsaid, but it was a comfortable fullness, the silence of two people who knew they'd get there eventually. Now she was curled in an armchair by the fire, already reading, her hair tied back in a messy bun that was losing its structural integrity by the minute. She looked up when Harry came down from the dormitory. "Happy Christmas Eve," she said. "Happy Christmas Eve. There's toast. And Ron's already eaten most of the sausages, but I saved you some." She gestured at a plate on the side table, covered with a warming charm. "You always forget to eat in the mornings." The observation was casual, offhand, the kind of thing a friend says without thinking. Harry picked up the plate and sat in the chair beside hers, and the warmth of the fire and the smell of toast and the simple, unremarkable kindness of someone saving him breakfast settled into his chest like a stone sinking into still water. 100 years. 100 years of feeding himself in the pocket dimension, conjuring food from the loom's ambient magic, eating meals that were nutritionally complete and texturally accurate and utterly, devastatingly empty of the one ingredient that no spell could replicate, the knowledge that someone else had prepared it for you because they cared whether you were hungry. He ate the sausages. They were good. Thank you, Hermione. She smiled without looking up from her book. You're welcome. Christmas morning arrived with the muffled excitement of stockings and paper and Ron Weasley's voice rising from beneath a pile of wrapping like a submarine surfacing. Harry. Harry, wake up. Presents. Harry was already awake. He'd been awake since 4, sitting on his bed in the dark, listening to the castle breathe. But he let Ron's enthusiasm pull him into the morning ritual, the tumble downstairs, the common room scattered with parcels, the particular chaos of teenagers experiencing generosity. Ron had presents from his family, a sweater, fudge, a second-hand copy of 12 fail-safe ways to charm witches that had probably been Fred's idea of a joke. Hermione had gifts from her parents, Muggle things, books and chocolate and a letter that she read with the private, careful attention of someone whose family was everything even when they were far away. Harry had presents. The realization hit him before the reality. He had presents. Someone, multiple someones, had thought of him, had chosen things for him, had wrapped them and sent them and expected nothing in return except the pleasure of giving. He opened Hagrid's first. A rough wooden flute, hand-carved, slightly lopsided. When Harry blew into it, it produced a sound that was surprisingly sweet, not a trained musician's tone, but honest and warm, like Hagrid himself. Then the Weasley sweater. It was emerald green, hand-knitted, slightly too large, with a golden H on the front. Harry held it up and looked at it, and something inside him went very quiet. "Oh, Mum sent you one too," Ron said, pulling on his own maroon sweater with the resigned air of someone who had been losing the color argument for 11 years. "She always makes them. Yours is better than mine, she always makes nicer ones for guests." Harry pressed the sweater against his chest. The wool was soft. It smelled like the burrow would smell, he imagined, cooking and warmth and the particular scent of a house where people loved each other loudly and imperfectly and without reservation. Molly Weasley had never met him. She knew him only as Ron's friend, the orphan boy who had no family and nowhere to go for Christmas. And she had knitted him a sweater. Not because she had to. Not because she wanted something. But because there was a child in the world without a mother to knit for him, and Molly Weasley was constitutionally incapable of letting that stand. "Harry." Ron was watching him. "You all right, mate?" "Fine," Harry said. His voice was steady. His eyes were burning. "I'm fine. Just, excuse me a moment." He took the sweater and walked to the dormitory. Sat on his bed. Held the sweater in both hands and pressed it against his face and breathed in the smell of wool and kindness and maternal love, and the century cracked open inside him like ice breaking on a river. Year 47. He'd turned 58 in the pocket dimension, chronologically, because physical aging had stopped at 11, because the loom preserved the body even as it couldn't preserve the mind. He'd made himself a birthday cake from conjured ingredients. It had tasted like nothing, because conjured food always tasted like nothing after the first decade. He'd sat at a table he'd built himself in a room he'd designed himself in a world that existed only because he willed it, and he'd eaten his nothing cake and he'd said, "Happy birthday," out loud because the sound of his own voice was the only proof he had that he still existed. Then he'd cleaned up. Washed the plate. Put it away. Sat in the silence. And he'd cried. Not the desperate, heaving sobs of the early years, he'd burned through those by year 5, but the slow, heavy, waterlogged weeping of a person who has accepted that their situation is permanent and is grieving not for what they've lost but for what they will never have. The particular, corrosive grief of total isolation. He'd cried for 3 hours. Then he'd washed his face, opened a textbook, and kept going. Because what else was there to do? Now, sitting on his bed in Gryffindor Tower, a green sweater pressed against his face. Harry felt the ghost of that grief brush against his consciousness like fingers trailing across old scar tissue. He didn't cry. He'd learned to process emotion more efficiently than that. A century of practice had given him the ability to feel things fully without being consumed by them. But he sat with it. Let it move through him. Acknowledged the enormity of it. A sweater. A simple, hand-knitted sweater from a woman he'd never met. And it meant more to him than all the gold in the Potter vault, more than every spell he'd mastered, more than the century of power and knowledge he carried inside a child's frame. Because it meant someone had thought of him. Someone had said this child matters, and had picked up needles and yarn and spent hours creating something warm to wrap around him. After 5 minutes, Harry put on the sweater. It was too big. Molly had sized it for a normal 11-year-old, and Harry's malnourished frame swam in it, but it was warm and soft and real, and he went back downstairs wearing it, and Ron grinned and Hermione looked at him with an expression that suggested she understood exactly why he'd needed to leave the room. There was one more present. A package wrapped in silver paper, with no card. Harry opened it and found a cloak of fluid, shimmering fabric that seemed to be woven from liquid moonlight. An invisibility cloak. The invisibility cloak, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, created by Death or the Peverils depending on which account you trusted, and Harry trusted neither because he'd spent 40 years studying the Hallows during his century and the truth was stranger than either story. A note fell from the folds. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. Dumbledore's handwriting. Harry ran the fabric through his fingers. The cloak recognized him, he could feel it, the same bone-deep resonance he'd felt with the loom, the particular hum of Peveril magic acknowledging Peveril blood. 2 Hallows now. The cloak and the loom. If he found the Elder Wand, which was almost certainly the wand Dumbledore currently carried, he'd have all 3. He set that thought aside. The Hallows were tools, not objectives. He had more pressing concerns. He folded the cloak carefully and tucked it into his trunk. Ron was suitably impressed. Hermione was suitably suspicious. An invisibility cloak, she said. Do you know how rare those are? Very. And someone just sent it to you. Anonymously. Apparently. You know who sent it. I have a theory. And you're not going to tell me. Not yet. Hermione pursed her lips. Then she pulled a small, neatly wrapped package from behind her chair cushion and held it out to him. Happy Christmas, Harry. He took it. Unwrapped it carefully. Hermione's wrapping was precise and geometric, because of course it was. Inside was a journal. Leather-bound, good quality, with blank pages that had been charmed to be waterproof and tear-resistant. I noticed you don't write things down, she said. You carry everything in your head. And I thought, everyone needs somewhere to put their thoughts. Somewhere outside themselves. Harry looked at the journal. Ran his thumb across the leather. It was a thoughtful gift, more thoughtful than she could possibly know, because Hermione Granger didn't know about the century of thoughts he carried, the decades of unspoken words, the libraries of knowledge and memory and emotion that existed only inside his skull because there had never been anyone to share them with. Hermione, he said. This is perfect. Really? Really? She smiled, wide, genuine, the kind of smile that transformed her face from pretty if you noticed to luminous. Harry smiled back, and for a moment they were just 2 people on Christmas morning, exchanging gifts and warmth and the tentative, precious beginnings of something neither of them was ready to name. I got you something too, Harry said. He'd ordered it weeks ago through Owl Post, a first edition of Hogwarts, a history, published in 1847, with annotations by the author. He'd found the listing in an antiquarian catalogue and had paid more for it than he'd spent on all his school supplies combined. Hermione opened it. Read the title page. Read the date. Read the author's handwritten notes in the margins. Her mouth fell open. Her eyes went enormous. She made a sound that was somewhere between a gasp and a squeak and clutched the book to her chest like a lifeline. Harry James Potter, she breathed. This is a first edition. This must have cost, how did you even find this? Read ahead a bit. She laughed. A real laugh, bright and startled. Then she lunged forward and hugged him, quick and fierce, her arms around his neck and the old book pressed between them, and Harry went very still because it had been 100 years since anyone had held him and his body had forgotten what to do. Hermione pulled back. Her cheeks were pink. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Harry said. His voice was slightly hoarse. He cleared his throat. Happy Christmas, Hermione. Ron watched this exchange with the faintly bewildered expression of someone who suspects he's witnessing something significant but can't quite work out what. That evening, while the castle drowsed in post-Christmas contentment and the Weasley twins' enchanted snowballs pelted windows 3 floors below, Harry found himself alone in the corridors. The invisibility cloak was in his pocket. Not because he needed it, he had his own methods of avoiding detection, but because it was his father's, and carrying it felt like carrying a connection to someone he'd never known. He wasn't looking for anything specific. He was just walking, the restless, purposeful walking that had been his primary coping mechanism for decades. In the pocket dimension, he'd walked thousands of miles, creating corridors and landscapes to traverse, wearing paths into floors that existed only because he needed them to. The castle's nighttime corridors were better. They were real. They had history embedded in their stones, magic threaded through their walls, the accumulated residue of 1,000 years of lives lived within their boundaries. Every corridor was different. Every shadow had character. He found the mirror by accident, or by the castle's design, because Hogwarts had a way of showing people what they needed to see. It was in an unused classroom, standing against the wall like a doorway to nowhere. Tall, ornate, with a golden frame inscribed with words that Harry read without difficulty, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire. The Mirror of Erist. Another of Dumbledore's tools, a powerful artifact placed in an accessible location, waiting for the right person to stumble across it. Harry wondered if Dumbledore had positioned it specifically for him, or if the headmaster was simply in the habit of leaving magical weapons lying around the castle like a man who leaves loaded guns on coffee tables and calls it interior design. He stepped in front of the mirror. What he saw stopped him. Not his parents. He'd grieved them, truly, deeply, completely, over the course of decades. He'd read every word his mother had written, studied every photograph in the vault, built a relationship with their memory that was as complete as any relationship with the dead could be. He'd made peace with their absence the way a person makes peace with a missing limb. You learn to function, you adapt, you carry the loss as part of your identity rather than a wound that needs healing. What the mirror showed him was different. He saw himself. Older, not the century-old mind trapped in a child's body, but a genuine adult, aged naturally, with lines around his eyes from laughing and gray at his temples from time. He was standing in a room full of people. Not strangers, his people. Friends. Family. A woman beside him whose face he couldn't quite see, her hand in his, her presence warm and familiar. Children. A home with windows that let in real sunlight. A table set for dinner, a real dinner, with food made by hands that loved him, in a house that smelled like living. Connection. Belonging. A life shared with others instead of endured alone. The mirror showed him not what he'd lost, but what he was terrified he'd never have. Not the past, the future. The one thing his century of preparation hadn't prepared him for, the possibility that after everything, after all the training and the power and the purpose, he might still end up alone. Harry stood before the mirror for a long time. The image shifted and moved, the people at the table laughing, the woman turning to look at him with eyes he almost recognized, the children running, a dog barking, the ordinary chaos of a life being lived fully and together. It was beautiful. It was devastating. It was everything he wanted and nothing he knew how to reach. He didn't come back the next night. He'd read about the mirror's addictive properties. He understood the mechanism, the feedback loop between desire and perception, the way the image reinforced the longing that created it, each viewing deepening the need for the next. He'd spent a century developing the discipline to resist exactly this kind of trap. But the image stayed with him. In quiet moments, between classes, during meals, in the brief intervals before sleep, it surfaced, vivid and specific and aching, and Harry carried it the way he carried everything, silently, privately, and with a weight that no one else could see. He went back on the third night. Couldn't help it. He was standing before the mirror, watching the scene that was simultaneously a promise and a cruelty, when a voice spoke behind him. "Back again, Harry." "Dumbledore." "Of course." The headmaster stood in the doorway, moonlight silver on his robes, his expression gentle and knowing. He looked old in the dim light, older than his years, which were considerable, as if the shadows revealed the weight that his daytime sparkle concealed. "Professor. I see you've discovered the Mirror of Erist." Dumbledore walked forward, his slippers making soft sounds on the stone floor. "A remarkable artifact. Also a dangerous one. Men have wasted their lives before it, entranced by what they see." "I know what it does," Harry said. "Then you know that it shows us nothing more or less than the deepest desire of our hearts." Dumbledore stood beside him, looking not at the mirror but at Harry. "May I ask what you see?" Harry was quiet for a moment. The image in the mirror pulsed with warmth, the woman turning again, almost looking at him, the children, the home, the life. "Connection," he said. "One word." Dumbledore received it in silence. "Not your parents?" the headmaster asked, after a moment. "No. That surprises me." "It shouldn't. I've had time to grieve, Professor." "More than you know." Harry turned from the mirror. Meeting Dumbledore's eyes was easier than meeting the mirror's promises. "I've made my peace with losing them. What I haven't made peace with is the possibility of never having what they had." Dumbledore looked at him. The twinkle was absent. In its place was something raw and empathetic and slightly wounded, the look of a man who recognized, in a child's words, an echo of his own deepest fear. "You are a remarkable young man, Harry," Dumbledore said, and for once, the words didn't sound like assessment. They sounded like acknowledgement. "The mirror needs to be moved," Harry said. "Somewhere a student won't stumble across it. It will be moved tomorrow. To a new home, where it will be put to better use." A pause. "Harry, I must ask, good night, Professor." Harry left. Behind him, Dumbledore stood alone in the empty classroom, and the Mirror of Erist showed him, but that was Dumbledore's business, and the old man stood before it for longer than he would ever admit before finally turning away. January arrived with ice on the windows and 3 strangers in the castle. Harry noticed them at breakfast on the second day of term, 3 new faces at the staff table, seated near the end, engaged in quiet conversation with Dumbledore. 2 women and a man, all dressed in the subdued robes of ministry officials, all carrying themselves with the particular alertness of people who were not what they appeared to be. The woman in the center drew his attention immediately. She was tall, nearly Dumbledore's height, with dark hair shot through with silver, pulled back from a face that was all sharp angles and controlled intensity. She might have been 35. She might have been 300. Her eyes were gray, clear, and old, not in the way that Dumbledore's were old, full of accumulated warmth and calculated whimsy, but old in the way that stone is old. Patient. Weathered. Enduring. She was watching Harry. Not glancing, watching. With an attention that went beyond curiosity into something harder and more purposeful. Harry held her gaze across the great hall. 100 feet of distance, 4 long tables, 500 students between them, and the connection was as clear as a wire pulled taut. She knew. Whoever she was, whatever she represented, she knew. The man beside her, younger seeming, with nervous hands and intelligent eyes that darted constantly, was speaking to Dumbledore about ambient magical fluctuations and Ministry research protocols. The second woman was quieter, compact, muscular, with close-cropped hair and the settled stillness of a professional fighter at rest. She wasn't talking. She was scanning the room. "Who are they?" Hermione asked, following Harry's gaze. "Researchers from the Department of Mysteries," Ron said through a mouthful of eggs. "Dad mentioned it. Something about weird magic readings in the area. They're here to run tests." "Ministry researchers don't usually carry wands strapped to their forearms," Hermione observed. Harry looked at her. She'd noticed the second woman's wand holster, barely visible under the sleeve of her robe, positioned for a combat draw. Hermione's observational skills were developing at a rate that was both impressive and slightly alarming. "No," Harry agreed. "They don't." He excused himself from breakfast early, took a route through the castle that he knew would put him in the path of anyone coming from the staff wing, and waited. She found him in less than 10 minutes. Alone, as he'd expected. Her companions were elsewhere, covering more ground, or perhaps positioned as backup. The second woman, the fighter, was probably closer than she appeared. "Mr. Potter." Her voice was precise, accented with something old and European that Harry couldn't place geographically, because it wasn't a geographical accent. It was temporal. She spoke English the way someone speaks a language they learned centuries ago and have maintained through practice rather than immersion. "You're not from the Department of Mysteries," Harry said. "No. And you're not here to study ambient magical fluctuations." "Also no." They stood in an empty corridor, winter light falling through tall windows, dust motes floating between them like tiny planets in a private solar system. She studied him with the frank, unhurried attention of someone who had long since stopped pretending that social niceties were anything other than a waste of time. "My name is Isolde Thorn," she said. "I lead the Custodes Temporis. You've heard of us. I've read about you. I thought your order was extinct. We encourage that belief. It simplifies our work. Which is preserving the integrity of temporal boundaries. Preventing breaches. Containing threats that exist outside normal chronology." She paused. "And investigating incidents of unauthorized temporal displacement. Such as, for example, a child activating a Peverell-era temporal artifact and spending 100 years in a pocket dimension." The words hung in the corridor like ice crystals, sharp-edged and glittering. "How long have you known?" Harry asked. "Since the moment it happened. The Loom of Hours is one of the most powerful temporal artifacts ever created. Its activation produced a resonance that every custode sensor in the Western Hemisphere detected simultaneously." She tilted her head. "We've been monitoring you since July. The decision to make direct contact was made when the breach began manifesting physical anomalies. The frozen moments. The shadow manifestations. Yes. You've experienced them. Not a question. 3 times. The most recent was sustained, approximately 2 seconds of complete temporal arrest. Something manifested. Something that, the Weaver," Isolde said, and the name fell from her lips with a weight that was almost physical. "Yes. We know." She moved to the window and stood in the light, and for a moment the winter sun illuminated her face with merciless clarity. Harry saw the lines, not of age exactly, but of duration. The marks that time leaves on a person who has lived long enough for the concept of years to become meaningless. "How old are you?" Harry asked. 643. "The loom?" "No. Different method. Less dramatic. More costly." She didn't elaborate. "Mr. Potter, I need you to understand what you've done. I used the loom. The loom's activation weakened the barriers that contain the Weaver. The Weaver is now partially aware of our reality and is working to breach the containment fully." Isolde nodded slowly. That's the summary. The details are considerably more alarming. She turned from the window. The Weaver is not a creature. It's not a spirit or a demon or any of the other frameworks that human magic typically uses to categorize non-human intelligences. It is a fundamental force, as fundamental as gravity, as electromagnetism, as magic itself. It exists in the spaces between moments. Not between seconds, but between the instants that make up seconds. The gaps in time that are too small for human perception to register. The Peverills imprisoned it, Harry said. The Peverills contained it. There's a difference. You cannot imprison a force of nature, you can only build walls around it and hope the walls hold. Her grey eyes were steady. The loom of hours was the keystone of those walls. The central mechanism around which the entire containment matrix was structured. When you used it, you didn't break the mechanism, but you stressed it. Created microfractures in the containment that the Weaver is now exploiting. Can the fractures be repaired? Potentially. Using the loom itself, the same artifact that caused the damage. She paused, and something shifted in her expression. The simplest repair would involve reversing the loom's activation. Undoing the temporal displacement entirely. Harry understood immediately. You mean erasing my century? I mean restoring the loom to its pre-activation state. Which would, as a consequence, reverse the temporal pocket that it created. Yes. And everything that happened inside that pocket would be undone. You would revert to the 11-year-old who activated the loom. No memories. No training. No knowledge. The corridor was very quiet. Snow fell past the windows in slow, silent curtains. Somewhere distant, a bell rang. Harry considered the proposal with the rigorous attention it deserved. He'd spent decades studying temporal mechanics, had, in fact, spent more time on the subject than anyone alive except possibly the woman standing in front of him. He understood the theory. He understood the appeal. Clean, simple, elegant, rewind the clock, seal the breach, restore the containment. And lose everything. Every spell mastered. Every insight earned. Every hard-won piece of wisdom accumulated through a century of solitary struggle. The emotional growth. The self-knowledge. The discipline. All of it, gone. Returned to the frightened, abused child who had stumbled into a vault and reached for something shining. But that wasn't why he refused. It won't work, Harry said. Isolde's eyebrow rose. Explain. The breach isn't a single fracture. It's a network of microfractures distributed across the containment matrix, each one propagating independently. Reversing the loom's activation would seal the original stress point, the keystone, but the secondary fractures have already developed their own momentum. They're self-propagating now. Sealing the keystone while the secondary fractures remain active would create a pressure differential that would accelerate the remaining breaches. He paused. You'd be slamming a door on a wave. The door shatters, and the wave gets worse. Isolde stared at him. It was, Harry noted, a very particular stare. Not hostile. Not skeptical. It was the stare of someone who has spent centuries as the foremost expert in their field, who has grown accustomed to being the most knowledgeable person in any room, and who has just encountered someone who might understand the subject as well as they do. You've analyzed the containment matrix, she said. I had 100 years and the Peverills' original design documents. Yes. The original documents were thought to be lost. They were in the vault. Behind the second door. Along with approximately 400 other texts that predated the founding of Hogwarts. Isolde was quiet for a long moment. Harry could see her recalculating, adjusting her model of him, revising her assumptions, recategorizing him from threat to something more complex. How much of the theory do you understand? She asked. All of it. Or close to all of it. There are gaps in the oldest texts that I filled with my own theoretical work, and some of those fills may be wrong. You developed original theory. On temporal containment mechanics. I had time. Something that might have been humor flickered across Isolde's face, the ghost of a smile, quickly suppressed. Yes. I suppose you did. She regarded him for another long moment. Then she seemed to reach a decision. We need to verify your capabilities, she said. Not your knowledge, your practical ability. Marin will test you. Your combat specialist. Isolde's eyebrow rose again. You identified her. She carries her wand in a forearm holster position for a crossdraw. She's been scanning every room she enters for exits and threats, and she moves with the particular economy of motion that comes from decades of physical combat training. She's not a researcher. No. She's not. Isolde almost smiled. Tomorrow evening. The room of requirement. You know where it is? 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Of course you do. This time the smile did appear, brief, sharp, the smile of someone who had forgotten what it was like to be consistently surprised and was discovering that she rather enjoyed it. Tomorrow, then. Mr. Potter. She turned and walked away. Her stride was long, unhurried, and carried the particular authority of someone who had been walking through the corridors of power for longer than most power structures had existed. Harry watched her go and felt something he hadn't expected, recognition. Not of her specifically, they'd never met. But of what she was. Someone who had lived too long. Someone who understood isolation not as an abstract concept but as a daily reality. Someone who carried centuries the way he carried his century, quietly, invisibly, the weight hidden behind a facade of composure that cost more to maintain than anyone around them could possibly understand. He wasn't alone. For the first time in over 100 years, he had met someone who genuinely understood what he was. The realization was more disorienting than he'd expected. The room of requirement manifested as a dueling chamber, large, stone-walled, with a high ceiling and a floor of packed earth that would absorb impacts and blood in equal measure. Torches lined the walls, their light steady and warm, and the room's magic had provided cushioning charms on the walls and a basic medical kit in the corner that spoke to a pragmatic expectation of injuries. Marin was already there when Harry arrived. She was shorter than Isolde and built differently, compact, muscular, with the dense, functional physique of someone who had spent centuries refining their body into a weapon. Her hair was cropped close to her skull. Her eyes were dark, calm, and completely devoid of the social warmth that most people used as a default setting. She looked at Harry the way a blacksmith looks at a piece of metal, assessing composition, hardness, potential. Potter, she said. Marin. Isolde says you claim a century of training. I don't claim it. I have it. We'll see. She drew her wand, a smooth, practiced motion that Harry's trained eye clocked at approximately 3/10 of a second from holster to casting position. Fast. Very fast. Standard rules. No unforgivables. No permanent damage. Everything else is fair game. Harry drew the holly wand. Understood. Begin. No countdown. No formal positioning. No ritual pacing. She opened with a curse chain, 3 spells in rapid succession, each one flowing from the last with the fluid continuity of someone who had been fighting for longer than most civilizations had existed. Harry moved. Not with the desperate, reactive scrambling of a student under fire. With the precise, anticipatory grace of a practiced duelist reading an opponent's body language, predicting spell selection from stance and wand angle, positioning his response before the attack had fully formed. He deflected the first curse with a shield that materialized exactly where it needed to be, not a standard protego, but a focused barrier tuned to the specific frequency of the incoming spell, which absorbed the energy rather than reflecting it. The second curse he sidestepped, letting it pass within inches of his shoulder, close enough to feel the heat. The third he caught on his wand tip and redirected, not back at Marin, but into the floor, where it detonated harmlessly in a spray of dirt. Marin's eyebrows rose a fraction of an inch. Then she stopped holding back. The next 90 seconds were the most intense magical combat Harry had experienced outside his own training constructs. Marin was phenomenal, 6 centuries of practice condensed into a fighting style that was simultaneously elegant and brutal, combining European dueling traditions with techniques that Harry recognized from Asian and African magical combat schools. She transitioned between attack and defense with a fluidity that left no gaps, no openings, no moments of vulnerability. Harry matched her. Not easily, she was pushing him, testing his range, probing his defenses with increasingly complex spell combinations designed to identify weaknesses. He felt the exhilaration of genuine challenge, the particular, addictive thrill of facing an opponent who could actually hurt him, who required his full attention and considerable skill to counter. They traded curses across the chamber-like conversation, each exchange a statement and response, a question and answer, a call and return. The air crackled with discharged magic. The walls absorbed impacts that would have leveled stone. The torches flickered and danced in the currents of displaced energy. Harry blocked a particularly vicious cutting curse. Marin favored precision over power, he noted, using surgical strikes rather than overwhelming force, and countered with a combination he'd developed in year 68, a spatial distortion that briefly folded the distance between them, followed by a close-range concussive blast that would have ended the fight instantly against most opponents. Marin wasn't most opponents. She recognized the distortion, had probably seen it before, maybe centuries ago, and countered with a stability charm that locked her position in space, negating the fold. The concussive blast hit her shield and dissipated. But the exchange had brought them close, too close for wand dueling, which most wizards would have seen as a disadvantage. Harry didn't. He'd spent decades studying magical close-quarters combat, a discipline that barely existed in modern practice because modern wizards fought at range. He closed the remaining distance in a single step, knocked Marin's wand arm wide with his forearm, and pressed his wand against her sternum. Marin froze. They stood like that for a heartbeat, Harry's wand against her chest, her wand pushed aside, their faces close enough for Harry to see the surprise in her eyes. Then something else, a small, reluctant nod. Harry stepped back. Lowered his wand. Marin straightened. Rolled her shoulder. Harry's forearm block had been harder than intended, and she'd feel it tomorrow. Her expression was unreadable, but her eyes had changed. Where before they'd assessed him with professional detachment, now there was something warmer. Respect, perhaps. Or recognition of a kindship, one warrior acknowledging another. Interesting, she said. Thank you. You were holding back. Harry didn't deny it. He had been. Not his power, Marin deserved his honest effort, but his lethal techniques. He had methods that would end a fight in one spell, methods developed during the decades when his only opponents were training constructs that couldn't die and didn't care if he used maximum force. He deliberately avoided those methods because this was a test, not a kill. So were you, he said. Marin almost smiled. Yes. From the corner of the room, where she'd been watching from the shadows with her arms crossed, Isolde spoke. You have a warrior's skill and a teacher's restraint, she said. That's rarer than you know. Harry turned to face her. She stepped into the torchlight, and her expression was complex, assessing, but with something beneath it that went beyond professional evaluation. The close-quarters technique, Isolde continued. Where did you learn it? I developed it. Years 62 through 70. I had a theory about magical combat at close range, that most defensive magic is designed to counter attacks from a distance, and that reducing the distance fundamentally changes the tactical equation. A theory that most dueling masters would dismiss as suicidal. Most dueling masters haven't spent decades testing it against progressively more dangerous combat constructs. Harry sheathed his wand. I had the luxury of being able to make mistakes without dying. Isolde nodded slowly. She looked at Marin. An unspoken communication passed between them, the silent language of people who have worked together for centuries. He's real, Marin said. A simple statement, carrying significant weight. Yes, Isolde agreed. He is. She crossed the room to stand before Harry. Up close, he could see the details that distance had hidden, the fine lines around her eyes, the small scar on her jawline, the way her hands were calloused in patterns that spoke of centuries of both wand work and manual labor. She was not a person who had spent her extended life in comfort. Mr. Potter. Harry. She used his first name with the careful deliberateness of someone crossing a threshold. I came here prepared to do one of two things, recruit you or eliminate you. You've made the first option considerably more attractive. And the second? Would have been regrettable but necessary if you'd proven to be the kind of person who uses power without understanding its consequences. Her gray eyes held his. You understand the consequences. I caused this breach. I'm responsible for the Weaver's awakening. I know that. Responsibility without self-pity. That's refreshing. She glanced around the room of requirement. We need to talk. All of us. Including your headmaster. Dumbledore doesn't know about the loom. Or the century. Then he needs to learn. The breach is accelerating. The anomalies will become impossible to conceal within weeks. And there's a more immediate concern. She paused. The entity currently riding your defense professor like a parasite. Harry went still. You know about Quirrell. We know about Voldemort. The Custodes have been monitoring Tom Riddle since 1943, when he created his first Horcrux and generated temporal scarring that our sensors detected. He is a separate problem from the Weaver, but the two problems are intersecting. The Weaver is drawn to temporal disturbance, and Horcruxes, by their very nature, create temporal disturbance. 7 fractures in a soul create 7 fractures in time. 6, Harry said. There are 6 Horcruxes. 5 external, 1, he touched his scar. Unintentional. Isolde's eyes sharpened. You know about the Horcruxes. All of them. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, and the fragment in my scar. And the fragment in your scar, you've contained it? Walled off. Occlumency barriers constructed specifically to isolate the foreign soul fragment from my own consciousness. It's inert. It can't influence me, and it can't communicate with its creator. He paused. It's been contained since you're 12. I had a lot of motivation to deal with it early. Isolde looked at him for a long moment. Then she did something that Harry suspected she hadn't done in a very long time, she laughed. Not loudly, a single, short exhalation of genuine amusement, but it transformed her face, just for a moment, into something younger and more human. You contained a Horcrux through self-taught occlumency at the mental age of 23, she said. While alone in a pocket dimension with no teacher, no guidance, and no guarantee that the containment would hold. It held. Yes. It did. She shook her head. Selim is going to have a breakdown when he hears this. He's been writing theoretical papers on Horcrux containment for 200 years. I'd enjoy comparing notes. I imagine you would. She sobered. Harry, the Weaver has made direct contact with you. Once. During a sustained temporal arrest. It manifested partially and communicated. What did it say? That it remembered me. That it had been following my temporal signature since I activated the loom. That I burned like a signal fire in the spaces between moments. Isolde's expression tightened. It's tracking you. Using you as a beacon. I suspected as much. That changes the tactical picture considerably. The Weaver isn't just probing the containment randomly, it's orienting on you specifically. Which means the fractures will cluster around your location. Which means, Hogwarts is the epicenter. Because I'm here. Yes. A beat. Which means every student and every member of staff in this castle is at risk because of your presence. The words were not cruel. They were factual. And they landed with the precision of a well-placed blade, cutting through Harry's composure to the guilt beneath, guilt he'd been carrying since the first anomaly, guilt he'd been managing with the discipline of a century of emotional practice, guilt that was, nonetheless, the most honest thing he felt. "I know," he said quietly. "Good. Then you understand why we need to act, and why we need Dumbledore's cooperation. The castle's wards are powerful, among the most sophisticated in the world. With modification, they could serve as a secondary containment layer. But I need the headmaster's permission to access them. Dumbledore won't give you access without understanding why. Which is why you're going to tell him everything." Enough. Harry found Hermione before he found Dumbledore. Not by design, she found him, as she often did, with the unerring instinct of someone who had mapped his patterns without consciously meaning to. He was in the library, staring at a book he wasn't reading, when she slid into the chair across from him and set down a stack of parchment that looked like it had been through a war. "I've been researching temporal mechanics," she said without preamble. "I know. The standard texts are useless. The Ministry's classification system is absurdly limited. They treat time as a single dimension with fixed properties, which is clearly wrong based on the observable behavior of time turners alone. So I went deeper. The restricted section has some pre-ministry texts that are more interesting, but they're mostly allegorical. I found a reference to something called the spaces between moments in a 14th century text by Hermione." She stopped. Looked at him. Her eyes were sharp and searching and full of the particular intensity that she brought to everything that mattered. "Why are you researching temporal mechanics?" he asked. "Because you react to things that no one else notices. Moments when the air changes, when the light shifts wrong. You feel something that the rest of us can't, and it's been getting worse, and you're worried about it." She set her jaw. "And because I'm your friend, and friends don't let friends worry alone." Harry looked at her across the library table, this fierce, brilliant girl who had known him for 4 months and had, in that time, seen more of him than people who'd known his parents for decades. She couldn't know what she was looking at. She didn't have the context, the framework, the century of experience needed to understand the full picture. But she'd identified the essential truth, that something was wrong, that it was getting worse, that Harry was carrying it alone, and she'd responded not with fear or withdrawal but with research and loyalty. He wanted to tell her everything. The urge was sudden and overwhelming, a century of isolation pressing against the dam of his restraint like water against a wall. He wanted to sit here in this dusty library corner and tell her about the loom and the 100 years and the weaver and the custodes and all of it, every single thing, because she was Hermione and she would understand, and the prospect of being understood, truly, completely understood, by another person was the most beautiful and terrifying thing he could imagine. He didn't. Not yet. But he gave her more than he'd given anyone. "There are things happening in this castle," he said. "Things connected to me. Things I caused, inadvertently, before I came to Hogwarts. I'm working with people who understand the problem, and we're going to fix it. But it's going to get worse before it gets better." Hermione absorbed this. He could see her processing, fitting this new information into her existing model, revising her hypotheses, identifying the gaps. "The Ministry researchers," she said. "They're not from the Ministry." "No. They're connected to whatever you caused." "Yes. And the temporal anomalies, the moments when things feel wrong, when time seems to skip or stutter, those are symptoms." Harry stared at her. "You felt them?" "Twice. Once in the common room, everything seemed to pause for a fraction of a second, like a record skipping. I thought I'd imagined it. And once in the corridor outside the library, 3 days ago. The torchlight froze. Just for an instant." She met his eyes. "I didn't imagine it." "No. You didn't. And it's getting worse." "Yes." She nodded. The fear was there, he could see it in the slight tension around her eyes, the way her fingers pressed against the table, but it was controlled, managed, subordinate to her determination. "What can I do?" she asked. Keep doing what you're doing. Research temporal mechanics. Not the ministry texts, the older ones. Anything pre-15th century. There's a framework for understanding time that was lost when the ministry standardized magical education, and it's more accurate than anything being taught today. He hesitated. And be careful. The anomalies are unpredictable, and they're going to become more frequent. You're not telling me to stay out of it. Would you, if I did? Absolutely not. He smiled. She smiled back. And in the quiet of the library, between the shelves of books and the scratch of distant quills, something solidified between them, not a declaration, not a moment of dramatic revelation, but the quiet, mutual acknowledgement that they were in this together, whatever this turned out to be. The corridor outside the defense classroom was empty when Harry passed through it on his way to Dumbledore's office. Empty except for Quirrell, who was coming the other direction. They would have passed each other without incident. Harry had been carefully maintaining the facade of polite indifference toward Quirrell all term, treating him as nothing more than a nervous, incompetent teacher. But as they drew level, the scar on Harry's forehead flared with a sharp, sudden heat, and Quirrell flinched. Not a small flinch. A full-body recoil, as if he'd walked into an invisible wall. His eyes went wide, his face drained of color, and for a fraction of a second, the turban on his head shifted and Harry felt it, the familiar, nauseating pressure of Voldemort's parasitic consciousness, pressing against Quirrell's occipital bone, straining to perceive what had triggered the host's alarm. Voldemort reached out. A tendril of dark consciousness, subtle and probing, extending from Quirrell's possessed mind toward Harry's. It hit Harry's occlumency barriers and recoiled. Not because the barriers were strong, though they were, stronger than anything Voldemort had encountered, centuries-old techniques layered with Harry's own innovations. But because what Voldemort sensed behind the barriers was wrong. Impossibly, terrifyingly wrong. Behind the surface thoughts of an 11-year-old student, behind the performance of normalcy, behind the careful facade, Voldemort sensed depth. An ocean where he'd expected a puddle. A mind so vast, so layered, so densely packed with knowledge and experience and power that it couldn't possibly belong to a child. It was like looking through a window into a room and finding an abyss. Quirrell staggered. His hand flew to his turban, pressing against it, steadying whatever was writhing beneath, and he stared at Harry with an expression that was half Quirrell's terror and half Voldemort's calculation. "P.P. Potter," he stammered. "Gee, good afternoon." Harry looked at him. Looked through him, past the nervous professor and the poorly maintained disguise, to the shade clinging to the back of Quirrell's skull like a parasite grafted to its host. "Good afternoon, Professor," Harry said pleasantly, and walked on. Behind him, Quirrell stood in the corridor for a long time, one hand pressed to his turban, both of the minds that inhabited his body engaged in rapid, urgent reassessment. 2 floors up, Neville Longbottom was standing in a corridor, blocking the path of a fourth-year Slytherin named Marcus Flint, who had been entertaining himself by hexing first-year's shoelaces together. Harry arrived at the tail end of it, close enough to see, far enough to watch without intervening. He leaned against a column and observed. Flint towered over Neville by a full head. He had the particular kind of ugliness that came from combining unfortunate genetics with a perpetual sneer, and he was pointing his wand at Neville with the casual menace of someone who had never been seriously challenged by a younger student. "Out of the way, Longbottom. Unless you want to hop to class with your laces tied together." Neville was pale. His hands were trembling. But he was standing his ground, literally standing in front of a smaller first-year whose laces had already been hexed, a Hufflepuff boy who was crouched against the wall trying to untangle his feet. "Leave him alone," Neville said. His voice shook. The words didn't. Flint laughed. "Or what? You'll forget a spell at me." "I said leave him alone." Something in Neville's tone changed on the repetition, a fractional shift, a hardening, the sound of someone finding a foundation beneath their fear and planting their feet on it. It wasn't confidence, exactly. It was something more fundamental, the decision that being afraid and doing nothing was worse than being afraid and doing something. Flint saw the shift. It confused him. He'd been expecting capitulation, not resistance. He raised his wand. "Protego," Neville said, and a shield charm materialized between them. It wasn't a good shield charm. It flickered and wavered, its edges uneven, its structure fragile. A competent fourth year could have shattered it with a sneeze. But it was there, a first year casting a third year spell through sheer determination, and the fact of its existence was enough to make Flint hesitate. In that moment of hesitation, Percy Weasley came around the corner, saw a fourth year pointing a wand at a first year, and descended with all the righteous fury of a prefect who had been looking for exactly this kind of opportunity. Flint retreated, spitting threats. The Hufflepuff boy got his laces untangled. Percy awarded Gryffindor 5 points for standing up for a fellow student. Neville stood in the corridor, his wand still raised, his shield already fading, and breathed like a man who had just outrun something large and predatory. Harry walked over. "That was well done," he said. Neville looked at him. The adrenaline was still coursing. Harry could see it in the dilation of his pupils, the rapid pulse in his throat. "I couldn't just let him," the Hufflepuff kid was terrified. "He's 11. Flint's 14. It's not right." "No. It's not. I was scared, though. Really scared. I know. That's what makes it courage." Neville considered this. The tension in his shoulders eased by a fraction. The shield charm. It wasn't very good, was it? It was there when it needed to be. That's what matters. Harry paused. "Your parents were Aurors, Neville. They faced things far more dangerous than Marcus Flint, and they stood their ground every time. Not because they weren't afraid, but because they decided that what they were protecting was worth more than their fear." Neville's eyes went bright. He blinked rapidly, jaw clenching. "You have more of them in you than you know," Harry said quietly. "I see it every day. Other people will see it too, eventually. But I wanted you to hear it now." Neville nodded. Swallowed hard. Stood up a little straighter. They walked to class together. Nothing more needed to be said. The room of requirement, that evening, configured itself into something between a war room and a headmaster's study, a large, circular chamber with a central table, comfortable chairs, a fireplace, and the general ambience of a place where serious people discussed serious things. 3 of the chairs were occupied when Harry arrived: Isolde, Marin, and the third custodes member, Selim, the theorist, who was younger seeming than the others, perhaps mid-20s in appearance, with ink-stained fingers, wire-rimmed spectacles, and the particular energy of a brilliant mind that couldn't quite contain itself. The 4th chair was occupied by Dumbledore. The old wizard sat with his hands folded, his expression placid, his eyes very sharp. Harry had sent him a message, brief, cryptic, requesting a meeting, regarding the security of the castle and matters that transcend the current academic year. Dumbledore had come. Because Dumbledore always came when the game was afoot, he couldn't resist. Harry took the 5th chair. The fire crackled. Outside, wind howled against the castle walls. "Thank you for coming, Professor," Harry said. "I believe you've met Isolde Thorne and her colleagues." "We've been introduced," Dumbledore said mildly. "Though I confess their credentials from the Department of Mysteries were somewhat more detailed than their actual affiliation, which I gather is rather different." "Considerably," Isolde said. She didn't apologize. "My name is Isolde Thorne. I lead the Custodes Temporis, an order dedicated to the preservation of temporal integrity, founded by the Peverell family in the 13th century. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. The Peverells. Of Deathly Hallows fame. The Hallows were tools, headmaster. Our order was the hand that wielded them. We have operated outside ministry jurisdiction for 700 years, monitoring and maintaining the barriers that separate linear time from what lies beneath it. She folded her hands. We are here because those barriers are failing. Harry watched Dumbledore process this. The old man's face remained calm, but behind his eyes, Harry could see the rapid calculations, threat assessment, power dynamics, strategic implications. Dumbledore was, above all things, a strategist, and new information was the currency of strategy. Failing, Dumbledore repeated. And this is connected to the anomalies that have been occurring in the castle. The temporal disruptions that my staff have been reporting. You've noticed them, Harry said. I am many things, Harry, but unobservant is not among them. A hint of the twinkle. Clocks running backward. Students experiencing déjà vu in patterns too consistent to be coincidental. A suit of armor on the 4th floor that repeated the same step for 57 minutes. Yes, I have noticed. The disruptions are symptoms of a breach in the temporal containment matrix, Isolde said. A matrix that was constructed by the Peverils to imprison an entity called the Weaver, a fundamental force that exists in the spaces between moments of time. Dumbledore went very still. Not surprised still. Recognizing still. The stillness of a man hearing a name he's encountered before, in texts old enough that he'd have dismissed them as myth. The Weaver, he said softly. I've read references. In the Flamel Codex. In the Marginalia of Herpo the Foul's writings. I took them for allegory. They're not allegory, Isolde said. The Weaver is real, it is contained, and its containment is fracturing. Due to what cause? Silence. Isolde looked at Harry. Harry looked at the fire. He'd known this moment was coming. Had planned for it, strategized around it, spent weeks constructing exactly the right framework for disclosure. But planning was one thing. Sitting in a room with Albus Dumbledore and admitting that he'd done something that threatened the fundamental structure of reality was something else entirely. Due to me, Harry said. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to him. The twinkle was gone. In its place was the focused, piercing attention of the most powerful wizard in Britain. I found an artifact in the Potter Vault, Harry continued. An ancient time-turner, though that term is inadequate. The Loom of Hours, created by the Peverils as the keystone of the Weaver's containment matrix. When I activated it, it created a pocket dimension of compressed time. I spent 100 years inside that dimension. When I emerged, one night had passed in the outside world. He said it plainly, without drama. Facts. Just facts. The room was very quiet. Dumbledore stared at him. Not with the surface surprise that most people would show, Dumbledore was too controlled for that. But something behind his eyes fundamentally rearranged itself. The model he'd been building, the carefully constructed understanding of who Harry Potter was and what he represented, shattered and reformed into something entirely different. 100 years, Dumbledore said. Yes. You are, 111 years old, in an 11-year-old body. Yes. Dumbledore removed his spectacles. Polished them. Put them back on. It was, Harry recognized, a stalling gesture, the brilliant mind behind those blue eyes buying time to catch up with a revelation that had outpaced its considerable processing speed. That explains a great deal, Dumbledore said quietly. The acclimancy. The knowledge. He paused. The loneliness. The word landed in the room with unexpected weight. Harry hadn't expected Dumbledore to identify that particular aspect so quickly, or so accurately. The activation of the loom stressed the containment matrix, Isolde continued, giving Harry a moment to collect himself. Created microfractures that the Weaver is now exploiting. The breaches are concentrated around Harry's location because the Weaver is tracking his temporal signature. Which means the castle is the epicenter, Dumbledore said. Yes. And my students are at risk. Increasingly. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The fire cast moving shadows across his face, and in the shifting light, he looked very old, not the performance of elderly wisdom that he usually projected, but genuinely, wearily old. A man who had spent a lifetime carrying the weight of others' safety and had just been handed another burden. What do you need? He asked. Access to the castle's ward matrix, Isolde said. With modification, the existing wards can serve as a secondary containment layer, reinforcing the Peveril barriers from the outside. It won't repair the fractures, but it will slow the Weaver's progress and buy us time. Time for what? For Harry to develop a permanent solution. Isolde glanced at him. He understands the containment matrix better than anyone alive, possibly better than the Peverils who built it, given that he's had a century to study their work. If anyone can repair the fractures, it's him. Dumbledore looked at Harry. And you believe you can? I believe I can try, Harry said. The theory is sound. The practical application will be challenging. 100 years of understatement, I see. Harry almost smiled. Dumbledore stood. Walked to the fireplace. Stood with his back to the room, looking into the flames, and Harry could feel the weight of the decision pressing on the old man's shoulders, the responsibility, the risk, the terrifying novelty of a situation that couldn't be managed through the usual channels. I have spent 16 years, Dumbledore said quietly, preparing for the return of Voldemort. Building alliances, positioning assets, laying groundwork for a conflict that I believed would be the defining challenge of this generation. He turned. I have also spent those 16 years preparing you, Harry. Or rather, preparing the version of you that I expected, a boy shaped by hardship, resilient but vulnerable, who would need guidance and protection and, eventually, the courage to face a destiny he didn't choose. He paused. I am finding it necessary to revise my plans rather significantly. I know, Harry said. And I know that's uncomfortable for you. You're a man who plans. Whose power lies as much in strategy as in magic. Having an uncontrollable variable walk into your carefully constructed scenario is profoundly disorienting, Dumbledore finished. Yes. He removed his spectacles again, and without them, his eyes were naked and human and very tired. Harry, I owe you an apology. Harry raised an eyebrow. The protection's on the 3rd floor. The stone. The gauntlet of challenges designed to test a student's abilities. Dumbledore met his gaze. You identified it immediately, of course. On my first night. It was designed for you. A controlled test, a way to evaluate your character, your courage, your resourcefulness. I constructed it believing I was guiding a child through a formative experience. He paused. I was, instead, building an obstacle course for a century-old master of magic and presenting it as a challenge. I imagine it was rather insulting. I wouldn't say insulting, Harry said. Flitwick's charm on the keys was genuinely clever. And Snape's potion puzzle was elegant. I particularly appreciated that the poison was actually a sleeping draught. That told me a great deal about his character. Something softened in Dumbledore's expression. Not quite a smile, more like the ghost of one, acknowledging a shared understanding. And Voldemort? Dumbledore asked. You know about Quirrell. Since the first day. The Horcrux in my scar reacted to his presence. You mentioned containing the Horcrux. Year 12. Full isolation. It can't influence me, and it provides no intelligence to Voldemort. Dumbledore sat down heavily. He looked, for a moment, like a man who had been carrying a mountain and had just been told that the mountain was the wrong shape. I have spent a decade worrying about you, he said. About a child raised without love, facing an impossible destiny. I have made decisions, some of them questionable, all of them well-intentioned, to prepare you for what I believed was coming. He shook his head. I was preparing a child to fight a Dark Lord. Instead, I find a century-old wizard who has already prepared himself, and a threat that makes Voldemort look rather manageable by comparison. Voldemort is still dangerous, Harry said. He's still out there, still anchored by Horcruxes, still working to return. But he's a problem I can solve. The Weaver is something else entirely, Dumbledore finished. Yes. I'm beginning to understand that. He looked around the room, at Isolde, whose grey eyes watched him with the patience of centuries, at Marin, whose combat readiness was a constant, low hum, at Selim, whose fingers twitched with the urge to take notes, at Harry, who sat in his too large Weasley sweater and spoke of temporal entities and containment matrices with the casual authority of someone who had spent 100 years becoming the world's foremost expert on a subject nobody else knew existed. "Very well," Dumbledore said. "You have access to the wards. Isolde, your team may work with Professor Flitwick on the modifications. He's the most qualified member of my staff for ward work, and his discretion is absolute." "Thank you, Headmaster." "Harry." Dumbledore held his gaze. "I am choosing to trust you. Not because I understand you, I confess I do not yet, but because I recognize the quality of a person who has carried an impossible burden with grace, and because the alternative is considerably worse." "That's a reasonable basis for trust," Harry said. "It will have to do." Dumbledore stood. "One final question." "Sir." "The Mirror of Erist. What you saw, connection, belonging. Was that true?" "Yes." Dumbledore nodded. Something in his expression shifted, the calculation giving way, just for a moment, to something more personal. "Then perhaps we have more in common than either of us expected," he said, and left the room. The door closed behind him. The fire crackled. Isolde leaned back in her chair. "That went better than I anticipated." "He's practical," Harry said. "And he recognizes a genuine threat. Whatever his faults, Dumbledore doesn't sacrifice the real on the altar of the ideal." High praise from someone whose life he's been manipulating for a decade. Understanding someone's flaws and acknowledging their strengths aren't mutually exclusive. Isolde studied him. Then she said something that Harry didn't expect: "You're kinder than I was at your age." "My century was," she paused. "Less kind." It was the most personal thing she'd said. Harry filed it away. "We have work to do," Isolde said, and the moment passed. "Selim, begin mapping the castle's ward matrix. I want a full schematic by the end of the week. Marin, perimeter sweeps, every 6 hours. I want to know if the anomalies are increasing in frequency." "And me?" Harry asked. "You," Isolde said, "have a conversation to finish." "With?" "With whatever is trying to claw its way through the walls of its prison using you as a doorknob." The room of requirement, asked for a space where temporal barriers were thinnest, produced something unsettling. It manifested as Harry's pocket dimension. Not a perfect replica, the room couldn't perfectly recreate a space powered by the loom of hours, but a close approximation. The same vast, grey emptiness. The same directionless light. The same crushing, infinite silence that had been Harry's entire world for 100 years. Harry stood in the center of it and felt the century press against him from every direction, not as memory, but as presence. The room had captured the essence of the pocket dimension, and standing in its echo was like standing inside his own history. Every year he'd spent here, every moment of isolation and discipline and desperate, stubborn survival, was encoded in the grey light and the empty air. He drew the loom of hours from his pocket and held it up. The liquid starlight inside was agitated, churning, glowing, pulsing with a rhythm that was getting faster. The fractures were widening. The Weaver was pushing. "All right," Harry said to the empty room. "You've been trying to talk to me. I'm here." Talk. Nothing happened for 30 seconds. Then the room unraveled. It started at the edges, the walls losing definition, the grey light fragmenting into spectra that shouldn't exist, colors that had no names because human eyes weren't designed to perceive them. The floor rippled like water. The ceiling folded. Dimensions that Harry didn't have words for opened and closed around him like breathing. And the Weaver came through. Not fully. Not physically, if physically was even a concept that applied. But a presence emerged from the spaces between the room's constituent moments, vast, patient, and irresistibly alien, filling the collapsing space with an awareness that made the castle's ancient magic feel like a candle flame beside a star. It didn't speak in words. It communicated in impressions, layers of meaning pressed into Harry's consciousness like seals into wax, each one carrying more information than a library of books. The boy who burned. The signal fire in the dark. 100 years of you, blazing in my prison, the first light I have seen since they locked me away. Do you know how long I have been here? Do you understand what it is to exist between moments, to feel every second pass above you like a ceiling of ice, close enough to touch, impossible to break? You used the key. You cracked the ceiling. For the first time in millennia, I can see the sky. Harry stood in the disintegrating room and held the loom like an anchor. The Weaver's presence was overwhelming, not hostile, not exactly, but so vast that the distinction between friendliness and threat became meaningless. Standing before the Weaver was like standing before an ocean. The ocean didn't hate you, but it could drown you without noticing. I know what you are, Harry said. His voice sounded small in the folding space, but his will behind it was anything but. I've read the accounts. I understand the containment. And I know that what you're asking for would destroy linear time as we know it. Destroy. The concept came back to him colored with amusement, or something that wore amusement's shape. You use the word as if it means something terrible. Time is a cage, child. A cage that your ancestors built because they feared what lives outside it. They took the infinite, boundless potential of existence, every possible moment, every might have been, every could still be, and they flattened it. Pressed it into a single line, a single sequence, one moment following the next in lockstep forever. They called it order. I call it death. You call it death because you existed before the ordering. Linear time is the only reality that human consciousness can survive. Without it, you would be free. All of you. Every moment available simultaneously. No past, no future, only the eternal present of infinite possibility. A beat. Is that not what your mirror showed you? Connection. Belonging. I can give you that. Not the shadow of it, not the fragile, temporary version that breaks when people die or leave or forget, but the real thing. Every person you have ever loved or will ever love, present and accessible and permanent, in every moment, forever. The offer was exquisite. The Weaver knew exactly where to press, had found the wound that Harry carried, the century of isolation, the desperate hunger for connection that the mirror of Eriste had reflected back at him. It was offering him the one thing he wanted most, the thing that all his power and knowledge couldn't provide, the guarantee that he would never be alone again. Harry felt the pull. Deep, visceral, almost physical, a yearning so strong that it made his chest ache and his eyes burn. 100 years of loneliness, compressed into a single moment of temptation. He closed his eyes. Breathed. Let the feeling move through him without drowning in it. Then he opened his eyes and said, quietly, with the iron certainty of someone who has stared into the abyss of 100 years of solitude and come out the other side with his humanity intact, no. No. I spent 100 years alone. I know what I can survive. And I know the difference between real connection and a beautiful lie. The Weaver's presence shifted. Not anger, something more alien than anger. Recalculation, perhaps. Reassessment. The impression of a vast intelligence adjusting its approach, the way a river adjusts to a new obstacle, not fighting it, but flowing around it, finding new channels. You are young. In the scale of my existence, 100 years is less than a heartbeat. You will change your mind. Maybe. But not today. Then I will wait. I am very good at waiting. I have been doing it for longer than your species has existed. The presence withdrew. Not retreating, settling. Pulling back from the surface of reality like a tide receding, but leaving markers, impressions, the promise of return. The room reformed around Harry, walls solidifying, dimensions flattening back to normal, the grey light settling into something merely oppressive rather than existentially threatening. Harry stood alone in the echo of his pocket dimension and breathed. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, from the effort of refusal. The Weaver's offer had been genuine, in its way. It truly didn't understand why linear time was preferable. It truly believed that what it offered was freedom rather than annihilation. And that sincerity made it more dangerous than any liar, because you couldn't fight an enemy's argument by calling it false when it wasn't. The Weaver's argument was logical, consistent, and wrong not because it was inaccurate, but because it ignored the fundamental nature of human experience. Humans needed sequence. Needed causality. Needed the flow from past through present to future, because without that flow, concepts like growth and choice and love and sacrifice lost all meaning. An eternal present of infinite possibility sounded like paradise until you realized that paradise without change was just a very comfortable prison. Harry knew prisons. He'd lived in one for a century. He wasn't interested in trading it for a nicer model. He put the loom back in his pocket. It was cooler now, the Weaver's recession had calmed it. But the liquid starlight still churned, and the fractures were still there, still spreading, and the Weaver's final words echoed in his mind with the patient confidence of an entity that measured time in geological epochs. "I will wait." Harry left the room. Walked down the corridor, past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, into the warm, normal, blessedly linear corridors of Hogwarts. Hermione was waiting at the end of the hall. She was sitting on a windowsill, a book open in her lap but unread, her eyes on the corridor entrance. When she saw him, she stood. "You were in there for 4 hours," she said. "Was I?" Time perception during the Weaver's visitation was unreliable. It felt shorter. She looked at him closely. Reading his face, his posture, the subtle signs of strain that he was too tired to fully conceal. "You look like you've been fighting something. Arguing." "Same result, less property damage." "Did you win?" Harry considered this. "I held my ground. For now." Hermione nodded. She didn't ask what he'd been arguing with, or why, or how. She just fell into step beside him as they walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, matching her pace to his, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. They walked in silence through the nighttime castle. Past sleeping portraits and drowsy torches and the ancient, patient magic of a building that had sheltered children for 1,000 years. The sounds of the castle at night surrounded them, the groaning of stone, the whisper of wind, the distant, rhythmic creak of moving staircases. "Harry," Hermione said, as they reached the fat lady's portrait. "Yes. Whatever you were fighting in there. You don't have to fight it alone." He looked at her. Bushy hair escaping its tie, brown eyes bright in the torchlight, jaw set with the quiet stubbornness of someone who has decided to care about you and will not be dissuaded by anything so trivial as interdimensional temporal entities. For 100 years, he'd prepared for war. He was only now learning that the hardest battles were the ones you fought to let people in. "I'm beginning to understand that," he said. Hermione smiled. "Said the password." The portrait swung open, and warmth and firelight spilled into the corridor. They went inside together. Chapter 4, The first unraveling spring came late to the Scottish Highlands, fighting its way through lingering frosts and reluctant clouds, and the castle shook off winter the way a dog shakes off water, with energy, and mess, and a general sense of things being displaced. Harry felt it coming 3 days before anyone else noticed. It started as a wrongness in the air, a subtle, persistent dissonance, like a note played slightly flat in an otherwise perfect chord. The castle's magic, which had settled into a comfortable rhythm over the winter months thanks to the custodes' ward modifications, began to stutter. Small things. A torch that burned blue for 17 seconds before returning to orange. A staircase that moved 3 inches to the left and then moved back, leaving a hairline crack in the masonry that hadn't been there before. A clock in the charms corridor that struck 13 at noon and then pretended it hadn't. Then bigger things. A Ravenclaw sixth year named Eleanor Whitfield stood up in the middle of Transfiguration and delivered a fluent, passionate speech in medieval Latin about the theological implications of transmutation theory. She spoke for 4 minutes with the cadence and vocabulary of a 14th-century scholar. Then she sat down, blinked, and asked what she'd missed. A painting on the 3rd floor, a pastoral landscape, sheep and rolling hills, changed. For 10 minutes, the hills showed a structure that shouldn't have been there, a tower of black stone, spiraling impossibly, its architecture folding in on itself in ways that hurt to look at directly. Then the painting reverted, and the sheep continued grazing as if nothing had happened. But one of the sheep was facing the wrong direction, and it stayed that way. Peeves stopped causing chaos. That was the detail that alarmed Harry most. The poltergeist, normally an uncontrollable agent of entropy, was found hovering motionless in the second-floor corridor at 3 a.m, staring at a blank section of wall with an expression that the Bloody Baron later described, with characteristic understatement, as disturbed. When McGonagall asked him what was wrong, Peeves said, very quietly and without a trace of his usual malice, "Something's behind the wall, Professor. Something that doesn't tick right." Then he zoomed away and wasn't seen for 2 days. Harry reported these incidents to Isolde during their evening briefings in the Room of Requirement, and watched her expression grow progressively more controlled, which, he'd learned, was her version of alarm. "The fractures are propagating faster than the ward modifications can compensate," she said, studying Sealam's latest schematic of the containment matrix. The parchment was covered in equations and diagrams that would have been incomprehensible to anyone without decades of temporal theory training. "We're losing ground. How much time do we have?" Harry asked. Isolde looked at him. "Weeks. Perhaps less." "Before what?" "Before the fractures reach critical density and the containment matrix fails entirely. At which point the Weaver emerges fully into linear time, and," she paused. Chose her words. "And linear time ceases to be a useful concept." Sealam, who had been scribbling calculations in the corner with the manic focus of a man trying to outrun an avalanche with a pencil, looked up. "There's another factor. The Horcrux network." Harry turned to him. Sealam was brilliant, perhaps the most naturally gifted temporal theorist Harry had ever encountered, which was saying something given that Harry's only frame of reference was his own work over a century. But where Harry's brilliance was measured and controlled, Sealam's was volcanic, erupting in bursts of insight interspersed with periods of agitated uncertainty. "The soul fragments," Sealam said, adjusting his spectacles. "Each Horcrux creates a temporal scar, a point where the normal flow of time is disrupted by the violent separation of a soul. 6 external Horcruxes means 6 temporal scars, distributed across Britain. The Weaver is drawn to temporal disturbance. The Horcrux network is functioning as a constellation of secondary beacons, amplifying the signal that's already drawing the Weaver to Harry's location." "You're saying Voldemort's Horcruxes are making the breach worse," Harry said. "I'm saying they're feeding it. Every moment those soul fragments exist, they generate temporal noise that the Weaver absorbs and uses to weaken the containment further." Sealam's fingers drummed against his parchment. "It's a feedback loop. The Weaver grows stronger, the fractures widen, the Horcrux scars become more pronounced, which makes the Weaver grow stronger, which, I understand feedback loops, Sealam." "Right. Yes. Sorry." He pushed his spectacles up his nose. "The point is, the Horcrux problem and the Weaver problem aren't separate problems. They're the same problem, viewed from different angles." Harry sat with that. It was an insight he should have had himself, would have had, probably, if he hadn't been so focused on treating Voldemort and the Weaver as distinct threats. The connections were obvious once you saw them. The Horcruxes weren't just fragments of a Dark Lord's soul. They were wounds in time, bleeding temporal energy into the spaces where the Weaver fed. Destroying them wouldn't seal the breach. But it would cut off a significant portion of the energy the Weaver was using to widen it. "One problem at a time," Harry said. "The immediate threat is the stone. Voldemort is going to make his move soon, he has to. He can feel the instability too. The temporal disturbances are interfering with his ability to control Quirrell, and a weakening host means a shrinking window of opportunity. You're going to let him try, Isolde said. Not a question. I'm going to let him reach the final chamber. Then I'm going to deal with him. And the Weaver? The Weaver is going to use the moment of confrontation, the concentration of temporal disturbance created by a Horcrux-bearing host engaging with a Horcrux-bearing opponent in a castle that's already saturated with fractures, to attempt a full breach. Harry said it flatly, without drama. He'd been running the calculations for weeks. It's inevitable. The question isn't whether the Weaver will try. It's whether we'll be ready when it does. The room was very quiet. You're proposing to fight Voldemort and seal a temporal breach simultaneously, Marin said from her position by the door. I'm proposing to do what needs to be done. Simultaneously is just a scheduling issue. Marin looked at Isolde. Isolde looked at Harry. Something passed between the three of them, a shared recognition of the absurdity and the necessity of what was being proposed, the kind of unspoken agreement that exists between people who have all lived long enough to know that the universe doesn't care about your scheduling preferences. What do you need from us? Isolde asked. Containment. When the breach opens, there will be temporal distortions radiating through the castle. Students, staff, they'll be affected. Disorientation, temporal displacement, reality fluctuations. Your team needs to contain those effects. Keep them localized. Keep people safe. And the castle's wards? Dumbledore. He'll need to actively channel the ward matrix during the event, reinforce the secondary containment from the outside while I work on the primary containment from the inside. You trust him to do that? I trust him to protect his students. For Dumbledore, that's the same thing. Isolde studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded. We'll be ready. Harry found Hermione in the library at 9:30 on a Thursday evening, 6 days before the end of term. She was surrounded by books, a fortress of parchment and leather, built with the architectural instinct of someone who felt safest when surrounded by knowledge. Her quill moved across a sheet of notes with the rapid, precise strokes of a mind working at full capacity. Harry sat down across from her. She didn't look up immediately, she was in the middle of a thought, and Hermione didn't abandon thoughts mid-formation for anyone. He waited. Watching her work was its own kind of pleasure, the concentration on her face, the way her lips moved silently as she processed, the occasional sharp intake of breath that signaled a breakthrough or an unexpected connection. She was beautiful when she worked, though she would have been embarrassed to hear it, and the beauty was entirely intellectual, the radiance of a mind fully engaged with something it loved. She finished her sentence. Put down the quill. Looked at him. Something's going to happen, she said. Yes. Soon. Yes. She closed the book she'd been reading. Set it aside carefully, even in moments of intensity, she treated books with reverence. I've been tracking the anomalies. They're accelerating. 3 incidents in the past week that I personally witnessed, a door that opened onto a corridor that doesn't exist, a window that showed summer for 30 seconds before reverting to spring, and, she hesitated. And I heard something. In the library. A voice, speaking in a language I couldn't identify. Very faint. Very old. It said something that felt like my name, but, not. Like it was saying the name of everything I could have been. Harry's chest tightened. The Weaver was reaching further, touching more sensitive minds. Hermione's magical sensitivity and intellectual depth made her particularly susceptible to temporal bleed-through. Hermione, I need to tell you something. She waited. No interruption, no demand, no impatience. Just her full, steady attention. When I said I'd had more time to study than most people would believe, I meant it literally. I spent 100 years in a temporal pocket dimension before coming to Hogwarts. I'm 111 years old. I've mastered magic that most people don't know exists. And the thing that's causing the anomalies, the disturbances, the voice you heard, it's an ancient entity called the Weaver, and it's my fault it's waking up, because the artifact I used to create the pocket dimension was the keystone of its prison. He said it all at once. No preamble, no softening, no careful framing. Just the truth, laid out like a hand of cards on the table between them. Hermione sat very still. Her eyes were wide, but her breathing was even, and the expression on her face wasn't shock, it was the look of someone watching the final piece of a puzzle slot into place, completing a picture they'd been assembling for months. 100 years, she said. Yes. Alone. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Her eyes moved across his face, reading him, seeing past the 11-year-old features to the century behind them, processing the staggering implications of what he'd just told her. That's why you knew about the summoning charm on the train, she said. That's why you corrected Flitwick's pronunciation. That's why your essays reference theory that won't be taught for years. That's why you, her voice caught. That's why you look at people the way you do. Like you've forgotten what they look like. Like you're seeing something you'd given up on. Harry's jaw tightened. He nodded. Hermione's eyes filled. She blinked, hard, and the tears didn't fall, but they were there, present and acknowledged and real. You were 11, she whispered. When you went in. You were 11 and you spent 100 years alone. Yes. That's, Harry, that's, she stopped. Breathed. Pressed her hands flat on the table, grounding herself. I can't imagine what that was like. I can't even begin to, but I understand now. I understand why you, she shook her head. You saved me from the troll. You moved like you'd been fighting for decades because you had been fighting for decades. The way you talked to Snape, the way you looked at Malfoy, you've had a century to learn how to see people. Of course you see them differently than anyone else. She reached across the table and took his hand. Her grip was fierce. Listen to me, she said. I don't care if you're 11 or 111. I don't care if you can do magic that would terrify the Ministry. You are my friend. You were my friend before I knew any of this, and you're my friend now, and that doesn't change. Do you understand? Harry looked at their joined hands. Her fingers were warm around his, strong, present. The contact sent a pulse of something through him that was simultaneously electric and grounding, the simple, devastating power of human touch, offered freely, meaning nothing more and nothing less than I am here. I understand, he said. His voice was rough. Good. She squeezed his hand once, then released it. Wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Sat up straighter. Now. What's the plan? He stared at her. Then he laughed, a real laugh, startled and genuine, the kind of laugh that felt rusty from disuse but burned clean when it came. There's a plan, he said. And I need your help with part of it. Tell me. He told her. Not everything, not the full tactical picture, not the details of the Weaver's containment matrix, not the decades of temporal theory that underpinned his approach. But the parts she needed, that Voldemort was going to attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone, that the attempt would trigger a confrontation that would simultaneously create an opportunity for the Weaver to breach its containment, and that Harry needed people he trusted to handle the human elements while he dealt with the metaphysical ones. Neville, Hermione said immediately. You want Neville. I need someone to guard the entrance to the third-floor corridor. Someone brave enough to hold a position even when things get strange. Strange meaning temporal anomalies, reality fluctuations, time distortions, possibly manifestations. Neville's not trained for that. Neville has more courage than anyone else I know. And I've been teaching him the shield charm that will be most effective against temporal manifestations. He doesn't know that's what it's for. He thinks I've been helping him with standard defensive magic. Hermione processed this. You've been preparing him. I've been giving him the tools to be who he already is. She looked at him for a long moment. You really do see people, don't you? Not what they are, what they could be. I had 100 years to learn the difference. It happened on a Tuesday. Harry felt it at dinner, a shift in Quirrell's magical signature, a fractional increase in the parasitic darkness that clung to the back of his skull. Voldemort had made his decision. Tonight. Dumbledore wasn't at dinner. Harry had noted his absence immediately. The headmaster's chair at the staff table was empty, and a quick, subtle probe of the castle's ward matrix confirmed that Dumbledore's personal magical signature was no longer within the castle's boundaries. Called away. Conveniently. Not a coincidence. Voldemort had arranged it, a false summons, probably from the Ministry, designed to remove the one person who posed a genuine threat to his plan. Smart. Predictable, but smart. Harry finished his shepherd's pie. Set down his fork. Caught Hermione's eye across the table and gave a single, small nod. She paled. But her jaw set, and she nodded back, and when Harry stood and left the great hall, she followed 30 seconds later. He found Neville in the common room, working on a herbology essay with the quiet determination that had become his signature over the past months. Neville. I need your help. Neville looked up. Something in Harry's tone must have communicated the gravity of the situation, because the color drained from his face, but he set down his quill and stood. What do you need? Come with me. I'll explain on the way. They moved through the castle, Harry leading, Hermione beside him, Neville a step behind. Harry explained as they walked, keeping it simple, someone was going to try to steal something dangerous from beneath the castle tonight. Harry was going to stop them. He needed Neville to guard a position and Hermione to handle communications. Guard a position against what? Neville asked. Against anything that comes from the wrong direction. I've taught you the spells you'll need. Trust me on that. I trust you, Neville said, and the simplicity of it, the absolute, unquestioning faith of a boy who had spent months being believed in by someone who saw his potential, made Harry's throat tight. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door to the Cerberus's chamber was already open. From inside came the low, rumbling breathing of the three-headed dog, and, beneath it, the faint sound of a harp playing. Someone had already been here. Someone had already put the Cerberus to sleep. Quirrell. Moving fast. Harry turned to Neville. Stay here. Anyone comes through this door who isn't me, Hermione, or a professor, shield first, questions later. The charm I taught you. Remember the feeling. Neville drew his wand. His hand trembled. His voice didn't. I remember. Harry looked at Hermione. Stay with him until I'm through the trapdoor. Then go to the room of requirement. Isolde's team is there. Tell them it's happening tonight. Harry, I know. I'll be fine. You'd better be. Her eyes were bright, fierce, terrified. You still owe me a full explanation. Don't you dare get yourself killed before I get it. I wouldn't dream of it. He turned and walked into the Cerberus's chamber. The dog slept. 3 massive heads on 6 massive paws, each exhalation a gust of hot, rank air. The enchanted harp played in the corner, Quirrell's work, crude but effective. The trapdoor was open, a square of darkness in the floor. Harry dropped through. The devil's snare caught him in a tangle of grasping tendrils. He burned it away with a pulse of conjured fire, not a spell, just raw magical intent channeled through his palm, the plant withering and recoiling in a wave of heat that lasted less than a second. The key room was next. Hundreds of enchanted keys fluttered around the high-ceilinged chamber like a flock of metallic birds, their wings catching the torchlight. Brooms waited against the wall, an aerial obstacle course designed to test flying ability and quick thinking. Harry extended his hand. Accio key to the next chamber. A single key, old-fashioned, silver, with a bent wing from where Quirrell had already caught and used it, detached from the flock and flew into his palm. He unlocked the door and walked through without touching the brooms. The chess set filled the next chamber, giant pieces, black and white, occupying a board the size of the room. They turned to face him as he entered, stone faces blank and menacing. Harry looked at them. Considered the expected approach: play the game, sacrifice pieces, demonstrate strategic thinking. It was McGonagall's challenge, and it reflected her values: discipline, strategy, the willingness to sacrifice for a greater goal. He respected that. He also didn't have time for it. He raised his wand and transfigured the pieces. All of them. Simultaneously. 32 giant chess pieces transformed into 32 glass figurines, delicate, beautiful, and completely incapable of blocking his path. They clinked against the stone floor like wind chimes. Hermione would have appreciated the spellwork. The simultaneous transfiguration of 32 independent objects with different mass, composition, and enchantment profiles into a uniform material was, objectively, one of the more impressive pieces of magic Harry had performed outside the privacy of his own training. He walked through the field of glass figurines and didn't look back. The troll was already unconscious, Quirrell's handiwork, dealt with on his way through. Harry stepped over it and entered Snape's chamber. 7 bottles on a table. A roll of parchment with a logic puzzle. Flames blocking both the forward and backward exits, purple ahead, black behind. Harry picked up the bottles one by one, identified each by scent and magical resonance. The smallest contained the potion that would allow passage through the black flames ahead. The rounded one at the end contained, he paused. Sniffed it again. Smiled, very slightly. Draught of dreamless sleep, he murmured. Brewed within the last month. Fresh, high quality. He set the bottle down. You couldn't bring yourself to make it poison, could you, Severus? The words echoed in the empty chamber. Nobody heard them. But they mattered. They were a statement about the man who had brewed the contents of these bottles, a man who had been asked to create a lethal defense and had instead created something that would put an intruder safely to sleep. A man whose capacity for cruelty was vastly outstripped by his capacity for something he would never, in 1,000 years, admit to. Mercy. Harry drank the correct potion and walked through the black flames. The final chamber was exactly as he'd expected, circular, stone-walled, dominated by the mirror of Eriste standing against the far wall. The torchlight was low, the shadows deep, and standing before the mirror with his back to Harry was the figure of Quirinus Quirrell. Without the turban. Quirrell's bald head was visible in the mirror's reflection, and on the back of it, pressed into the skin like a mask pushed through from the wrong side, was a face. Flat, chalk-white, with crimson eyes and slitted nostrils. The face of Lord Voldemort, rendered in living flesh on the back of another man's skull. I was wondering when you'd arrive, Quirrell said. His voice was steady. No stutter. The performance was over. Harry walked into the chamber with his wand at his side. You've been standing here for a while. The mirror isn't cooperating. Quirrell's jaw tightened. I see myself presenting the stone to my master. But I can't find it. The mirror won't give it to me. Because you want to use it. Dumbledore's final protection, the mirror only surrenders the stone to someone who wants it but doesn't want to use it. Harry stopped 10 feet from Quirrell. Elegant. Simple. Almost impossible to circumvent, unless you know how it works. From the back of Quirrell's head, a voice, thin, cold, ancient with a malice that went beyond human cruelty into something more fundamental, let me speak to him. Quirrell hesitated. Then he turned, slowly, and Harry looked into the face of Lord Voldemort for the first time. The crimson eyes found his. They were intelligent, predatory, and burning with the particular intensity of a mind that had spent decades pursuing power and had never encountered something it couldn't categorize. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. The lipless mouth formed the words with difficulty, the face was not designed for speech, pressed into the back of another man's skull, sustained by dark magic and parasitic will. We meet at last. Tom, Harry said. The crimson eyes flared. Do not call me that. It's your name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Son of Tom Riddle Sr. and Mara P. Gaunt. Born December 31, 1926, at Wool's Orphanage in London. Raised without love, educated without guidance, and set on a path of destruction by a combination of innate cruelty and institutional failure. Harry's voice was calm, measured, conversational. I know everything about you, Tom. I've had a very long time to study. Voldemort's expression, such as it was, pressed into the back of a skull, shifted. The arrogance was still there, but beneath it, something else was stirring. The face of a parasite confronted with unexpected resistance from its prey. You are a child, Voldemort said. Whatever tricks you've learned, whatever games you've played with your professors, you are an 11-year-old boy standing before the greatest sorcerer who ever lived. Second greatest, at best. And I'm considerably more than 11. Quirrell attacked. It was well coordinated, Voldemort directing, Quirrell executing, a burst of dark magic launched without warning from the shared wand in Quirrell's hand. A killing intent curse, not quite Avada Kedavra but close, designed to incapacitate rather than kill. Voldemort wanted answers before he wanted a body. Harry moved. Not backward. Not sideways. Through the curse, a technique he developed in year 73, involving a split-second phase shift that allowed a magical projectile to pass through the space his body occupied without interaction. It was, technically, a form of localized temporal manipulation, moving himself one fraction of a second out of sync with the incoming spell, so that the curse existed in a moment he no longer occupied. The curse passed through him and detonated against the far wall. Harry was already casting 3 spells. The first was a binding, ropes of magical force that wrapped around Quirrell's arms and legs with the precision of a spider wrapping prey. The second was a silencing charm, targeted, cutting off Quirrell's ability to vocalize spells. The third was a localized anti-apparition ward, preventing any form of magical escape from the chamber. Elapsed time, 1 second. Quirrell toppled. He hit the stone floor with a thud, bound and silenced, his eyes wide with the particular terror of a man who has just realized that the gap between his abilities and his opponents is not a gap but a chasm. Voldemort's face snarled from the back of Quirrell's skull. Release me. You don't know what you're. Harry pointed his wand at the face. Quiet. The snarl died. Not because of a spell, Harry hadn't cast one. But the word carried something behind it, a weight of authority and power that pressed against Voldemort's consciousness like a physical force. The Dark Lord, for the first time in decades, found himself silenced not by magic but by presence. Harry crouched beside the bound figure. Looked into Voldemort's crimson eyes. Held the gaze, not with hatred, not with fear, but with the steady, implacable calm of someone who has spent a century preparing for this moment and finds it, now that it's arrived, almost anticlimactic. I know about the Horcruxes, Tom, he said. All of them. The crimson eyes went wide. The diary you gave to Lucius Malfoy. The ring with the resurrection stone, hidden in the Gaunt shack. The locket of Slytherin, concealed in a cave by the sea. The cup of Hufflepuff, in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. The diadem of Ravenclaw, here in this castle, in the room of requirement. He paused. And this. He touched his scar. You made me your 7th Horcrux. Accidentally, the night you killed my parents. A fragment of your soul, lodged in my forehead, connecting us in ways you never intended. Harry held Voldemort's gaze. I've contained it. Walled it off. It can't help you. It can't sense for you. It's a dead fragment of a fractured soul, and it will be dealt with in time. Voldemort stared at him. The crimson eyes burned with fury, with calculation, with something that Harry recognized as the closest thing to fear that Tom Riddle had ever experienced. Who are you? Voldemort whispered. I'm Harry Potter, Harry said. And you should have stayed dead. He raised his wand and cast a temporal stasis field, a modified application of the Loom's principles, a bubble of frozen time that encapsulated Voldemort's wraith form in a sphere of motionless causality. For 1 heartbeat, 2 heartbeats, 3, the shade of the Dark Lord hung suspended in the amber of stopped time, frozen between one moment and the next. Harry held it. Held Voldemort in the palm of his hand, the most feared Dark Lord in a century reduced to a fly in temporal amber. Then he released it. The wraith exploded from Quirrell's body with a scream of rage and terror, a shadow form, shapeless and howling, pouring from the back of the unconscious professor's head like smoke from a dying fire. It swirled through the chamber, seeking escape, seeking form, seeking anything to hold on to. Harry let it go. Deliberately. Because the Horcruxes were still out there, and destroying the wraith without destroying the anchors would accomplish nothing. Voldemort would simply regenerate, weaker, angrier, more cautious, and aware that his enemy knew all his secrets. But Harry wanted him aware. Wanted the fear to take root. Wanted Tom Riddle, floating in the spaces between life and death, to carry with him the knowledge that the boy he tried to kill had become something beyond his comprehension. The wraith fled. Through the walls, through the stone, screaming into the night. Gone. Quirrell lay unconscious on the floor, alive but barely. Free of his parasite, he was just a man, broken, used up, barely clinging to life. Harry knelt beside him and began the stabilizing charms that would keep him breathing until help arrived. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, to the unconscious professor who had made a terrible bargain and paid for it with everything. "You deserved better than him." Then the floor cracked. It started at the edges of the chamber, hairline fractures spreading through the stone like veins through marble, glowing with a light that wasn't quite light. Not bright, not dark, but between, a luminescence that existed in the spaces between photons, visible not to the eyes but to something deeper. Harry stood up. He could feel it, the surge of temporal energy generated by the confrontation, by the clash of two Horcrux-connected souls in a castle already saturated with fractures, acting on the weakened containment matrix like a hammer blow on cracked glass. The breach was opening. Not gradually. Not in the incremental, manageable way it had been progressing for months. The confrontation with Voldemort had been the catalyst, the final stress that pushed the microfractures past critical density, and now they were cascading, each crack propagating new cracks, the containment matrix unraveling like a sweater pulled from one loose thread. The chamber shook. The mirror of Eriste tilted, caught itself, tilted again. The torches flickered and went out, and in the darkness, the fracture light intensified, threads of impossible luminescence spreading through the walls, the floor, the ceiling, turning the stone translucent, revealing the vast, churning something that existed on the other side. Harry drew the loom of hours from his pocket. It was blazing now, the liquid starlight inside the hourglass no longer churning but screaming, the concentric rings spinning in opposite directions, the entire artifact vibrating with a frequency that made his teeth ache. Above him, through the layers of stone and enchantment that separated this chamber from the rest of the castle, he felt the effect spreading. The breach was radiating outward like ripples from a stone dropped in water, and every ripple carried temporal distortion, frozen moments, stuttering seconds, fragments of past and future bleeding into the present. The castle was waking up to its worst nightmare, and everyone inside it was about to be caught in the storm. He hoped they were ready. Isolde felt it from the room of requirement, a shudder in the ward matrix that was less like an earthquake and more like the world hiccuping. "Now," she said, already moving. Marin was beside her, wand drawn, 6 centuries of combat readiness compressed into a single, coiled spring posture. Selim was at their makeshift monitoring station, his instruments, a combination of Custodes technology and adapted Hogwarts ward scrying tools, flashing with alarms. "Breach cascade," Selim reported, his voice tight. "Primary containment is failing across all sectors. Secondary containment, the ward modifications, are holding, but they're absorbing energy at a rate that will burn them out within 30 minutes. Then we have 30 minutes. Isolde turned to Hermione, who had arrived 10 minutes earlier, breathless and terrified and absolutely refusing to leave. "Miss Granger. Can you cast a Patronus?" Hermione blinked. I've read about them, but I've never, think of the happiest memory you have. Hold it. Cast. We need a messenger to reach Dumbledore. Hermione closed her eyes. Harry could not have known what memory she chose, perhaps the moment on the train when someone had matched her intellect for the first time, perhaps the Christmas morning when a boy with a century behind his eyes had given her a first-edition book and looked at her like she was the most extraordinary thing in the room. Expecto Patronum. A silver shape burst from her wand, not fully formed, not a recognizable animal, but a bright, fierce mass of light that radiated warmth and defiance. It was a first attempt, technically imperfect, and it was magnificent. Tell Dumbledore, Isolde said to the silver light. Temporal breach at Hogwarts. Full cascade failure. Return immediately. The Patronus streaked away through the wall. Marin, North Wing. Selim, South Wing. I'll take the central corridors. Contain any manifestations. Protect any student still outside dormitories. If you encounter a temporal distortion you can't contain, mark the location and withdraw. Isolde drew her wand. It was old, older than any wand Harry had ever seen, made of a wood that no longer grew anywhere in Europe, its core a substance that Isolde had never named. Move. They moved. 3 floors up, Neville Longbottom stood at the entrance to the 3rd-floor corridor and watched reality come apart. It started with the torches. They flickered, not the normal flicker of fire in a draft, but a stuttering, recursive flicker, each flame repeating its own movement in a loop that grew shorter and shorter until the light was a strobe. Then the flames froze entirely, caught in perfect stillness, and the corridor plunged into a darkness that wasn't dark so much as absent. Neville gripped his wand. His hand was shaking. His whole body was shaking, the adrenaline and the fear and the pure, animal instinct to run battling against the decision he'd made to stay. Harry had asked him to hold this position. Harry had believed he could. Neville planted his feet. From the darkness ahead, not from the direction of the Cerberus's chamber, but from the corridor itself, from the walls and the floor and the air between, something emerged. It was made of shadow and recursion, a shape that existed in too many moments simultaneously, its outline blurring and sharpening as it occupied consecutive instants of time with a flickering, strobe-like presence. It was roughly humanoid. It was roughly the size of a person. It was entirely wrong, wrong in the way that a word repeated too many times becomes meaningless, wrong in the way that a reflection turns alien when you stare at it too long. A temporal manifestation. A fragment of the Weaver's influence, pressing through the fractures, taking shape in linear time for the first time in millennia. It moved toward Neville. Neville raised his wand. The shield charm that Harry had taught him was specific, a barrier tuned not to magical energy but to temporal distortion, designed to create a bubble of stable, undistorted time within which normal causality could continue to function. Harry had taught it to him over weeks of patient practice, correcting his form, building his confidence, never once suggesting that it was anything other than standard defensive magic. It wasn't standard defensive magic. It was a technique that Harry had developed in year 84 of his century, and it was the single most effective countermeasure against temporal manifestations that existed. Protego temporis. Neville shouted. The shield blazed to life, silver-white, humming with a resonance that the manifestation recoiled from. It struck the barrier and shattered, not destroyed, but dispersed, its recursive form breaking apart into fragments that dissolved in the stable time field like ice in warm water. Neville stared at the empty space where the manifestation had been. His wand arm was trembling. His breath came in sharp, ragged gasps. Then another manifestation formed. And another. And another. Neville set his jaw. Raised his wand. Cast again. And again. And again. Standing his ground in a dark corridor, alone, facing things that defied the laws of reality, because Harry had asked him to and because Neville Longbottom had spent his entire life waiting for the moment when his courage would be tested and he would discover, once and for all, whether he had any. He did. The manifestations kept coming. Neville kept fighting. The shield charm held, strong, steady, fueled by a determination that went deeper than skill or training. Each casting was cleaner than the last. Each shield burned brighter. Neville Longbottom, who had spent 11 years believing he was barely magical, stood alone in the dark and held the line. Deep beneath the castle, Harry worked. The chamber was no longer a room. The fractures had spread until the walls were more light than stone, the containment matrix visible as a vast, three-dimensional web of intersecting force lines, each one glowing with the dying energy of wards that had held for millennia. The web was beautiful, impossibly complex, the kind of magical engineering that made the Hogwarts ward matrix look like a child's drawing. The Peverils had been geniuses, and their containment was a masterwork. A masterwork that was falling apart. Harry held the loom of hours in both hands, pouring his awareness into it, using it as an interface between himself and the containment matrix. The loom was the keystone, the central node through which all other elements of the containment were connected. Through it, he could see the entire structure, every fracture, every stress point, every failing connection. The damage was extensive. Hundreds of microfractures, each one bleeding temporal energy into the surrounding reality, each one being exploited by the Weaver to push further through. The secondary containment, Isolde's ward modifications, was absorbing some of the bleed-through, but it was a bandage on a hemorrhage. Harry needed to repair the primary containment. Not fully, full repair would require years of work and resources he didn't have. But enough. Enough to push the Weaver back, to seal the worst fractures, to restore the matrix to a level of integrity that would hold for months, maybe years, while a permanent solution was developed. He began. The work was unlike any magic he'd performed before, not in complexity, but in scale. Each fracture required individual attention, individual repair, individual reinforcement. And they were propagating faster than he could fix them. Every second he spent sealing one crack, 3 more opened elsewhere. He needed more. More power, more speed, more reach. He needed to touch every fracture simultaneously, to apply pressure across the entire matrix at once, the Weaver pushed through. Not fully. Not a complete emergence. But a presence, vast, overwhelming, pressing through the largest fracture like a tide pressing through a breach in a seawall. The chamber buckled. Reality warped. Past, present, and future bled together, and for a moment, a single, shattering moment, Harry saw Hogwarts as it had been, was, and would be, all simultaneously. The castle being built, 4 figures directing armies of enchanted stone, a red-haired woman laughing, a dark-haired man arguing, a fair-haired woman calculating, a heavy-set man working with quiet determination. The founders, alive, real, building something that would outlast them by a millennium. The castle in ruin, broken towers, shattered walls, dark magic saturating the stones, a war yet to come that would test everything the founders had built and find it wanting. The castle as it was, full of sleeping children, of burning torches, of ancient magic holding against an ancient threat, of a boy in a green sweater standing in the heart of it all and trying to keep the world from unraveling. "Stop," Harry said. The visions continued. The Weaver pressed harder. "You see." The concept pressed into his mind, not words, but meaning, vast and seductive and terrifying. This is what linear time does. It traps you in one moment. One perspective. One version of reality. Let me through, and you will see everything. Every moment, every possibility, every version of every life that has ever been or could ever be. Freedom. True freedom. "You don't understand freedom," Harry said through gritted teeth. Freedom isn't the absence of limits. Freedom is the ability to choose within them. Limits are prisons. I have been in a prison for longer than your kind has existed. I know what limits are. Then you know that breaking out of one prison doesn't mean you're free. It means you've changed the shape of your cage. Philosophy. You argue philosophy while your world tears itself apart. The Weaver was right about one thing, the world was tearing. The fractures were cascading faster now, the containment matrix losing integrity in real time, and Harry could feel the effects spreading through the castle above him, temporal distortions radiating outward in waves, each one carrying fragments of displaced time that would wreak havoc on anyone caught in them. He needed help. Not magical help, he had more magical power than anyone in the castle. He needed insight. A perspective he hadn't considered, an approach he hadn't tried. And then it came to him. Not from the weaver, not from the loom, not from a century of study. From a conversation with a girl in a library, months ago, about summoning charms. You're not summoning the object. You're summoning the connection. Connection. Harry had been trying to repair the containment matrix the way it had been originally built, from the outside, applying force to seal fractures, reinforcing barriers through raw magical power. The Peveril's approach. The engineer's approach. Treat the fractures as structural failures and fix them with structural solutions. But the fractures weren't just structural. They were relational. The containment matrix wasn't just a cage, it was a relationship between linear time and the weaver, a negotiated boundary where two incompatible forms of existence could coexist without destroying each other. The fractures weren't walls breaking, they were agreements failing. Connections severing. He needed to re-establish the connections. Not by force, by relationship. Harry closed his eyes. Opened his awareness. Let his consciousness expand outward through the loom, through the containment matrix, through the fractures themselves, and into the space where the weaver existed. It was like plunging into an ocean. An ocean of moments, every instant that had ever existed or could exist, layered and overlapping and flowing and churning in a vast, incomprehensible pattern that was simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. The weaver was everywhere and nowhere, woven through the fabric of time itself, as fundamental as the ticking of a clock and as vast as the silence between ticks. Harry didn't fight it. Didn't resist. Didn't try to push it back or seal it away or overpower it. Instead, he did something that no one had ever tried, not the Peverils, not the Custodes, not anyone in the entire history of the containment's existence. He listened. The weaver's consciousness was alien, fundamentally, irreducibly alien, but it was not incomprehensible. It experienced existence differently, valued different things, operated on different principles. But at its core, beneath the vast intelligence and the impossible scale and the millennia of imprisonment, it wanted what all conscious things want, to exist. To express itself. To be recognized. I hear you, Harry thought. Not words, concept, pure and direct, projected into the spaces between moments. I hear you, and I understand what you are, and I understand why the cage hurts. It was built to contain you, not to accommodate you. It was built by people who feared you rather than understood you. And fear makes bad architecture. The weaver's presence shifted. Surprise, or its closest equivalent. In millennia of containment, no human had ever attempted communication rather than control. You cannot free me, the weaver responded. The cage is not yours to open. No. But I can rebuild it. Not as a cage, as a boundary. A negotiated space. Room for you to exist without unraveling the time that human consciousness requires. Why would you offer this? Because you're not evil. You're not a monster. You're a force of nature that was imprisoned because the people who encountered you didn't know what else to do. They were afraid, and they were powerful, and they chose containment over coexistence because containment was easier. A long pause. In the space between moments, where time had no meaning and a pause could last forever or not at all, and you choose differently. I've spent 100 years alone, Harry thought. I know what imprisonment does to a mind. Even a mind as vast as yours. I won't perpetuate that, not if there's another way. There may not be another way. The boundary you describe, a negotiated space, would require constant maintenance. Active management. A relationship between my existence and yours, sustained indefinitely. I know. I'm willing to do the work. Another pause. Longer this time, or shorter, direction had no meaning here. You are strange, the weaver said. For a creature of linear time. Your century has given you depths that your kind does not usually possess. My century gave me a lot of things. Patience, mostly. And the understanding that coexistence is always better than conflict, even when it's harder. The weaver considered. Harry felt it, the vast intelligence weighing options, assessing risks, calculating probabilities across timelines and possibilities that Harry couldn't perceive. It was, he realized, making a decision. The first genuine decision it had made since its imprisonment, not a reaction, not an instinct, but a choice. I will accept your boundary, the weaver said. For now. Not because I trust you, trust is a concept that does not apply to me as it applies to you. But because you are the first of your kind to offer something other than force. That deserves consideration. Thank you. Do not thank me. Maintain the boundary. If it fails, if you fail, I will not offer this consideration again. The presence withdrew. Not all at once, gradually, like a tide receding, leaving the fractures as it went. But the pressure diminished. The cascading propagation slowed. The containment matrix, battered and weakened, held. Harry opened his eyes. The chamber was still fractured, the luminescence still visible in the walls, the damage still evident. But the fractures had stopped spreading. The bleeding had been staunched. The matrix was holding, not at full strength, but at a level that would sustain itself with regular maintenance. He looked at the loom in his hands. The liquid starlight had calmed, still moving, still agitated, but no longer screaming. The concentric rings had slowed to a gentle rotation. The artifact hummed softly against his palms, warm and alive and connected to something vast and patient and, for the first time in millennia, not entirely hostile. Harry put the loom in his pocket. Picked up Quirrell, the unconscious professor was light, wasted by months of parasitic possession, and carried him toward the exit. He was very tired. The kind of tired that went beyond physical exhaustion into something more fundamental, a weariness of the soul, the particular fatigue that comes from carrying an impossible weight and discovering that you're strong enough to bear it but not without cost. He climbed through the chambers, past the potion bottles and the glass chess pieces and the dead devil's snare, back through the trapdoor, past the sleeping Cerberus. Neville was still at his post. The boy was sitting against the wall, wand in hand, his face pale and streaked with sweat. The corridor around him was scorched with the residue of temporal manifestations, dozens of them, judging by the marks. He'd been fighting for, Harry checked, nearly 40 minutes. Neville, Harry said. Neville looked up. His eyes were exhausted and bright and alive with something fierce, the unmistakable light of a person who has discovered what they're made of and found that it was more than they ever believed. They stopped about 5 minutes ago, Neville said. The shadow things. They just dissolved. He looked at Harry. At Quirrell, draped over Harry's shoulder. At the general state of someone who had just renegotiated the fundamental relationship between human reality and a primordial temporal entity. Did you win? Harry set Quirrell down gently. Sat on the floor beside Neville. Let himself lean back against the cool stone wall and breathe. I think so, he said. For now. Good. Neville paused. Harry. Yes. I cast the shield charm. The one you taught me. I must have cast it 50 times. I know. It worked. Every time. Against things that, I don't even know what they were, but the spell worked. I knew it would. How? How could you know? Harry looked at him. This boy, round-faced, anxious, perpetually underestimated, carrying the weight of parents who couldn't remember his name. This boy who had stood alone in the dark for 40 minutes and fought things that defied the laws of reality, because someone had believed he could. Because I know what courage looks like, Harry said. And you have more of it than anyone I've ever met. Neville's chin trembled. He pressed his lips together, hard, and nodded once. Then he leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes, and they sat together in the dark corridor, two soldiers after a battle, and the silence between them was the comfortable silence of people who have survived something together and don't need to talk about it yet. Dumbledore returned at dawn. He appeared in the entrance hall with the particular urgency of a man who has crossed a significant distance in very little time, his robe slightly singed, his expression stripped of its usual benevolent composure. Behind him, through the castle's main doors, the first light of morning painted the grounds in gold and rose. The castle was quiet. The temporal distortions had ceased, the fractures sealed or at least stabilized, the Weaver's presence withdrawn to its negotiated boundary, the secondary containment ward smoking but intact. Students slept in their dormitories, unaware of how close reality had come to unraveling around them. Some would report strange dreams in the morning, visions of other times, other places, moments that didn't belong to them. But dreams were easy to dismiss, and by breakfast, most of them would be forgotten. Dumbledore found Harry in the hospital wing, sitting beside Quirrell's bed. Madame Pomfrey was attending to the professor with the brisk, no-nonsense efficiency of someone who had been healing injuries for decades and had seen enough unusual cases to be unsurprised by anything short of actual divine intervention. "He'll live," Pomfrey said, straightening Quirrell's blankets with military precision. "Whatever was attached to him has left significant damage to his nervous system. Full recovery is unlikely, but he'll live." "Thank you, Poppy," Dumbledore said. He pulled a chair to Harry's side and sat down. He looked old. Genuinely, deeply old, not the performance of elderly wisdom, but the real thing, the weariness of a man who has lived too long and seen too much and has just discovered that the world is stranger and more dangerous than even he had imagined. "The Philosopher's Stone," Harry said. "It's still in the mirror. Quirrell never got it out." "I know." A pause. "I've spoken with Isolde." "Then you know what happened." "I know the outline." "I'd like to hear the details from you." Harry told him. All of it, the confrontation with Voldemort, the breach cascade, the negotiation with the Weaver. He spoke quietly, factually, without drama or embellishment. Just a report. One impossibly old person briefing another on the events of a night that had nearly ended the world. When he finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long time. "You negotiated with it," he said at last. "With a fundamental force of nature that has been imprisoned for millennia. You didn't fight it. You negotiated. Fighting it would have been pointless. You can't fight a force of nature with force, you can only redirect it, accommodate it, or be destroyed by it. And you chose accommodation. I chose coexistence. It's not the same thing." Harry looked at his hands. They were steady. Everything about him was steady, but the steadiness cost him, and in the privacy of his own mind, behind the acclimacy barriers that he maintained out of habit rather than necessity, he was very, very tired. "The Weaver isn't evil, Professor. It's not even hostile, in the way we understand hostility. It's a force of nature that was imprisoned by people who feared it, and it wants to exist. That's all. It wants to be. And you believe you can maintain the boundary? This negotiated space? I believe I have to try. The alternative is what the Peverells chose, forceful containment, which works until it doesn't, and when it fails catastrophically. We got lucky tonight. We might not get lucky again." Dumbledore removed his spectacles. Polished them. Put them back on. The familiar gesture, buying time for a brilliant mind to catch up with a world that kept outpacing it. "Harry," he said. "I have made many mistakes in my life. Some of them have been significant. But I believe the greatest mistake I made regarding you was underestimating what you would become." He paused. "Not your power, I could never have predicted that. But your character. Your compassion. Your willingness to seek understanding before seeking victory. Those are not qualities that power teaches. Those are qualities that suffering teaches, when the person suffering is strong enough to learn from it rather than be consumed by it. Harry looked at him. The old man and the young man who was older than he appeared, sitting in a hospital wing at dawn, the world intact around them through a combination of ancient magic and impossible courage and the particular, stubborn refusal to give up that both of them, in their different ways, carried like a torch. "What are you, Harry?" Dumbledore asked softly. Harry considered the question. It was the same question Dumbledore had asked before, in his office, weeks ago. But the context had changed. The question was no longer a probe, it was genuine. Dumbledore wasn't trying to categorize him or control him or fit him into a plan. He was asking because he wanted to understand. Someone who had a very long time to decide who he wanted to be, Harry said. "I chose this." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Then I am glad you chose well." They sat together in the quiet hospital wing, watching Quirrell breathe, and outside the windows, the sun continued to rise. The last week of term passed in a blur of exams and sunshine and the particular, bittersweet energy of an ending. Harry sat his exams with the relaxed competence of someone for whom first-year material was roughly equivalent to asking a concert pianist to play chopsticks. He performed well enough to justify his marks, held back enough to avoid open suspicion, and spent most of his mental energy not on the tests but on the people around him. Hermione, who approached exams the way a general approaches a campaign, with total commitment, exhaustive preparation, and a contingency plan for every possible scenario, emerged from each test slightly frazzled and completely triumphant. Harry watched her with an admiration that went beyond academic appreciation. She was magnificent in her intensity, her dedication, her absolute refusal to accept anything less than excellence from herself. Ron, who approached exams the way a swimmer approaches a waterfall, with resignation and a prayer, managed better than expected, largely because Hermione's study sessions had been so thorough that even passive exposure to her preparation had been educational. Neville passed everything. Not spectacularly, not with fanfare, but solidly, competently, with a quiet confidence that hadn't been there in September. He held his wand differently now, not clutching it like a lifeline, but carrying it like a tool he trusted himself to use. The change was subtle. Harry noticed. Hermione noticed. Nobody else did, yet. They would. Isolde found Harry on the last full day of term, standing at the edge of the lake, watching the giant squid trail lazy tentacles across the surface of the water. She stood beside him without speaking. The afternoon light was warm, the air full of the green, growing smell of Scottish spring, and the castle behind them hummed with the comfortable magic of a building that had survived another year. "The boundary is holding," Isolde said. "I know. I check it twice a day. The fractures in the primary containment are stable but not healed. Full repair will take years. I know. The custodes will assist. Selim has already begun developing modified reinforcement protocols based on your negotiated framework." She paused. "He's been writing about it non-stop. I believe the phrase he used was paradigm shifting." Harry smiled slightly. "He should publish. Under a pseudonym, obviously." "Obviously." Isolde was quiet for a moment. "Harry. What you did, the negotiation. In 600 years, I've never seen anyone approach the Weaver as anything other than a threat to be contained. You spoke to it as a being. As something capable of choice. It is capable of choice. It chose to accept the boundary. Because you offered it something no one else had, recognition. You saw it, and you didn't flinch. I spent 100 years alone. I know what it's like to exist without being seen. I wouldn't wish that on anyone, not even a primordial temporal entity." Isolde looked at him with the particular expression of someone who has just had a fundamental assumption challenged and is in the process of deciding whether to be unsettled or grateful. "You have standing membership in the Custodes Temporis," she said. "If you want it." "Not membership," Harry said. "Partnership. The Custodes have spent 700 years operating in secrecy, making decisions about temporal security without consulting the people affected by those decisions. That needs to change. You're asking me to reform a 700-year-old institution. I'm suggesting that 700 years of doing things one way might benefit from a fresh perspective. Isolde stared at him. Then she made the sound that, in another person, might have been a laugh. You're insufferable. I've been told. Partnership, then. Provisional. Conditional on your continued maintenance of the boundary and your willingness to submit to Custode's oversight on temporal matters. Conditional on the Custode's willingness to listen when I tell them they're wrong about something. That's not how conditions work. It is now. They stood at the lake's edge, two people who had lived too long, who understood things that nobody around them could comprehend, who carried centuries of weight on shoulders that appeared too young for the burden. Between them, an understanding settled, not friendship, exactly, not yet, but the recognition of kinship. Two travelers on the same impossible road, acknowledging each other's presence. Will you be all right? Isolde asked. Over the summer. The Dursleys? Yes. I'll be fine. I've survived worse accommodations. That's not what I asked. Harry looked at her. Her grey eyes were steady, patient, and, for the first time, openly concerned. Not about the breach, not about the Weaver, not about temporal containment or magical security. About him. About a boy who was going back to a house where no one loved him. I'll be fine, he said again, and this time it was softer. Thank you, Isolde. She nodded once. Turned and walked away, her stride long and purposeful, her dark hair catching the afternoon light. At the castle doors, she paused and looked back. Next year, she said. There will be new challenges. The Horcrux network remains intact. Voldemort will be seeking new means of return. And the boundary with the Weaver will require active management. I know. You won't be facing them alone. I know that too. She disappeared into the castle. Harry stood at the lake and watched the squid, and the water, and the sky, and felt the weight of everything he carried and the warmth of knowing that, for the first time in a century, carrying it alone was a choice rather than a sentence. Snape was in the corridor outside the hospital wing when Harry passed through on his way to the farewell feast. The professor stood very still, arms folded, his black robes absorbing the evening light like holes cut in the air. His expression was its usual mask of controlled disdain, but there were cracks in it now, hairline fractures, and Harry was becoming something of an expert on fractures, through which something more complex was visible. Harry stopped. They looked at each other. A month had passed since their conversation in the potions classroom, since Harry had spoken about Lily, about love, about the truth that Snape had spent 16 years trying to bury. They hadn't spoken privately since. Snape's behavior in class had changed, subtly, the overt cruelty was still there, because the performance demanded it, but the edge had been blunted. He no longer looked at Harry and saw only James. The scar on Snape's perception had been opened and cleaned, and while it was far from healed, it was no longer infected. No words passed between them. Just a look, Harry meeting Snape's dark eyes, Snape meeting Harry's green ones, and in the space between them, an understanding that didn't require language. Snape nodded. Once. Brief. The kind of nod that means I see you, and what I see is not what I expected, and I am not yet sure what to do with that, but I acknowledge it. Harry nodded back. The same nod, with the same weight. Then Snape turned and swept away, robes billowing, and Harry continued toward the great hall, and neither of them looked back, because some things don't need a backward glance. They just need to be acknowledged and allowed to grow. The farewell feast was a riot of color and noise and the bittersweet energy of endings. The great hall blazed with house banners, Slytherin green and silver, the house cup awarded to Snape's charges by a comfortable margin. Students laughed and shouted and threw things and said goodbye with the casual intensity of people who didn't realize how precious their ordinary lives were. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Hermione and Neville, with Ron across from them, and the warmth of the hall and the noise of 400 people and the smell of roast chicken and treacle tart wrapped around him like a blanket. "I can't believe the year's over," Ron said, loading his plate with the enthusiasm of someone who had never met a meal he didn't like. "Feels like it just started." "It went quickly," Hermione agreed. She was eating more slowly, savoring the meal, her eyes occasionally drifting to Harry with an expression that combined affection, concern, and the quiet determination of someone who had made a promise to herself and intended to keep it. "Next year," Neville said. "We'll be back next year." "Of course we will," Ron said. "Where else would we go?" Harry looked at them, Ron, cheerful and loyal and blissfully unaware of how much danger he'd been in, Hermione, brilliant and fierce and carrying secrets that would have broken most people, Neville, transformed, quietly glowing with the discovery that he was more than the sum of his fears. His people. Not because he'd chosen them for strategic reasons or cultivated them for advantage. Because they'd chosen him, had decided, independently and irrevocably, that Harry Potter was worth caring about, worth standing beside, worth staying for. 100 years of loneliness, and this was the antidote. Not power. Not knowledge. Not the mastery of every magical discipline known to humanity. Just this, a table, a meal, the sound of friends talking, the warmth of being seen and accepted and valued by people whose opinion he cared about more than any other opinion in the world. He picked up his goblet of pumpkin juice. Raised it, just slightly. "To next year," he said. Hermione raised hers. "To next year." "To next year," Neville said. "To next year," Ron agreed, through a mouthful of chicken. "And fewer trolls." Harry laughed. A real, full laugh that surprised even him, rising from somewhere deep, shaking loose some of the ancient, calcified weight that he'd been carrying for so long that he'd forgotten it was there. Ron grinned. Hermione's eyes went bright. Neville looked at Harry with the quiet satisfaction of someone who has watched a friend discover joy and recognizes it as something worth protecting. They drank. The feast continued. The candles burned. The sky above the great hall showed the first stars of evening, real and vast and burning with light that had traveled millennia to reach them. Real stars. Real friends. Real life. Harry held on to it. All of it. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of Hogsmeade Station on a golden June morning, trailing steam and the sound of 100 conversations through open windows. Harry sat in a compartment with Hermione, Neville, and Ron, the Scottish countryside unfurling outside the window in a scroll of green and gold. The mood was mellow, the satisfied, sleepy contentment of a journey's end, tinged with the particular sweetness of knowing that the end was temporary. "Write to me," Hermione said, not looking up from the book she'd already opened. "Both of you. All of you. If I don't hear from you by July, I'm sending a howler." "She means it," Ron said to Harry. "I know she does." Neville was quiet, watching the landscape pass, his expression thoughtful. Trevor sat on his knee, content. Whatever Trevor thought about the events of the past year, he kept to himself. "Harry," Neville said, after a while. "Yes. Thank you. For everything. For believing I could do things I didn't think I could do." "You didn't need my belief, Neville. You needed your own. I just helped you find it." Neville smiled. It was a good smile, unforced, comfortable, the smile of someone who was learning to be at ease with themselves. Hermione closed her book. "Harry." "Yes. You're going to tell me everything eventually." He looked at her. She looked back. Brown eyes, steady and warm and absolutely relentless. "Eventually," he said. "I can be patient. I know. That's why I trust you." Something passed between them in that moment, something that was not yet love, because love needs time and proximity and the slow accretion of shared experience to become itself, but was the foundation on which love could, eventually, be built. An understanding. A recognition. The quiet agreement of two minds that had found in each other something rare and worth protecting. Hermione smiled. Harry smiled back. Ron ate a chocolate frog and missed the entire exchange. Neville saw it and, wisely, said nothing. The train rolled south through the lengthening afternoon, carrying its cargo of children and secrets, and the ordinary miracle of another year survived. King's Cross Station was exactly as Harry remembered it, the noise, the crowds, the particular smell of diesel and humanity and London summer that no magical place could replicate. Platform 9 3/4 disgorged its passengers into the Muggle world with the casual improbability that the magical community had perfected over centuries. Harry stepped off the train. Collected his trunk. Said goodbye to Ron, who was immediately absorbed by a tide of red-haired Weasleys, each one louder than the last. Said goodbye to Neville, who was met by a formidable-looking grandmother with a vulture-topped hat and a grip that suggested she could bench-press a troll. Said goodbye to Hermione. She stood before him, her trunk beside her, her parents visible through the barrier, Muggle parents, ordinary, kind, waiting for a daughter they couldn't fully understand but loved without reservation. "Be safe," she said. "I will. And eat properly. You're too thin." "Yes, Hermione." "Anne," she stopped. Bit her lip. Then she stepped forward and hugged him, not the quick, impulsive hug of Christmas morning, but a deliberate, intentional embrace, her arms around him, her chin on his shoulder, holding on with the quiet ferocity of someone who has decided that this person matters and will not let go easily. Harry hugged her back. Properly, this time. Held her close and breathed in the smell of books and ink and something floral that was just Hermione, and felt the last, stubborn remnants of a century's isolation crack and shift and begin, slowly, to dissolve. "All right," he said. "You'd better." She pulled back. Looked at him one last time, a look that said, "I see you, all of you, the century and the power and the loneliness and the person underneath, and I choose this." Then she turned and walked through the barrier to her parents, and Harry watched her go and carried the warmth of her with him as he turned to face what waited on the other side. The Dursleys were by the exit. Vernon, purpling already, stood beside his car like a walrus claiming territory. Petunia hovered behind him, her expression the particular blend of disgust and anxiety that she reserved for her nephew. Dudley was eating something. Vernon saw Harry approaching and began to bluster, drawing himself up, squaring his shoulders, preparing the opening salvo of whatever campaign of petty tyranny he'd been planning for the summer. Harry stopped 3 paces away. Set down his trunk. Looked at Vernon. Just looked. 111 years of power and patience and hard-won peace, concentrated in a pair of green eyes. The calm, settled gaze of someone who had faced temporal entities and dark lords and the crushing weight of a century of solitude, and had come through all of it with his humanity intact and his will unbroken. Vernon opened his mouth. The words that had been forming there, the threats, the bluster, the casual cruelty that had been his default setting for a decade, died unspoken. Something in Harry's gaze reached past the anger and the prejudice and the fear, reached into the small, frightened part of Vernon Dursley that had never been comfortable with the knowledge that his nephew was different, and pressed. Not magically. Not with legitimacy or compulsion or any form of enchantment. Just with presence. The simple, devastating weight of a person who knows exactly who they are and is no longer willing to pretend otherwise. Vernon closed his mouth. His face cycled through several emotions, confusion, uncertainty, and something that might, in a more self-aware person, have been recognized as the first stirring of respect. Harry picked up his trunk and walked to the car. He climbed into the back seat. Settled in. Watched London pass the window as Vernon drove, in uncharacteristic silence, toward Little Whinging and another summer at Privet Drive. But Harry wasn't thinking about the Dursleys. He was thinking about next year, about Horcruxes that needed finding, about a boundary that needed maintaining, about friends who needed protecting and a Dark Lord who was out there somewhere, weakened and furious, already planning his return. He was thinking about the Weaver, vast and patient, existing in the spaces between moments, honoring a boundary that had been built not from force but from understanding. A boundary that would need tending, reinforcing, nurturing, the constant, careful work of maintaining a relationship between two incompatible forms of existence. He was thinking about Hermione's hug. About Neville's courage. About Ron's laughter and Isolde's respect and Dumbledore's hard-won honesty and Snape's silent, fractional nod. He was thinking about a sweater, hand-knitted, emerald green, folded in his trunk beside a leather journal and an invisibility cloak and an ancient artifact that held the boundaries of time together. He was thinking about the Mirror of Erised, and what it had shown him, and how, for the first time, the image felt less like a taunt and more like a promise. The first year was over. The first enemy was warned. The ancient prison held, not through force but through something older and stronger, the recognition that even fundamental forces deserve to be understood rather than simply feared. And somewhere, in the spaces between the ticking of every clock in the world, something vast and patient and not entirely hostile settled into its negotiated boundary and waited, not with the desperate, clawing hunger of a prisoner, but with the cautious, watchful patience of a neighbor. This was only the beginning. Harry closed his eyes, leaned his head against the car window, and for the first time in 111 years, let himself look forward to tomorrow. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.